Do you need a moment to compose yourself? I think all this started because I put fucking Bo Burnham on my list. I'm never gonna do that again. I learned my lesson. No.
I haven't laughed this hard in months. Like, like, yeah, such an emotional roller coaster of a week, and now this, like I'm even crying because I'm
release
laughing.
You were waiting for, so you're welcome.
Oh, fucking hell. Welcome to SJS Arts. So today I'm gonna do another collaboration video with a long-time viewer of mine, and he has also started his own YouTube channel recently called A Nerd List, where you can see video essays on film and discussion on film and other art forms probably in the future too. You have just started, so you only have few videos up at the moment, but I'm sure that there will be more hopefully in the future. But now you can quickly introduce yourself before I introduce our topic.
Sure, yes. So hello out there, internet world. My channel is hopefully going to be similar format to what SJS Arts is doing, but basically I want to be able to be free to talk about all art forms that I appreciate. So it's not going to be just movies, but that's sort of where I think the common ground where both of us sort of find our common interest in. And I definitely am more into movies than the others, I guess, because I've been watching movies my whole life to a certain extent, even if when I was younger, the movies I watched weren't always the best quality. But I'm even hopefully going to be talking a little bit about gaming at some point. And I know I saw a Steam icon on your desktop in one of your videos. So I know that you do game, but I don't know if you consider games artful enough to be considered part of conversations on your channel at any point. But maybe on mine, I'll bring them up now and then.
Yeah, I don't play that much anymore, but I have a long history with gaming. Although I did that one video where I played the old Battlefront 2 like a little bit in one video.
I missed that one. Yeah, but
yeah, that's one of my favorite games of all time, and it's still fun to play. So
yeah.
But yeah, now I could introduce our topic of today. So our plan is to talk about some of our favorite movies, but we are gonna do this in two parts. So this first part is gonna be on my channel, and the second part is gonna be on his channel, and I will obviously announce it on my channel when the other part is up on a Nerdlist's channel. But in this first part, we are gonna go through our top 100 to top 200. So the films that we would rank in the 100 to 200 range, and then in the second part, we are gonna talk about our top 100s.
Yes.
But yeah, that's the plan. We are gonna go with like one film at a time. It should be fun. Hopefully, it will be a mix of kind of bit more intellectual discussion and then some funnier parts, which is kind of my style.
Yeah.
Usually, but we'll see how it goes. Again, it's hard to say yet. This is the first time we are talking to each other on microphone, so we'll see how it goes. But I'm really excited. But one more disclaimer before we start is that again, I've had a really crazy week, so I haven't been able to put as much time into making this list as I would have wanted to, but I put as much time into it as I could, and I'm pretty happy with much of the list, but some of the ordering is a bit shaky, but I guess it's always shaky because our opinions are constantly changing on films, and every rewatch and every watch changes our minds a bit. So yeah, but again, this order might be completely different a month from now. But
Yes.
yeah,
Same
that's
for
the
me.
fun of it, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, should we start with the list now? So, what is your number 200?
Oh, so I'm going first, am I? Okay. All
Yeah.
right. My number 200 is Cabiria, 1914 by Giovanni Pastrani. Mainly because I genuinely believe that it is the first, or at least one of the very, very first true epic films that I do think holds up a lot better than, say, Birth of a Nation for obvious reasons. And I also genuinely admire it for its ambition and its scale. And I know not everyone has even heard of this one as much as they've heard of other ones like Birth, and so I think it's important to sort of bring this one into the conversation more often. But I don't know. I mean, you look at that film, and even at the very start, there's this sense of scale that in 1914 must have really blown people's minds. I mean, it shows the real footage of the volcano erupting, and the pacing is really quick. Even from the very start, you start to meet the people in the household, and then boom, this big event happens, and they're scattered, and suddenly they split off, and the family goes one way, and the servants go another, and it just keeps escalating from there. I really feel like there's never really a dull moment at any point along the way. I'm not sure how recently you've watched the film, but what are your thoughts on it? I know you didn't like it quite as much as mine. You have like 4 out of 5 stars I'm seeing on here on your rating, but
Yeah, I like the film, but it's not on my list. But yeah, I think I originally found out about it from the Harvard PhD narrative films list. I believe it's on there.
oh
And yeah,
wow, okay, see,
yeah, that's a great list, by the way, for people. I'm planning to do a video about it, but anyway, but yeah, I like the film, but it's been a while and it's not on a fresh memory, so I should rewatch it as you like it so much. But
yeah,
yeah,
well,
good one.
yeah, and it's all opinions, but yeah, I just feel like it's sort of an underseen and underappreciated film for what it is and what it's doing for the canon of cinema, at the time it was released. So it's a really important film that I think more people need to know about, and I genuinely think it belongs, this high for me personally. So
Yeah. And it should be on YouTube if people want to watch it, because all of these silent films are on YouTube, basically.
yeah, yeah,
But anyway, my number 200 this is kind of a cheat, as it is a trilogy, but it's the Samurai Trilogy by Hiroshi Inagaki. So this is probably one of the more kind of or less artsy films or trilogies in my list, but I think the story of Musashi Miyamoto is just very thrilling, epic. It has romance, it has action, it looks extremely beautiful. Toshiro Mifune has a great performance as Miyamoto in this trilogy. And yeah, I just love the kind of genre mixing that it does. It has everything that I could want from a samurai film. It has cool fights, again, a love triangle. And as I love romance, I love that aspect of the trilogy. And yeah, it's just a very well-made adventure story, even though it's probably not very accurate to what Musashi's life was in real life, like hundreds of years ago, but it's still very, very thrilling watch. So have you seen the Samurai Trilogy?
I have not yet, and I feel awful because I've actually owned the Blu-ray of the trilogy for a long time. It's sitting here on my shelf, but I
Yeah.
just haven't gotten around to it yet. It's one of those releases that I'm pretty positive I'm going to love, so I felt safe blind buying it, but I just haven't gotten around to actually sitting down to watch it yet. So yeah, I feel like I should have now because I don't have anything to add to it. Other than I guess to say that as far as your comment on historical accuracy goes, if we are to trust Ridley Scott these days, historical accuracy be damned. So
Yeah.
yeah. All
So
right.
what's your
So
next choice?
yeah, my 199 on my list is the Battle of Algiers.
Okay.
So yeah, it's kind of an obvious choice for a list like this, I guess. I mean, everyone always praises it for all the obvious reasons. It has that very sort of raw news footage kind of style to the way it's shot. Um, It's very gritty for the time that it was made, and what it was depicting, I think, is pretty accurate from what I understand. Um, I know that uh, the way that it was presented, you get to the end where pretty much all the characters that we've been following along the way are either, you know, oh, I guess spoilers. Oh yeah, I guess spoilers. We're going to be spoiling some of these movies as we talk about them, right? I guess we should say that.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. But all the characters that we've been following along the way are either arrested or dead, most of them by the end of the story,
Yeah.
because that's how it happened. But you even see that sequence toward the end where it's like the press events are being held, and you can see the attitude already starting to shift, kind of signaling how you can stomp out the initial sparks of revolt, but you can't win the ultimate war, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it maybe should be higher for me because this is my short list and it's at the very bottom of that short list. But I haven't watched it enough times to be able to say for sure that I like it more than the other stuff we'll be talking about on the list. So I just wanted to be honest with my placement of it. But it definitely did affect me and impress me, I think, in all the ways it was aiming to. So another very important film.
Yeah, it's another one that I also need to rewatch, but I think it's one of the greatest films of all time. But it's one of those films that, again, it's definitely would be my like top 100 greatest films of all time, but not top 100 favorites, because those are a bit different. Because with a film like this, at least I don't have that much of a kind of emotional connection to it. But if I just look at it through a critical lens, it's obviously a perfect movie with a very interesting narrative and very interesting structure, and it's very well done. But yeah, a perfect film basically. But it's not on my list, I think, just because again it's one of the greats, but maybe not a favorite. Yeah.
Well, and I think that might be another point worth mentioning is that the way that we both maybe choose to come at that question of whether it's what makes it one of the greatest or one of our favorites, and where that distinction is for each of us. I think in my case, it's kind of hard to say because on the one hand, yes, everything you're saying is true. How much we personally connect with something makes a big difference on how highly we're going to rank it in our personal lists. But at the same time, when I say that I genuinely love something like a work of art, I genuinely love it because I genuinely believe that it's good enough to be, revered and loved as much as I do for, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like walking a line between, there's nothing that I love that I'm ashamed of loving. I don't have any real sort of guilty pleasures, so to speak. I genuinely think that everything that I love in the arts has real merit to it, or else I wouldn't love it in the first place. So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard for me to say that distinction is super clear for me, because even if a film doesn't have a um, a personal emotional grip on me by the time I'm done watching it, if it's affected me in any meaningful way that's gotten me to think differently about the world or differently about the art form itself, it's something that makes me continue to think about it even long after I finish watching it, and that for me is enough of a barometer for me to say, yes, this deserves to be on my short list. But that's just how I approach it.
Yeah, the question like what is favorite and what is greatest, again, maybe it's a stupid distinction in a way, but I'm just kind of used to having that. And again, my list has, like, for example, one cheesy, stupid action movie that I'm not going to mention yet, but it's definitely not one of the greatest movies of all time. But I just
Well,
have
I can't wait. Well, and there are going to be some on my list that I genuinely do believe deserve to be on my list, but I already know that we're going to have an interesting conversation about it because
yeah.
I kind of anticipate you're not gonna be feeling some of them, so that'll be interesting when we get there.
Yeah. But should I go with my next choice now?
Yeah.
So I actually know that you don't like this that much, if I remember your review correctly, which I have read like months ago, I guess. But it's Nobuhiko Obayashi's Hausu or House, the
Yes.
the famous crazy horror movie from Japan that is a Criterion staple. But I
Yeah.
just like this due to the insanity, the fun, and the jazz fusion type of soundtrack. I think is absolutely killer, and it's just such a beautiful looking movie, just like Obayashi's other films are, and there will be more Obayashi here, and this is not my favorite Obayashi film, but it's just crazy entertainment, and there isn't like many intellectual reasons why it is here, but I just enjoy watching it. So, but I know, again, like I said, that you don't like it as much, but
Well, I mean, I don't dislike it. It's just it's a film that I'll have to watch a few more times before I can really, I think, have my final say on how I feel about it. But my initial impressions the first couple of times I've sat down to watch it, it just, I don't know. I mean, I'm not, maybe I'm just not an Obayashi guy. I don't think I've seen any of his other films yet. So maybe I just don't resonate with that style in general. I don't know how similar it is to his other films. Maybe you can give me some insight on that.
yeah, well, the other films, again, they aren't horror films, so they are quite different in that way, and they aren't maybe as comedic either, but they are very crazy with the style, and they kind of mix this lowbrow and highbrow art
Yeah.
together. So there's definitely a kind of a constant style, but he always tackles like many different subject matter. So there is a war film, there is a romance film that he has made. So I think you should definitely give the other films a shot at least.
Oh, I will. And I mean, I'll continue to rewatch this one too, because I mean, I'm clearly in the minority here. Most people sing praises about it all the time. So it could be that I'm just not, it hasn't clicked with me yet, but it will at some point. I respect the hell out of the film for being as daring as it is with, like you said, mixing the different styles and different approaches of filmmaking, and how it really does feel like a, it's like an intentional giving of the finger to any sense of conventional structure or what we might think of typically as technical prowess when it comes to the effects in it. You know, it's very like TV studio kind of, you know, video effects and stuff in a lot of sections. But then there's also really intricate you know, makeup and effects work. So it's a mix of different things, and I just think tonally it causes it to not resonate with me as much as maybe it did with you. But you know, because I don't really think the comedy really strikes me as well either. But no, I mean, it's clearly a masterfully made film by a mad genius. You know, I
Yeah.
definitely give it that. So, all right. So my 198 is this is gonna be a one of the more, I don't know. I don't know if you'll find it controversial or not. It's a Wonderful Life by Frank Capra. Um, it's definitely an obvious choice for a lot of quote unquote normie movie viewers. You know, it's a very commonly known film, and I know it's very sappy. And the critics, even at the time, the contemporary critics of Capra films, always said that his films were Capra corn because of how corny they are and how insufferably positive they tend to be, and you know, even the darker themes in his films, like with Meet John Doe or Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, it's like it's always got a positive spin. There's always that hopefulness, you know, in it. And I don't know. I mean, I'm fairly cynical about a lot of things, and I really love gritty, realistic films that do not romanticize the world in this way. But this is just one of those instances where I can't help but love the movie. I mean, the joy and hope that it holds in it is infectious to me. And I don't know if that's because I've watched it all my life. It's one of those, you know, Christmas movies that the family would always watch when I was growing up. I might feel differently if I were watching it, you know, for the first time, the age I am now. But yeah, I've become so familiar with it over the years that it's just something that I'll always fall back on. It's one of my cozy films that I watch, and I genuinely do think it's very well done technically as well. So
Yeah, I love the film too, and it's on my top 350, but I don't think I put it in the top 200. But I also had the typical routine for a couple of years, few years ago, that I watched it every Christmas, but then I stopped because I just cannot do like seasonal film watching. It's not for me to kind of force myself to watch a certain film on like a certain day every year.
yeah,
But
I got you. Makes sense.
yeah, but I love Jimmy Stewart in it, and while I usually I'm not a huge fan of the Hollywood sentimentality, but I think the Frank Capra sentimentality for some reason just works better than Spielberg sentimentality, for example, or John Ford
Oh God.
sentimentality oftentimes. But I think it's a bit weird that I like Frank Capra so much, or even John Ford, but then I'm not a huge Spielberg fan. I think some people might find an issue with that, but it's just the way I think these kind of classic Hollywood actors just kind of can sell the sentimentality better than the actors these days, I guess. Like, again, Tom Hanks, I just cannot take him seriously, but I love Jimmy Stewart. So,
well, that's a fair point. There'll be more opportunities to talk about Spielberg because I do. Unfortunate for you, I do have a couple of Spielberg films on my short list. So we'll talk about them when we get there. But I mean, I'm definitely not a fan of Spielberg's sentimentality and his sort of syrupy. I feel like when he does movies like that, it feels almost insincere. In some way, it feels hokey, and I think maybe that's why I love It's a Wonderful Life and Frank Capra stuff in general, because even when he gets the most, up his own ass about the American Hollywood style of sentimentality, he seems to genuinely believe it himself, and I think that sincerity kind of shows through in his films. So,
yeah. And okay, with Spielberg, before we move on, I think the sentimentality works for the kind of more childish films like Jurassic Park and stuff like that. But when you do a war film like Saving Private Ryan, it shouldn't have any sentimentality in a film like that.
I completely agree with you on that. Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, let's move on. So this next film is something that I know you haven't seen because I think this isn't available outside of Finland. So I don't think this is available to watch anywhere, but it's a film called Hot Cat in English. The English title is that. So it's a story about a high school boy who falls in love with his teacher and they have a relationship, but it's a Finnish new wave film, so it has that kind of Godard type of style a bit, although not as political, even though the topic has obviously little politics to it. But it's just a fun new wave film, very stylish, very beautiful looking. Again, the main actress is so hot in it and gives a great performance. But hopefully this will be available outside of Finland sometime in the future. But again, maybe you can find it like somewhere in the internet. But I think it's probably gonna be very tough to find.
I mean, it sounds interesting. I'd like to be able to see it. So. Yeah. Maybe I'll try to scour the internet for it after this. But and I want to apologize to your viewers / listeners because as I told you before we started recording, I'm just getting over being slightly ill, and so my voice is going to go out on me sometimes, and I just apologize ahead of time for that. But anyway, so my 197 is Sans Soleil by Chris Marker. And I wrote a review about it recently. But basically, I was just really impressed with how it manages to feel both structured and so stream of consciousness. It uses the footage that it contains as these jumping off points for these soliloquies and sort of intellectual conversations about various things, from different cultures to the histories and context wrapped up in those cultures to personal stories. There is a framing device used that I guess is fictional in that it's supposed to be the documentarian taking this footage, writing notes back home, and they're being read by the narrator. And of course, that's not really what's happening there, but that's just what they use as the framing device. But I do consider this to be a documentary but for all intents and purposes. I mean, it's literally just it's taking the documentary format and making real pure art with it, in my opinion. I've never seen anything quite like it that you could classify as a documentary in this way. What are your thoughts on it, though?
Yeah, it's a great movie, but it kind of falls back to the question that we had earlier about the greatest versus favorite. So this is also one of those kind of great films, but I wouldn't consider it to be a favorite. But I'll give by the way, a quick shout out to a fellow YouTuber, Nazarene Broad, who has done this many videos about Chris Marker. So
Oh wow.
I only have seen like, I think, Sans Soleil and La Jetée, but none of the others. But many of the others sound very interesting. I think there was even one about like Israel and Palestine, so that would be a timely watch at the moment, I guess. But yeah, very interesting filmmaker that I don't know that much about. But yeah, Sans Soleil is an amazing film.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just as in the dark as you are. You know, those two films, I guess, are his best known, and so that's how I've been able to sort of have easy access to them. But I definitely want to dive in deeper into his filmography. So,
yeah. Well, my next film is a very big Hollywood classic that I actually haven't seen in, I think, 5 years or something. So it's The Treasure of Sierra Madre by John
yes.
Huston. Yeah. So you could say that this might have like Bogey's best performance. He is this kind of greedy piece of shit in this film, and he gives such a dark and great performance. But this is such a great movie that really goes deep with what it is to be like an American and what is kind of American capitalism and things like that. And I know you have There Will Be Blood in your list probably, so I think this is kind of a better version of that, if you ask me. But
I knew that was coming up at some point. Yeah. We will have that conversation, sir, when we get there. We will have that conversation. No, I love this movie too. It didn't quite make my short list, but it is in my larger list that's currently like 700 plus. It's going to end up being 1,000 by the time it's done. But I just haven't seen enough movies yet to have highly rated movies quite enough to fill that up yet. But it's definitely on that bigger list. I love his father's, John Huston's father's performance as the prospector in it. I think that's like, to me that's the scene stealing performance. And apparently the awards folks thought so too, because that was supposed to be Bogart's big awards performance, and he kind of got overlooked in favor of Walter Huston's performance as the prospector, from what I understand. If I did my research right, but I mean, no, it's a great performance from Bogart as well. I think the points you bring up are correct. I think the film does take it turns a critical eye towards this idea of just sort of endless ambition and the idea of self-betterment through exploitation and gain at any cost, which is a very sort of ingrained American thing culturally. And it's interesting that a Hollywood film, especially at this time, got away with sort of being that critical of that. I don't know if it's because it's sort of disguised in the sense that it's, oh, this is an adventure movie. You know, it might be somewhat they got away with it that way. But I mean, even the way, well, again, spoilers again, but I mean, some of these movies are so old, you know, if you haven't seen it yet, I don't know what to tell you. But especially like the really well-known ones like this one. But, you know, by the time you get to, you know, the fate of Bogart's character, you don't really care, which is just really, it's really interesting, because you kind of want him to die. You know, at least I do. You know, he's a real asshole in the movie, and that's really great, because he was such a star at the time, and he was often the hero by this point. You know, he was kind of done playing heavies, because they were kind of starting to Huston started to kind of turn him into the leading man guy later on. You know, with like stuff like Maltese Falcon coming along, and then of course when he was in Casablanca, and so he was already kind of moving in this direction. And yeah, I mean, he's really convincing as this just greedy, and he becomes really paranoid too. There's that great sequence where he starts to just doubt everybody and you know, his own senses, and he doesn't know what to trust anymore. And then he ends up alone, and that's how he ends up ultimately meeting his fate, because he can't trust any of the people in his own party anymore, at least in his mind. So yeah, it's a really great performance from him. It might not be my favorite performance of his, but I personally think he was a great actor who gave many great performances. So that's just my take. So
yeah, there's another film on my list that has a great Bogart performance, but yeah, we'll get to it later.
Yeah. All right, so where are we now? Who's going next?
You're next. So 196.
Okay, yeah, my 196 is Ivan's Childhood by Andrei Tarkovsky. Yeah, this one is interesting. It's the most recent of his films that I've watched. I'm kind of watching his filmography backwards, and sort of unwittingly so. This was not planned out this way. It just kind of happened to be. So what I found interesting about this film is that, in contrast to the latter half of Tarkovsky's filmography, this film feels so much more straightforward and linear compared to the stuff that he would do later in his career. But that's just at the surface level. When you start digging deeper and you realize the psychological elements of it, what happens to a young mind when he's thrown into war like this. The dream sequences, of course, are very abstract and kind of give us insight into the soul of this young boy that we're following, and it's very heartbreaking and harrowing. And the actor himself, I'm going to get his name here, make sure I try to pronounce it at least sort of correctly. But he's amazing in it. The kid who plays the titular character. Let's see here. That's something that's always hard for me to kind of embrace, is child performances. So many child actors just do not convince me in films. And so whenever I see a standout child actor performance, it becomes really, really affecting for me, especially in a situation like we're shown in this film. What's your take on it?
Yeah, it's on my list too. I don't remember where it is, but it is on my list, and I've seen it a few times. And like you said, it's obviously way more straightforward than his other films, but he had his visual prowess already in his first feature film. Like, this film has so many beautiful shots, like some of the close-ups, and then one of my favorite parts is when they are on the boat in the forest going through the water, and there are some like absolutely gorgeous shots there near the end.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely insanely beautiful film. There are a couple Tarkovsky films that I prefer to it, but this is actually one of my favorites, and I can't believe that many people say that it's like a lesser Tarkovsky when it is a complete masterpiece.
Oh, do people say that? See, that's the thing. I wasn't sure where people ranked it overall. I mean, it's definitely, again, it's not in line as much with the abstract stuff that he would do later, but that does not make it lesser at all in my mind. It's still every bit as beautiful and thoughtful and layered as his other films are. And this was his first feature-length film, correct?
Yeah.
He'd done some shorter films before this, though, but I think this was his first like major, yeah. And okay, so I'm going to attempt this here. So the actor playing Ivan is Nikolai Burliev. I probably completely butchered that, but
not too bad.
But anyway, so that's my 196. Absolutely brilliant, beautiful, heartbreaking film.
Yeah, so this next one might surprise some people because I always shit on Scorsese, but it's Taxi Driver, one of his most famous films, and has always been one of my favorites of his. Of course, the De Niro performance is something that you will always remember after you have seen it, and you will always remember the score. It's so great. And, and I saw this on the cinema once, and it was such a great experience, even though the two guys like that were sitting next to me were like laughing with the violence in the end, which was pretty weird, but but yeah, it's a very violent movie, and I don't think the violence is very funny. It's actually quite disturbing, but I guess some people find
they were just Tarantino fans. It's fine. Leave them alone. Let them have their fun,
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's fantastic. It's on my list. It's a bit higher, even. It is the only Scorsese film that made my short list, though. You might be happy to know.
Well, I have two Scorsese.
Oh, okay. Well, look at that. So see, look at that. You're not shitting on it as much as you give yourself credit for. It's kind of. There's a lot of Scorsese in it in terms of the way it's shot and everything, but would it be completely controversial to argue that it's just as much Paul Schrader's film as it is Scorsese's film?
Yeah, it definitely has so much Schrader in it, and I think that's probably what makes it so great, and what makes it a bit shorter, because Scorsese has that problem that he makes 3-hour films, even though the films don't need to be 3 hours. So like The Wolf of Wall Street is a good example of that.
Yes, yeah.
Which is an hour too long, but
And yeah, the music is also great. It's arguably Bernard Herrmann's one of his very best scores, I would say.
Yeah,
So,
definitely.
yeah. Cool. Well, I can say a little bit more about my take on it when we get to it again as we hit it on my list. But for now, we can move on. All right. So my 195 is another more mainstream one, I guess. Witness for the Prosecution, Billy Wilder. Obviously, it's an adaptation of an Agatha Christie mystery. This one, honestly, this one blows me away every time I watch it. Marlene Dietrich is brilliant in it. Charles Laughton's brilliant in it. I think the way that the mystery unfolds is pretty good. I have not read the source material. I'm just going to fully disclose. In fact, in most cases, when a film on my list is an adaptation of something, I've probably not read the source material. The books that I read are typically more nonfiction, academic oriented. I'm very, very deficient in my classics and classic literature writing and reading. Unfortunately, I should do more of it, but there's only so many hours in a day. But I mean, I think the way that they unfold the twists and turns and everything is pretty well done. The movie doesn't really become like truly great for me until we get to that final big twist at the end. Is when I think it really kind of everything comes together. It's like a puzzle box. It's like, oh, okay, yes, now I understand, and now this movie is a cut above other similar sort of mystery films like this. But yeah, what's your take on it?
Yeah, I haven't seen it in ages, but it's never been one of my favorite Billy Wilder films. But I always
Interesting.
liked it quite a lot. But again, I used to be so much into these courtroom dramas and films like this. But again, as I've gotten older, I just want to watch the weird Japanese films and abstract queer films. So
There's nothing wrong with that either.
Yeah, I'm not as much into this type of stuff these days, but I should definitely still rewatch it and see how I feel about it now. But there are quite a few Billy Wilder films that I like more than Witness for the Prosecution.
Well, I mean, there are for me too. I mean, there's more Billy Wilder to come. I'm a big Billy Wilder fanboy, I guess. But I guess I do just want to make another point that I'm not really into courtroom drama either, as a general rule. In fact, I never really was. That was never really a big genre for me that I returned to over and over again. So it might just be that in this case, it stands out to me from that genre in such a unique way that's why I hold it in such high praise. With maybe for you, it was just kind of like one of many that you were familiar with already, and so maybe it didn't have as big of a striking effect on you. But yeah, I think it's great.
Yeah. Well, now with my choice, we are going back to Scorsese already. So
wow, okay.
So I have these like next to each other because it's hard to pick which is my favorite, but it's the king of comedy, another De Niro Scorsese collaboration, and this one I also haven't seen in ages, so I don't even know whether I would love it as much now, but I've seen it a couple of times and I just find the film so hilarious. Like De Niro is so funny in it, and it's such a thrilling watch, and there are so many laugh out loud moments, and it's gonna would make a great double bill with Taxi Driver with two great De Niro performances, and I guess there are some similar themes even in there.
Oh, definitely.
If you start to analyze them.
Yeah, like the confused, socially lost, antisocial man looking for meaning. Delusions of grandeur to a certain degree. And how those play out.
Yeah.
Jerry Lewis actually plays a really good straight man to De Niro's more goofy kind of character in the movie.
Yeah.
I mean, he's funny in it too, but in a very dry sort of way. It's a great movie. You might actually be a little disheartened to know this, but I've actually recently, as I've been going through and reassessing and reassembling these lists to sort of tighten this short list up, I also went to my wider list of favorites, and I actually ended up bumping King of Comedy off of my larger list completely. It's now down to just 4 stars, not 4.5 for me. But I still love it quite a bit. It's just not quite as much as some other films out there. So,
well, to be honest, if I watched it today, my mind might change because I think I watched it like maybe 5-6 years ago for the last time, and I'm a completely different person now. So I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it definitely deserves to be on a list like this. It's just it didn't strike me in quite the same way, I guess.
But it certainly will be on Criterion soon because they're gonna release every single Scorsese movie, no matter how mediocre.
It seems that way. Yeah, I was headed in that direction. So the Scorsese film that I need to rewatch is Raging Bull. I haven't seen that in forever. And I don't even know what my opinion is on it anymore. It's been so long since I've seen it.
I never got the full hype for that. To me, it has always been like a 4 out of 5, but not a masterpiece. But maybe I'm wrong.
I mean that's kind of where I am with it right now. But I kind of want to rewatch it just to kind of solidify that in my mind now that I'm more of a sort of a close watcher of films, you might say. So which was that was your 195, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So my 194 is Europa 51.
Nice.
Yeah. So it actually is, so far, of the Rossellini films where he collaborated with Ingrid Bergman, this is my favorite one of those. I mean, the other two that I've seen are Journey to Italy and Stromboli, and those are both on my slightly larger list. But this one made my short list because what I really appreciated about it in particular was the style in which Rossellini seems to be playing a little bit with the Hollywood versus sort of anti-Hollywood approach. That he's normally firmly in the anti-Hollywood sort of very, very gritty, no clear script even written. A lot of the dialogue is improvised in his stuff. He just kind of gives scenarios to his actors and says, just go. His actors are usually unknowns, things like this. And yet in this film, he sort of starts out in Hollywood land, I feel like, in a way, because, Ingrid Bergman's character in this begins life in a very different place herself. She's got the regal way of living, she's well-to-do. She lives with upper class people. She goes to the cocktail parties and all this stuff. And then as the circumstances that happen to her sort of begin to change her perspective on life and the world, and sort of redefine her priorities of what's important to her in life, we then sort of leave the ivory tower over the course of the film and sort of descend into Rossellini's sort of neorealism world. And I think the cinematic strokes that he takes there to sort of carry us from one world into another, I think is actually really, really brilliant. And that's kind of like a meta commentary going on, because it is Bergman, and because there was that scandal a few years prior where she had Rossellini's kid, and there was an affair, and she was sort of kicked out of Hollywood for a while and sort of shunned as this, not being worthy anymore of the good life, of the classy life in American Hollywood. And so you kind of see that process in a way happen to her character in this film. And I just think there's so much commentary there. And also, of course, the idea that there's a communist character who sort of is the good guy sort of in the story, at least to the point where like he's urging her to share the wealth, quite literally, and help people who are less off, and not look down on them, and not assume that because they're less off there must be some sort of meritocracy reason behind that. No, it's just their circumstance, and that sort of raw compassion and humanism that's involved there is just really, really awesome stuff, and probably pretty radical at the time for the fans of Bergman who would have been more familiar with her in America. And so and of course there is an English language version of the film, and that is the version that I watched, I think, but I'm not really sure. I know that the other version, the international version, is a little longer, but I looked it up and it didn't seem like the footage that was cut from the English language version was particularly necessary. So I'm wondering if you might know in Rossellini's mind which version was the definitive cut that he would have preferred someone watch. I don't really know, but anyway, I watched the English language version and I thought it was very, very phenomenal. So
yeah, I watched the English language version too, but after I had watched it, I kind of learned that many people prefer the international cut. So then I was kind of sad that I watched maybe the wrong cut. But next time But
Okay.
next time I'm gonna watch it, I'm definitely gonna watch the international cut to see the difference. But obviously, I've talked about this film many times on my channel, like this autumn and stuff. But yeah, I absolutely adore the film, and it's on my list too. Later on, quite a bit higher. But funny story
Yeah.
about Rossellini before we move on is that I actually found out recently that he visited this random city where I live in Finland, and he did like race driving or something like that, and he did the race driving here in my city where I live in, which is just
Wow.
crazy here in central Finland, in like a random city that nobody knows outside of Finland, or that Rossellini has been here, and
That is so cool.
yeah.
Wow.
I mean,
I'm actually jealous of that.
it's in the Finnish Wikipedia, so it might
Wow.
be incorrect, but I think it's probably correct, but I don't know.
Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah. So you like the movie even more than I do. That's great. So
Yeah.
well, when we get to it on your list, you're free to gush over it even more, because I always
Yeah.
like learning more about these films and getting other perspectives. And I don't know if I've seen the videos on your channel where you're talking about this one as in depth. So feel free to repeat yourself if for no reason other than my own benefit, so I can learn a bit.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'll go a bit quickly with the next one because it's a film that nobody has seen because it's another Finnish film. But
Okay.
I've mentioned this on my channel. It's called The Year of the Hare by Risto Jarva. So it's a film about a guy who lives in Helsinki, and he gets bored of the kind of materialist, capitalist world, the city life, and then he decides that he's gonna move to Lapland. And we see him like traveling through the entire Finland, and he finds this hare, and he takes the hare, and then they travel together to Lapland. But then in Lapland there are some asshole tourists there, and then it's not as fun to be in the nature there, and we can see kind of how the materialism destroys nature too. Eventually, it's not just the alienating city life, but it kind of has its claws to the nature as well. But it's kind of very, very entertaining, fun, and beautiful exploration of these very kind of universal and important themes that we still tackle to this day, even though this film came out in the 70s.
Wow. Well, it's another instance where I wish I had access to this stuff.
Oh, by the way, there's, like I sometimes mention on my channel, the Rare Film kind of archive website, and you can find this film there with English subtitles. So
Oh, this is there. Okay.
yeah,
I've been watching stuff on there. They're migrating all their database over to a different server right now, though, and a lot of their movies are disappearing during that process.
okay.
So I don't know when that's going to get straightened out. I was really bummed when I saw that, but I was able to watch a couple of things that are going to be on this list later on for me that I could only find on that site. So yeah. I'm also endorsing them. It's a great resource. So that was your 194. Okay, so my 193 then. A Man Escaped. I guess another sort of typical one for a list like this. It's not quite my favorite Bresson, but it's my second favorite. I just really love. I mean, in terms of, and I'm gonna mention another prison escape movie later on that you're going to snicker at, and we both know what it is already. But I do just want to say that in terms of like straightforward, just raw depiction of what it must be like to be in a situation like this and plan getting out of that situation, I don't think I've ever seen a film depict it more beautifully than this one does. Really, truly. I mean, in terms of just a straight up prison escape story, this is it. If that's what you want, then this is the movie to watch. There's it's so meticulous, the pacing. It takes you from the very moment the lead character is put in his first cell. It takes you through the process where he's in that initial holding place, and then he gets moved at some point, and the time that he's temporarily in that first cell, he looks out he manages to like sort of climb up with his knee on like this ledge, and he can kind of peer out over the bars to look out the window, and he's able to kind of make contact with people walking out in the courtyard. And it's just every single little moment along his journey everything that happens, and this is based on an actual account, by the way, for people who don't know that. But it's just you can see where every moment that happened along the way, if it had happened a little differently, it could have turned out completely different. He gets lucky a lot, but also the meticulousness of how he plans to go about things, the caution that he shows. Sometimes, there's a sequence where he starts carving away at the door to kind of pry one of the layers of wood away from another layer of wood to sort of start to loosen the door. And he ends up going a little too far at one point. A big chunk of it pops off, and then he shows this caution where he has to kind of sort of put the door back together as best he can and leave it alone for a long time, to kind of let it settle and, catch his breath and kind of get the courage up to start going at it again. And it's days or weeks. I don't know. It's a long time before he jumps into it again. And, you can feel like you're in that cell with him. You can just feel the tension, you can feel the sense of claustrophobia that he must have felt in that situation. So by the time you get to the end, and even though it's not as well known a film as the Hollywood films, the title kind of tells you what happens. But by the time you get there, it feels so like it's like this release. It's like you've escaped with him. At least that's how I felt about it. So it's one of Bresson's films that I guess is uncharacteristically happy at the end, or at least a little bit more hopeful. I feel like that's how I look at it. And maybe that's why it struck me as much as it did. But yeah, just every detail of this movie is just perfect in my opinion. I mean, there's hardly any incidental music throughout most of the film. It's just the noise of the prison and yet that sequence where he's fiddling around with pieces of wood that came off of his door is more riveting to watch and more breathtaking to watch than the last 20 Marvel films in my opinion. It's just that's how good Bresson is, and that's how well done this movie is.
Yeah, it's an incredible movie, and it will be on my list to quite a bit higher. I think it's somewhere in the top 100, but maybe I should save my thoughts when we get to that.
Sure. Yeah.
But yeah, there are many Bresson films on my list. I mean, everybody who knows me knows that Bresson is one of my favorite filmmakers. So.
Yeah.
Well, my next one, 193, is another quite lesser known film that nobody has seen, but it's this Portuguese film called Abraham's Valley. And I believe this film just got restored recently, and it was in the New York Film Festival. So it might get like a new release or something soon.
That
hopefully.
Probably means it will. Yeah, that's usually what happens.
Yeah, but it's basically like Gustave Flaubert's Madame Bovary in a film format. So it's about this beautiful woman and her life, and it's done in this kind of slow cinema style. So it's a very long and slow film, but not as bleak as something like Bellatar, but it's just such a beautiful movie, but quite heartbreaking and hard to watch at times. But again, an incredible film that I wish that more people would watch it. And I think this was also in the Rare Film website, although again, like you said, the website is what it is at the moment, so I don't know whether
I think the message that I saw said that the plan is to get everything back up again. It's just that while they're migrating servers, things are going to go down sometimes. So I don't know, but yeah. Well, I mean, it sounds awesome. I hope that it does get a wide release, or that it is still available on the Rare Film site, so I can take a gander at it.
And again, Portuguese cinema is something that I don't know that much about. I know this and Pedro Costa, but not too many directors. But
yeah. Well, my 192 is Letter from an Unknown Woman. This is one of only, I believe, 2 Max Ophuls films, although that's just because I've only seen 2 Max Ophuls films. There's a very good chance that the more I watch, the more I will include in my short list. I don't know. I've been pretty blown away so far with everything I've seen. This one is interesting. It's got Joan Fontaine as the lead. And for those who don't know, Joan Fontaine was the sister of Olivia de Havilland, who was sort of the the more well-known sort of media darling of the two sisters who worked in Hollywood. And yet, from everything I've seen them both in, I absolutely think Joan Fontaine was the better talent. And I wish that more people were as familiar with her work as they were with her sister's work. But, it is what it is. She gives a great performance in this. She's this woman who circumstances are such to where she has sort of been in a very confined, sheltered upbringing, and the only real sense of escape to dreams of bigger things is through the sound of a piano being played in the upstairs apartment of where she currently lives when she's young. She's not played by Fontaine at this point. She's a slightly younger actress playing her as like a teen. But the sound of that piano sort of inspires her and it gives her hope of a life beyond the life she currently has. And then she catches a glimpse of the man who was playing the piano, and they see each other sort of in passing as she holds the door open for him as he steps out of his house one day. And she's just, she becomes struck by him, and she sort of starts to idealize him in a way that's probably not very healthy, but it kind of gets her through that time in her life. And so as she grows older and she becomes a sort of more socially refined woman, she kind of does that to herself by design. She chooses to take etiquette and poise classes and dance classes so she can be more graceful, and she starts to associate with people that'll kind of give her more of a sense of place in higher society. And then she ends up against her parents' wishes, they want her to marry this sort of military man who seems to be going places in the future, but she doesn't want to. She decides to move back to the city where this whole thing started. So she ends up. Oh, and this takes place, I believe, in Austria, is where the story takes place. But it was shot in English, so it's English speaking cast. But as the film progresses, obviously it's very much a tale of woe. Anyone who's seen it knows what I'm talking about. It's funny because I actually shared this film with my family recently, and one of the people in my family who saw the movie hated everybody in this movie, hated her, hated him, felt like they were both making really fucked up choices, and she's not wrong. I don't know if the film is necessarily telling us that we have to approve of the behaviors or the choices made by the characters in this, but it is an interesting character study of how lifelong obsession can really warp a person's perception, and the consequences of that, not being able to let go of this idea of what you want, rather than sort of carve your own path with your own sense of agency. And the flip side to her character is, of course, the man that she's obsessed with, who doesn't even really know who she is. They run into each other a couple more times. They have a one night stand at one point. She ends up bearing his kid and all this stuff, and yet she still refuses to burden him with the realities of her life. And so he continues to just not think of her as anything other than just one of the many women that he wines and dines, and so by the end of it, it's just, I don't know, it's a really interesting study of what it means to place priority on something that is an ideal of what you want rather than the reality of what you want. And I do think the man that she obsesses over is very, very heartbroken at the very end when he realizes what all's been going on. But I don't know if the movie makes a moral case for taking either of their sides, really. Maybe you feel differently about it. I don't know.
Well, I don't hate either of the characters. I just feel really sorry for them, and the ending of the film just absolutely crushes me every time. It's hard to not cry when you see the ending, when he's reading the letter and stuff. And
yes, and then as he leaves his house, everything starts falling into place for him, and then suddenly he does remember this and that and the other thing, and like the images come back, and that's when I'm a mess, is when that happens.
But yeah, the film is also on my list, but way, way, way higher. So I absolutely adore this film. Again, in terms of like 1940s films, like this is probably top 2 for me. So that's how much I love it. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, I do love it. I just happen to love some others more, but it's
Yeah.
still fantastic for me too. So
Yeah. So my next one is a Peter Greenaway film, another one that not many people have seen, but it's called Prospero's Books.
okay, now that one I was looking for that one. I was trying to find a way to watch it, and I haven't found a way to watch it yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just one of those. Okay, there's not that much to say about it. It's just one of those kind of non-narrative films that where every shot looks like a painting, and it's just so beautiful aesthetically. And again, as someone who loves painting, I love these types of films that aren't really about anything, but they just look beautiful.
Yeah.
So it's just like walking through an art gallery. And it's just one of the best examples of that. And Peter Greenaway is a director who is one of the best at that. His films just look absolutely stunning, like that Kubrick level of beautiful. And this is one of his best looking films. Maybe not like the most like traditionally entertaining films by him, but one of his most beautiful ones. And yeah, I would highly encourage everybody to watch it, even though again it's very hard to find, but maybe someday in the future it will get released by someone, or yeah.
I mean, I'm trying my best to find. I think I found a physical copy. I don't know if it has. I don't know. I mean, I have a region-free player, so that wouldn't be a problem. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know about the quality of these things. You know, when I find a really obscure film in physical copy and like I don't recognize the label, I never know what quality the film's going to be in. You know, in that situation. But
Yeah, it's a tragedy that Criterion has never released a Peter Greenaway film, even though many of them are pretty poorly available. But
yeah. Well, I mean, I feel it's a tragedy that Terayama's work is not more widely available either. But that's another rant for later on.
We will talk about him a lot.
Oh yeah.
Today, so, yeah.
we both will be talking about him a lot, I think.
Yeah.
All right. Well, my number 191 is a movie that you're probably gonna laugh at. It's Annihilation. Because I remember when you did your initial video, kind of looking at one of these lists of mine a while back, last year sometime. It was ranked a bit higher for me then, but basically you were saying how it feels kind of like the knockoff version of Stalker or something like that. I think it's how you.
Yeah, I was gonna say that again, but
yeah, beat you to it. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I guess, I mean, I could see that perspective because it's a very similar setup. I mean, you know, it's adapted from a completely different story though, right? I mean, it was a book first. Yeah. Apparently there was some controversy about the casting of the characters because I guess racially they're different in the book than in the film. It's really hard for me to comment on that because I haven't read the book, but I mean, I feel like the cast is a pretty good representation of diversity. I mean, I think the fact that all of the main characters are women was something that was it was interesting because that was the same year that everyone was like praising Three Billboards, you know, for being sort of a very sort of like woman focused sort of like awards darling film. And but then Annihilation was just not even like talked about at all during award season, and I felt like that was kind of a bit of a snub. I don't know, but I don't know. I could be overhyping it. I guess I just feel like there's so much about the character of the film that feels unique enough and interesting enough to where I can rewatch it and always get something out of it when I watch it. And I think visually it's a very stunning film. Conceptually, the idea that they're going into this you know bubble that's expanding and creating like a different dimension where like you know the DNA of things can like intermingle and instantly forge new things. It's just I don't know. It's a really nifty idea, and I think the ending sequence, especially with that really haunting soundtrack and really haunting imagery, is gonna stay with me forever. So it's just one of those experience movies. It's almost kind of like an anti-road film, you know, because they're like going on a journey the whole time, and then by the time they get to the end of it, it's like everything's gone to hell, and there's no point. They shouldn't have even gone, you know, because when they come out of it, we don't even know if they're them anymore. You know, it's one of those kind of movies. So it's definitely not as good as Stalker, but I don't really know if it was necessarily trying to be. But I don't know.
Yeah, you mentioned the ending. I remember liking it too, and I still have some of the shots in my mind, even though most of the film has escaped me.
Yeah. But that ending, though, damn it.
Yeah, the ending.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's good. I don't hate it or anything, but I just don't see it as like a 5 out of 5. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because this director, Alex Garland, it's like he's going downhill in overall opinion of his films. It's like he started out really high. Everyone really liked. Yeah, well, unless you consider The Beach to typically be his, because he wrote that story. But in terms of like the films that he's also directed, Ex Machina was like this big, hullabaloo. At least where I'm at, it was people were really whispering about it being like this really, really amazing intellectual sci-fi film. And then, Annihilation came along and they were like, oh, it's not quite as good, and then, man, when Men came out, man, people, they hate that movie. I actually really like the film Men. I think it's very misunderstood, but that's a different conversation. But
Yeah, I haven't seen it, so
yeah, but it's it is interesting because I don't hate Men, but I have ranked his films similarly. Like this is lower than Ex Machina for me, for instance. Ex Machina is also on this list. It's just much higher. But
yeah, I like Ex Machina more too.
Yeah, much more to be fair.
Yeah.
I do.
But yeah, my choice next. So I think this is probably gonna be on your list too. So it's Parasite.
Yes.
Yeah.
Much higher for me.
Yeah. So I saw this on the cinema just before the pandemic, and I haven't seen it since. And I kind of wonder sometimes because I feel like certain films I like more on the cinema than when I watch them again at home. So I kind of wonder whether I will still love it as much. But I just found this to be pretty much a perfect film. It had like perfect comedy, perfect like thriller elements, perfect even kind of slight horror elements and drama elements. And I also like the way how they have the two families and you kind of can sympathize and kind of criticize both of the families. They are kind of with the shades of gray and not black and white. So I enjoyed that. Although even though when the Song Kang-ho character stabs the rich guy, like that's just to me it just brings all this kind of worker revolution into my mind and stuff like that. I remember back then I was still like on the right, so I kind of was looking at that like fucking Marxist garbage. but now I like it. Now I like it. Now that we are both radical leftists, we like that stuff.
Yeah.
Fuck the rich. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the what prompts it, of course, is the sort of visualization of the thing that's been said out loud the whole film, but is also kind of a metaphor for something deeper, which is like the poor smell different. The poor have this, they have this stink to them, like that's kind of like it's sort of said out loud by the characters, but obviously it's speaking to sort of more hierarchical mindsets and everything. And so it's when he pinches his nose in response to the impoverished guy. I think that just sets the guy off, and he just like, fuck you, I'm just gonna stab you now. But yeah, I guess I can unpack it a bit more when we come across it again on my list. But yeah, it's very, very nuanced and not nearly as black and white as I think some people have perceived it to be, while it still succeeds in making its commentary. So it's a very, very intelligent film. So
yeah, I remember many of the American right wingers weren't happy with the film, but they
well,
have such an awful taste in everything. So
yeah, they're not. I was gonna say they're not happy with much these days, so it's okay.
Yeah.
And
obviously they had to watch the film with subtitles, so that's a problem for them. So.
Oh well, yeah, they have trouble with reading. But I will say that I'm actually pretty jealous because you keep talking about how you saw this movie and this movie and this movie in cinemas. It's like, dude, like how are you able to like go to the cinema and see all these, especially like the earlier films that have been like, I guess, getting re-release events. I mean, when I lived in New York, I had the opportunity to go to sort of these art house theaters and kind of see some of these films. But where I'm at now currently, it just does not. I don't have the opportunity to do that. So I'm very, very jealous that you have the chance to to do that sort of thing.
Well, I don't have any more, but when I was living in London, yeah.
No, it was London.
That's a
Okay,
great
okay.
city. So yeah.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, to see.
But I mean, my university has a cinema that sometimes shows like art house films. They even have posters for like Pasolini and Godard films there.
Well, that's very cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, London. Obviously, it's the big city syndrome. You know, everything, all the culture goes there, funnels into there, and then we just have to pick up the scraps. Some of these movies, unfortunately, in the words of David Lynch, I even had to watch on my fucking telephone. Even though I wouldn't have wanted to, ideally, but we do what we got to do.
I've never sank that low, but
yeah. Well, hey, I guess I just outed myself as the peasant that I am. So yeah, are we at 190 now?
Yeah.
Yeah. My 190 is Shame by Ingmar Bergman. I do have other Bergman films a bit lower than this, and I have several higher than this. So this is not, it's not my least favorite Bergman, and it's not my favorite, but it is higher up there. Yeah, I think it's great. I think Liv Ullmann's always great. I think Max von Sydow's always great. I think the framing of it as like you're following the disintegration of this marriage in the midst of this war that's sort of chasing them around, even though they're trying to escape it. They go off to this island and they try to just be simple farmers, and then know that the conflict comes there and there's a civil unrest, and then it just goes from one thing to the next until you see Max von Sydow's character make some pretty sinister decisions. I think it's fair to say. And I think he's, obviously he's pushed to do them from circumstance, but how much of that is character, how much of it is circumstance, can we really say? It's actually one of my favorite performances of his. I think he's really, really fantastic in it.
Yeah, this is one of my favorites as well, but it's not on my top 200, although it might have been if I had rewatched it, but as I didn't remember that much, but I didn't want to have it here. But I also think it's one of Max von Sydow's best performances. I think the film explores his character in a very deep way, his kind of masculinity, how he's a bit more kind of less earnest and less tough than he is in some other films. He's kind of a bit more, I would say, feminine, for the lack of the better word, in this film. So that's what I really like about his performance, that it is so different to his other performances. Yeah,
I agree.
And Liv Ullmann is my favorite actress, so I always love her. So.
Oh, she's always great.
Yeah. But yeah, so my turn. So next is a first animated film on my list. So I recently rewatched this. So it's My Neighbor Totoro from Studio Ghibli, from Hayao Miyazaki. So this was actually the first Miyazaki film I ever watched, and it was the only one that I watched as a kid. The other ones I've had to watch as an adult, but as a kid I didn't like it as much, because as a kid I loved things like Pokemon, Dragon Ball Z, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, these kind of action-packed animated stuff. So this was kind of maybe a bit too boring for me at that age, but now I just absolutely adored it. I think the child characters are so well done, and I cried in the end. It just got me so emotional for some reason. I love the Totoro, again, the monster or whatever. I think he's funny and cool and well done. And this is a very low-key story, very simple story. There aren't too many big things happening in the film, but it's so charming and so beautiful. Great score. The animation is obviously absolute perfection, and great characters. And I tend to maybe like the bit more low-key Studio Ghibli films, and we will have another one later on that is a bit similar to this. Yeah.
Well, I'm actually really pleased to hear this, because I could have just been misunderstanding, but I feel like maybe it was a long time ago when you were making your initial videos before you started kind of sort of not rebranding, but you had made some videos before that I don't think are on your channel anymore. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I don't know when this was, but I think in the past you made a comment about how you didn't really fully understand the Studio Ghibli love, but maybe I'm misremembering that. But
I said that because again I used to not be as much into anime, but now I've kind of this year actually regained my love for anime that I had as a kid. So now I'm kind of fully on board with the Studio Ghibli stuff, and I really want to watch some of the ones again that I watched when I was younger and when I wasn't into this stuff as much. But now I'm just all about anime, so I again watch lots of anime shows now and films. So I'm kind of trying to become a bit more of an expert on it as I've now really fallen in love with it. So.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, it is on my list too. It's higher up, so I won't linger in this entry, but I'll just say that I do think something that's sort of sneaks up on you about, especially the sort of simpler Miyazaki films in the Ghibli lineup, is that there's a lot of sort of slice of life style Japanese drama in those. You know, there's a lot of influence from people like Ozu and stuff. I think, and if you're not as familiar with that style, you might not understand why it's being sort of presented in this, at least in the West, what is perceived as like an exclusively kid-friendly kind of art style, you know. But there really is a lot more depth there. I mean, kids can enjoy it. It's very kid-friendly, but it's also got a lot of depth to it and a lot of humanity to it that kind of just sort of holds up a mirror to the audience and gets them to kind of think about their own their own daily lives, and finding the magic in it again, like the two kids do in the film. There's also some Spirit of the Beehive in Totoro, I feel, as well, maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
Talking about child imagination, but yeah. So my 189 is a movie that I've recently seen, and I believe you saw my review of already, and that's The Other Side of the Wind, Orson Welles.
Yeah.
My initial review was, I think, 4.5 out of 5, but then I watched it again and I bumped it up to a full 5. I really am very, very impressed by this movie. And again, when I try to find my appreciation for a film, I try to do so in a contextual way when possible. So I try to think about the time and place. And obviously, this film didn't come out until 2018, but it was pretty much done, shortly before Welles's death, and it was even being shot and worked on even in the late 70s. So I tried to kind of keep that in mind when watching the film, about how revolutionary and daring and difficult and impenetrable elements of it are, really, even for today's standards, but certainly for then. He was, it's sort of it's a film within a film kind of thing. The framing device it's like a cobbled together a bunch of found footage from a combination of like newsreels, and then also like press people walking around, and then also a documentary crew that was hired by the John Huston character, because John Huston plays a old school Hollywood director who's trying to make a comeback film, and of course that's what Orson Welles himself was trying to do with this movie. There's definitely some Welles in the character, but it's also kind of more of an expose portrayal of the really corrupt elements and exploitative elements of people with power in Hollywood, and how it's always been, but how it certainly was then as well. John Huston is great in it. He plays a real piece of shit, but he does it really brilliantly. And then basically he's holding this event where he's showing an early cut of this movie that he's made for his his friends and some press people, and then you get to the film within a film sequences, and it's a completely different movie. Suddenly it goes out to full widescreen, and like the colors just pop. It looks like so crisp. It could have been made yesterday. It's such a modern looking film, the film within in a film sequence. It has a lot of different layers going on to it, but I don't know if you've seen it, so I don't want to completely like give away the ending of the story, but
I haven't actually seen it, although I, of course, want to watch it because I'm a big Orson Welles fan, and I currently have Netflix subscription as I'm rewatching Gilmore Girls, so
okay.
I could watch it soon.
Yeah. I mean, I do recommend it. I don't know if you will respond to it quite as positively as I have, because it's kind of split people. Some people don't think that it is that good because they argue that it's not really a Welles film since he didn't complete it himself. But from what I understand, they had enough of his blueprint for the film and enough notes left behind to where it's pretty close to what his vision of the movie would have been. You know, it's nothing like the Don Quixote situation where it's like, you know, I don't know if you've seen that.
No.
But it's basically like just like a handful of things that were shot and then a bunch of other stuff that this porno director came along and shot to fill in the gaps and kind of sutured it all together. And it was not Orson Welles' film, but I think this one, you could argue, definitely is. So definitely worth checking out.
So I'm really excited to talk about my next choice, as it is a big classic of gay cinema. It's Rowdy Herrington's Roadhouse. Yeah, so this was the action movie that I was talking about in the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know why I absolutely just love this film. I just like this kind of very stupid 80s, like homoerotic action movies, and I wish that action movies would go back to this type of ridiculousness and homoeroticism, because it's just so much fun. Again, the main character is called Dalton. He's the second best bouncer in the state, and he has a PhD in philosophy.
Oh, wow.
But,
okay.
Yeah. And again, this film contains my favorite quote of all time, and it's, "I used to fuck guys like you in prison." Like that's such a great line.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I've never even heard of this movie, but now I feel like I have to watch it.
Yeah.
Just from your description.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's about bar fights and that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's
Okay.
kind of an action comedy. Yeah, stupid one.
Wow. Well, my 188 pick is Late Spring. So this is my highest so far rated Ozu film, so it's going to be the only Ozu film that I have on my list. I really love the work of Ozu, but it's not, I don't know, I haven't seen, I mean, the first essay video I did on my channel was about sort of simplicity in cinema and how Ozu is kind of a master at it, and so I clearly have a lot of respect for his craft and how he goes about it, and but I don't know, there's just something about Late Spring in particular that so far has just, it's affected me more so than his other films, even something like Tokyo Story, which I know is the one that everyone always cites as being like his best by far. I don't agree with that. I even think that Good Morning is slightly better than Tokyo Story, but that's just my personal take on it. But yeah, Late Spring, you know, a lot of the films that Ozu made during this time were, of course, informed a lot by sort of the westernization that was going on, you know, in Japan in the wake of the war, and sort of how, you know, sort of the the American government kind of went over there and essentially sort of just rewrote everything. I mean, they had a hand in rewriting the Constitution. I mean, you know, it was really, really not good in my opinion, and a lot of other people's opinion too. Even under the circumstances of what led to it, I think you can definitely make a case that there's a line that you do not cross, and I think that line was definitely crossed in this case. And so the cultural identity of people in Japan was, for some, I think, in crisis, and in others, at least, in a very real state of shift. And that informs a lot of these stories, even if it's not explicit. So there's a line here where one of the characters says something along the lines of, you know, oh, this is you know, this is great. This is a great city. It's so clean. You know, it's not covered in soot and dust. You know, it's such a clean city, and of course that's a reference to the, you know, the fallout from you know, what happened in the wake of the end of World War II with the bombs and everything. And I think I don't know. It's just so much of this stuff had to be sort of done kind of under the radar, because there was still a lot of limitations to the stuff you could or could not outwardly say in movies like this. Of course, this is sort of toward the end of that period somewhat. It's 1949, so it a few years had passed by that point where they were kind of starting to be a little bit more lax on that. But movies like this were being made at the time, sort of more readily and more frequently than, say, the period piece films about samurai and stuff, which started coming back around this time and sort of into the 50s. It started becoming a lot more big again. But initially in the wake of World War II, a lot of directors in Japan, they could only make films like this, and be free to express themselves artistically, because things like samurai swords for a while were kind of frowned upon as being depicted on film, like right at the tail end of when this stuff was happening. And so I don't know. I think that you kind of have to go into these movies with that context a bit to kind of understand about how there's oftentimes movies like this with Ozu. There's generational conflict of sorts, where the older generation is expecting something of the younger generation in a given family, and then the younger generation might have a different idea of what they want to do, what they want to pursue in life. Some of it might be informed by the westernization, some of it might not be. It's hard to tell. The line kind of blurs at some point. And so it's really interesting character study on tradition and culture in a state of shift and flux, and also how that affects the personal lives and relationships of everyday people in Japan. And I know that this is I think this is one of 3 films that are sort of informally known as the Noriko trilogy, because like there's a character named Noriko played by the same actress in every movie, but they're not the same character. They just happen to have the same name. So I don't really know beyond that if there's any kind of thematic connection. But yeah, the final shot of this movie just kind of wrecks me, where you see the father kind of pulling back the veil of his politeness and his what he believed was owed to the world by sort of marrying his daughter off, and then you just see him kind of go home alone, and he just kind of hangs his head, and it's just a really heartbreaking moment for me. But I don't know. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, it's on my list too, but I would rank couple Ozu's a bit higher. But again, ranking Ozu films is extremely difficult because they do blend in your head a little bit, because they are quite similar to each other. But I like that you mentioned the final shot of the film, because I was also going to mention that, because that's such a tearjerker moment. And I actually saw this film in the cinema too, and obviously seeing it in there makes that scene even more powerful. And there was even some like introduction by some like film academic there, although I don't remember much about the introduction. But a great film to see in the cinema, although it was quite sad that there were like 350 seats, but there were maybe only like 100 people there. So what are people thinking? Yeah,
that's a shame. Yeah, I would love to be able to see an Ozu film in cinemas. That must have been great.
Yeah, it's the only one I have seen in the cinema too. So
yeah,
but yeah,
well,
my
more
turn.
than I have. So
yeah, my turn. So this is another Japanese film, another one that not many people have seen, although there is a famous American remake of this that many people have seen. But it's a film called Hachiko, which is about this Akita dog. It's based on a true story, and the Akita dog again is owned by this professor, but then the professor dies, but then the dog never forgets his owner, and he always goes to the place where he used to meet the professor after his workday, and he does that for year after year after year. And it's such a tragic story that this dog loved his owner so much that he never forgets him. And again, as a dog lover, it's a really tough watch and a tearjerker and a very sentimental film, but so beautiful as well. And yeah, it's all about the kind of emotional connection that you have to it. It's not like the most intellectual movie out there, but it's such a beautiful movie.
I'm familiar with the story, and I've seen it depicted multiple times in other ways, like on television shows and other films and stuff. But I haven't seen this film. But I will someday. I want to. It is a heartbreaking story.
Yeah, and
makes
this is another
makes you cry every time.
And it's another one that is quite hard to track down. The American version is very easy to find, but this one isn't.
Yeah. Well, My 187 is we're going back to Hollywood with this one. It's A Place in the Sun with Montgomery Clift and Elizabeth Taylor. So yeah, this movie is it's about the idea of building up your own legend as a means of trying to better yourself and give yourself more opportunities in life for what you perceive success to be. Putting on airs, associating with certain people, taking advantage of networking and other various opportunities to sort of, sociologists talk about, everyone plays dramaturgy when they go outside. Everyone puts on a mask. Everyone does a certain amount of play acting, and this film is all about how far that goes, and when real life circumstances can get in the way of the legendary version of yourself that you're trying to create, and what lengths you might go to avoid those two worlds colliding. So yeah, it's pretty brilliant, especially for a Hollywood film at the time, in my opinion.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, so I cannot comment.
Gotcha. No, understood. I think you would like it. You may not like it quite as much as I did, but I don't know.
I definitely want to see it. So
yeah, it's good. I had kind of a personal connection to it because I could relate somewhat to the main character. I mean, not with not with everything he does in the film. I don't want to make that mistake, but just the aspirations that he has, and the need that he feels, to sort of become this other version of himself that he thinks will get him further ahead in life. I think a lot of us can relate to that, and so it makes the drama that unfolds much more like I got secondhand heart palpitations and secondhand cringe for Montgomery Clift's character several times in the movie, because you can imagine yourself in these situations to a certain extent. So
yeah. So my next pick is a Pasolini film. It's the Decameron. So it's based on that Boccaccio collection of short stories that has like hundreds of short stories, but this film only takes 6 of them. And this is one of Pasolini's funniest films. You, for example, have horny nuns in here that just want to get laid so bad. And that's really funny. And Pasolini, obviously, as he is a very radical filmmaker and radical thinker, he really does that brilliantly, and you'd say radical way, and not like, how do you say it? He doesn't like make it too clean, but he shows it for what it is.
yeah.
But yeah, to me, it's just such a fun movie, and it's a great critique of religion, and as all Pasolini films are, it's very political, and it's about these big philosophical themes. But this is also one that I've only seen once, but I just remember that I had such a blast with it, and it's actually my favorite Pasolini film, which is a quite a controversial thing to say, but it's just my favorite. So yeah.
I have yet to dive into Pasolini, and unfortunately, I'm embarrassed to say that, but it's coming. One of these days I'll do it, but I have not dived into that filmography yet, so I can't really comment. But I will take your recommendation. Should that be the first Pasolini that I watch? What do you think?
You should start with Salo.
Okay. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. All right. I've heard that before. So
yeah.
Okay. Next for me, 186 is Drive My Car. I think so far it's the most modern film. I think it's the most recent film so far that's hit my list. Yeah, it came out in 2021. It's another one of those sort of Japanese slice of life films, with a lot of depth going on sort of underneath the surface, involving the mindsets of the characters, and sort of how past experiences in their lives have colored their behavior and their way of thinking, and how that plays out in their relationships with new people that they meet, and how those dynamics might be affected by the past, and then how things change over time, and how people process past experiences. And it's just a very relatable, human, down to earth slice of life film. But the acting is absolutely brilliant. It's about artists to a certain degree, and the cinematography is gorgeous. So it's just one of those sort of everyday story movies that is very heightened by all the elements in a way that I think bumps it up to my short list. So
Yeah, I watched this very recently and I absolutely loved it, and it's gonna be on my list too, a bit higher.
oh, nice.
And
Yeah.
and again, it's my favorite film, like from the last, I don't know, 5-6 years, basically post Twin Peaks return. This is my favorite film.
Okay. Wow. So
Yeah,
that's
it's
definitely
just
high praise coming from you, because I know that you're not as partial to modern cinema as I am.
yeah.
So
Although I've started to say that it might be just that I haven't seen the right films, but
who knows?
because I could be wrong. Again, I try to be open-minded. So
That's all we can do. It's as soon as we've closed our minds, then we're not growing anymore as people.
yeah.
So
But it's funny how like I love modern music and I listen to like new albums, like dozens of new albums every year that are coming out. But with films, it's very different.
yeah, well, it's easier for music to remain very open and democratized and accessible to everyone, whereas the film industry is still operating in such a way to where it's still a bit harder to sort of dig beneath the surface and find the artistic gems that are coming out every year.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of the best films that are coming out right now are still going to be, you know, they're trapped in film festival venues. I mean, I love those kind of venues, but not everyone can access those, you know. So who knows how long we have to wait sometimes before, you know, the really great gems of a certain year become widely available. Whereas with music nowadays, you know, all you have to do is just upload your own shit to Bandcamp, you know, and you're out there. So yeah, I think access is a big factor in why you might be seeing that discrepancy to a certain degree.
But yeah, there are many recent films that I'm really excited to watch, but we'll see if my mind changes.
We will see.
Oh, it's my turn now. Yeah. But we will go back to Drive My Car when I talk about it later on.
Okay, yeah, please do, because I want to hear more of your thoughts on it.
Yeah. But my next film is a Hollywood film from the early 60s. It's called Days of Wine and Roses.
Oh, yes, that little
yeah,
film.
Yeah, starring the great Jack Lemmon, and this is one of his best performances. And again, this is a very kind of a relatable film for me, as my family is full of alcoholics, so I've kind of had to deal with those type of people my whole life, so I know what it is like, even though I'm not an alcoholic myself.
Yeah.
But I think this is a great, very accurate portrayal of it. I think some people who haven't experienced this might say that it's a bit over the top or whatever, but I don't think it's over the top. I think it's a very authentic film about it, and a very crushing film with a crushing ending, with great performances and such an hard-hitting story. And to me, the 60s wasn't the best decade for Hollywood. I like the previous decades and the decade that comes after the 60s, but I think this is one of the true gems of 1960s Hollywood cinema.
Yeah, I agree. It didn't make my short list, but it is in my larger list. I also have experience with alcoholism in my family's past, so I agree with you. I don't think that the depiction of it at all is inaccurate. I mean, especially that scene where you know, he's crawling out to the greenhouse to get the last bit that he, you know, that was stashed there, you know, and it's just, you know, you can just see the need that he has in his whole being to get this in his system, you know. And if people haven't lived through it, that might seem kind of cartoonish or exaggerated, but I've seen that kind of behavior from people, like in real life. Absolutely. And of course, Jack Lemmon is almost always brilliant. He's great in it. Blake Edwards, I think, was one of those directors who was trying to sort of push the envelope a bit in the 60s. I do agree with you. I think the 60s, it's actually a pretty highly rated decade for me on average. Maybe not necessarily the Hollywood films always. I think it was kind of a decade of shift in Hollywood. You know, some directors were starting to kind of explore a little bit more and try to push the envelope again, you know, after the Hays Code was starting to kind of evaporate, and people were starting to really kind of push the boundaries of what you could depict and how you could depict it. And I think Blake Edwards did a good job. I mean, aside from his comedies, but like his dramas, I think he did a really good job of presenting the world in a pretty realistic, sort of drab, not very frilly, kind of more down to earth way. His other big film that I feel is similar in style and also has Lee Remick in it is Experiment in Terror. I don't know if you've seen that, but
I haven't.
it's really, really good. Highly recommend it. So yeah, great movie. Doesn't quite make my short list, but it's a great movie. I kind of have a tug of war in my mind over which film between this one and The Lost Weekend I like more in terms of the way it depicts alcoholism grabbing hold of people. I think this is definitely the more gritty one, but I really, really like Ray Milland's performance in The Lost Weekend.
Yeah, I like The Lost Weekend too, but I like Days of Wine and Roses way more than The Lost
Way
Weekend.
more? Okay, yeah. See, for me, they're a bit closer, but yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, one more thing is that what you said about 1960s, that to me it's also my favorite decade for cinema, but it's for like because like Japanese cinema and European cinema, but American
Yes.
cinema was a bit weaker in the 60s. But
Yes.
overall, 60s is my favorite.
100%. Yes. The 60s is only as highly rated as it is for me because of all the other stuff that was going on elsewhere in the world, not necessarily the American cinema as much.
Yeah, the Godards and Kobayashis and
Yes.
the people that we are going to talk about later.
Yes. Yes, as we climb higher up this ladder. Yeah. All right. Well, my 195 is Spirit of the Beehive. Yeah. I think this movie is. I wasn't expecting to love it as much as I now do. Even after I had my initial watch of it, I felt like I understood what it was trying to do. I respected the artistry of it, but for some reason I didn't think that it was going to click with me in a more personal way. And yet it's one of those films where I don't know if you've had this happen where you initially finish it and you're thinking, oh, yeah, that was really well done, but I don't know if it's going to be, a favorite. And then later that night or maybe the next day, it creeps back into your mind and you start thinking about it again, and it's like, oh, okay, there must be something else there that's going on because I keep being drawn back to thinking about this movie. So there's like a subconscious connection there, maybe more so than a conscious one. And that's absolutely the experience that I had with Spirit of the Beehive. I think it's one of the best films I've seen that really captures that sense of childlike wonder that can really kind of elevate a childhood experience into something magical, no matter what environment the child is actually living in a given moment, And of course, the whole element of how, the character of the monster from the Frankenstein movie is seen as a friendly sort of spirit animal kind of character almost, for the main child character is actually really, really sweet and tender. And there's a really, really beautiful moment toward the end of the film where we kind of leap into her imagination with her and kind of see that manifest in a really, really beautiful way, I think.
Yeah, so this is a film that I really like. It would probably be my like near favorites list if I were to do one, but this is one that I desperately need to rewatch. But I remember that I liked the other Victor Erice film a bit more, El Sur. Like I like that.
I haven't seen that one yet.
Yeah, and of course there's a new Victor Erice film in the film festivals this year, which is apparently quite good. So I'm looking forward to that one as well.
Yeah, Close Your Eyes, right?
Yeah, I think that's what it is called.
Yeah.
But yeah, so my next pick is like extremely mainstream, possibly the most mainstream in the whole list. So it's the Lion King, the 90s Lion King. So
nice.
So this is more due to nostalgia, probably. I don't know if I were to watch it for the first time now, whether I would like it as much, but this has my favorite Disney villain in it, Scar.
Yeah.
I absolutely love Scar. Like he's so evil and awful, and I love how he's animated. Like love that. And one scene that really destroys me every time is when Mufasa dies.
Oh yeah.
I'm back when I was a teenager because my father died when I was a teenager, so it was really hard scene to watch back then, and I sometimes skip the scene because it was too emotional, as it related to my real life. But now I can watch that scene. But yeah, Mufasa is such a great character with the James Earl Jones voice acting, and Simba's story is also great. How he is this stupid kid in the beginning, and then he goes to the Hakuna Matata, and then he becomes this great lion in the end. Like, it's great story, and I think such a great story for little children to kind of see how you can get through these awful things in your life and how you can get better. And well, I guess that's very American thing, that almost like an American dream, but in an animal world in Africa. But so now I started to think about Forrest Gump again.
No, we'll not through Forrest Gump, but I'm sure we'll cross that discussion threshold again later on in some other context. But well, the story. I mean, the story. I mean, quite literally, the story is Hamlet. I mean, you know, that's what it is in terms of, you know, what was used as the inspiration for the the blueprint of the story. But I mean, it's clearly its own take on it, and it offers, like you said, it offers a very hopeful twist to it that kind of, I think, can appeal to little kids who might have gone through a loss or a crisis of identity of some kind. And I think that it's done tastefully. I don't think it's necessarily has to be applied to the American dream myth concept. I think it can be taken on its own, you know, merits as something worthwhile. But I'll talk about it more, my take on it later on, because it's very, very high for me, and I will even go so far as to challenge what you're saying and actually argue that it is not nostalgia, that this really is truly one of the greatest films ever made. But I'll make that case when we get to it on my list. But
yeah, and I'm not sure whether it's just nostalgia, but I just think it might be. But
I mean,
yeah, it's definitely a great story. Yeah,
it's definitely a factor for sure. It's. I'm not saying that it's not at all involved in my love. I probably wouldn't put it as high as I do if there weren't some nostalgia for it. But again, I'll unpack it a bit more when we get there. On.
Did you like the new version that came out a few years ago?
I hated the new version. It's like when Gus Van Sant completely remade Psycho, like completely, like shot for shot. They even used the same script, you know. It's like, why do this, you know? And it felt very much like that in this case. I mean, it's pretty much the same movie, except it's not the same movie at all, if that makes any sense. You know, it's because they stuck so close to the original. It was as if the movie had no identity of its own, the remake, you know. And just so hollow, so empty, so uninspired, and just, oh God, let's move on.
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. Maybe you liked it. Did you like it?
I mean, I thought it was fairly entertaining in the cinema, but obviously very bland, and like you said, like a shot-for-shot remake. So
yeah,
so I never want to watch it again. But it was a fine, like, one-time watch in the cinema.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how it was for me. I mean, it's not necessary to watch it again. I guess I'm just so hard on it because I know that the original had so much real inspiration behind it, and the remake just felt so hollow and corporate by comparison, you know. But anyway, whose turn is it?
Your turn.
Okay, so we're at my 184, and that is, let me pull it up here. Yes, King Vidor's The Crowd. I genuinely think this is one of the best silent films ever made, not just because it's thought of in this iconic sense, but because if you look at the craft that's involved in making it and the way that it was made, I mean, they would actually sneak cameras into candid places so they could capture footage of the city without people realizing it. So they could actually capture real moments of people on the street of the city. And that kind of stuff just hadn't really been done yet, you know. And then of course there's the iconic sequence where, you know, everyone cites it, where the camera pans up this really awesome model of the building and then zooms in, and then it dissolves into, you know, like a transition into the actual office itself. And of course it's cartoonishly depicted in a way that probably couldn't be literally quite this big, but it's like this massive room with just, seemingly endless desks of pencil pushers. They're all just cogs in the big machine. And then, slowly the camera pans into just one pencil pusher in particular. And there's your protagonist, and that really sets the mood for the whole film's message in a way. It's the idea of, trying to find something to grab onto in this ever expanding, hustling, bustling world that they were living in at the time, where industry and progress and all of that, for their own sakes, were kind of the goal, and you weren't seen as worth anything unless you got a piece of that pie. And so our protagonist is just fighting for what he considers to be the ideal life for him. He's got to get married, he's got to do this, he's got to make so much money, he's got to do this, he's got to do that. And through that journey, we see both the highs and the lows of what I'm sure many real life people were experiencing at that time, who lived in a similar kind of world, where it's like working class people trying to become slightly more upper class, off the sweat of their brow. And the film actually does allow for the very real possibility that that's not going to happen in the end. It depicts the tragedies, it depicts the downsides. And yeah, I got really invested in the characters, and I think it's actually a beautiful character drama.
Yeah, so this is a film that I remember liking a lot, but I don't remember anything about the film.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, fair enough. Well, take my word for it. It's great.
Yeah. One flaw of mine as a cinema watcher is that, like, I have like lots of struggle to remember some of the silent films that I watch. I don't know why they are so much harder to remember well, but for some reason it's harder for me. Yeah.
Well, I think there's kind of there's an extra degree of separation there, is my theory, and it's been my theory on this for a while, because with the absence of the actual literal sound from the stuff you're looking at, there is a level of disconnect between you and the people that you're watching. They're almost kind of existing in this sort of uncanny other world, in a sense. You can't hear their voices, their expressions are often very exaggerated, they're wearing this creepy makeup, to kind of make their faces show up well on the camera. And no matter how iconic a scene might be, or a film overall might be, for some people, I think it takes a bit more engagement with it, and like repeat watches, to kind of really let the emotional human aspects of it sink in. Whereas with talkies, of course, it's much easier to kind of make that immediately, that immediate human affect, right away. But that's just my crackpot theory about it. Who knows?
Yeah, I think you are probably right. So, but yeah, it's my choice next. So this next one I talked about recently when I was invited to Chris Mohan's Something Blue podcast. But it's Nagisa Oshima's Taboo, or Gohatto in Japanese. So it's his last film that he ever did in the late 90s. So it's about this samurai establishment, and this 18-year-old, very beautiful looking guy goes there, and then many of the samurai fall in love with him. So it's this kind of gay story in this very masculine samurai world. So it kind of explores this, again, gayness and queerness in a very oppressive system. So it's a very interesting film in that way, and a very daring film, especially for a Japanese film in the 90s, because Japan is a very conservative country, even though obviously they are kind of moving on with the times with the queer stuff too, but still very conservative country. But Nagisa Oshima, as we know him, he is someone who doesn't give a fuck what other people think about his films. He did whatever he wanted, and he was one of those directors who always did something new and tried new things, and all of his films are different from each other, and that's why I love him and why he's one of my favorite directors. And I think I have another one of his films later on the list, and I believe that one is something that you also love, but we will get to it later.
Yeah. So what you're telling me about this one is that it's the Japanese Botrabai.
Yeah, basically. They came out in the same year too. So
yeah, there you go. No, I definitely want to watch it. It sounds great. I'm lacking in my Oshima knowledge. I need to really up my game on that and watch more of his films.
This is on the Rare film site too, by the way.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, awesome. Well, my my 183 is Satoshi Kon's Paprika. So this director, I have a really interesting relationship with Satoshi Kon's films because his was one of the very first sort of adult focused anime films I'd ever seen. Like one that was really truly meant for an adult audience with very, very adult content, very deep psychological themes, very challenging, almost impenetrable, artiness to some of the sequences. And of course, that film was Perfect Blue, which I'll get to much later. This one doesn't even come close to that, and yet I still can't help but consider it on my short list because even though of the films of his that have made this list, it definitely feels like the most um, straightforward. Weirdly, even though the presentation is not straightforward at all, it's very graphically rich and abstract. But the story and the linearity of the narrative is almost shockingly easy to follow, or at least was for me. And I guess I was kind of wishing there was more depth to it. And so when I initially watched it, I didn't really know if I loved it as much as I loved some of his other best films. But upon rewatching it a few more times, I grew to realize that I do love this film quite a bit. It's not, again, it's not one of his more impenetrable films. It's not one of his artier films, but it is very artistically done, very beautifully done. And I think a lot of the visual ideas in it are very interesting, and the themes and the story are they're good, they're fine, but it's basically just a kind of a police procedural when you kind of move out of the way all of the visual flair. At least that's how I feel about the film. I don't know if you feel differently, but I feel like the plot itself is very straightforward for Satoshi Kon, and so that's why it's ranked a bit lower than the others that are on this list. But for the sheer artistry involved, I can't be honest with myself and not include it in my short list somewhere. So here it is.
Yeah, I think it's a really beautiful and a great film. I actually went through the Satoshi Kon's filmography this year. The only one I haven't seen is the mini series that he did. I don't remember the name of it now, but
Paranoia Agent.
yeah, that one I haven't seen. But
Yeah.
but Paprika is probably my second favorite at the moment. My favorite is actually Tokyo Godfathers, which I know is maybe a bit more simple and kind of less complex than the other ones, but I just connected with that kind of more emotionally.
Yeah, it's a great
And
one too. Yeah.
And I think one thing to mention about Paprika is obviously the connection to Inception, which is a film that I kind of hate.
Oh yeah,
So,
me too, brother. Preach it.
yeah. And
Yeah.
the Inception fanboys are just,
Yeah.
I don't
Well, the Nolan fanboys in general. I mean, look, I have nothing against Christopher Nolan personally. I actually think he's extremely talented and brilliant and can make really amazing stuff when he wants to. But I think the fault is more with just his fan base and how they kind of have formed something of a cult of personality around the guy, which I think is dangerous in any situation. I mean, it doesn't matter how much I might respect the artist. If the artist's fans annoy me, I'm going to be honest about that, you know.
Yeah.
And when it comes to Nolan fans, it absolutely that happens, you know. And this is a film that clearly visually inspired Inception in a lot of ways.
But Paprika looks beautiful visually, but Inception looks so fucking bland. It's about dreams, but it's just all like blue and gray and just roads going upside down, but nothing else. So it's not very creative film.
Well, I think that also speaks to the power of animation that I think a lot of people tend to underestimate or maybe ignore for whatever reason. I mean, in fact, my own family, there are people in my own family who are like this, who they're film enthusiasts like me. Some of them are, but not all of them like animation, and even fewer of them like Japanese animation. They have this bias, this idea in their head that it all looks cheap and like Saturday morning cartoon stuff, you know. And I try to explain them that that's not all it is. They don't listen. And when you see a project like this that is about dreams, and it's about dreams interconnecting and being able to kind of move within them, and that kind of stuff with animation, and you can do so much more and make it so much more convincing with pure animation than you can when you're trying to tell a story like that in live action and then use CG effects to kind of morph the live action visuals into something else. You know, the limitations are just so, you know, rigid. You're going to hit a wall eventually, where with really good animation, you don't hit that wall at all. You know, it's like the sky's the limit. If the talent is there, you know, you can visualize something in animation that is so much more awe-inspiring when you're dealing with this kind of really heady thematic stuff with your narrative, you know.
Yeah, I have a friend at university who said to me that people who are into anime should grow up. But I mean, when you watch something like this or Attack on Titan or some of these like really very complex narratives that are clearly for adult audiences because they are so bleak and philosophical, and they have lots of like very hardcore content that isn't for kids. So how can it be just for kids? But I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a kind of exoticism and a sense of othering and orientalism that can kind of crop up with some anime fandom circles, I guess, in the sense that there's some people who say, you know, I like anime, you know, period, as if anime itself is the name of a filmmaker, or, you know, or one franchise, you know. And I think it's more accurate, at least in my case, to not say I like anime. It's I like film, you know, I like cinema, and a lot of film and cinema that I like is also anime, you know.
Yeah.
And I don't think that we should be averse to admitting that when the case is that it's genuinely really brilliant cinema, you know. So
But I think the opinions are changing now because anime is so fucking popular now. Like I know that Attack on Titan, for example, at some point it was the most watched TV show in America and stuff like that. So that's
yeah,
pretty fucking insane.
yeah, it was very big over here. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, my next choice, you might have this on your list, I'm not sure, but it's Wild Strawberries by Ingmar Bergman.
I think that's in my broader list. I think it just narrowly missed my short list, but it is a brilliant film.
So I rewatched this earlier this year, and that was the time when it blew me away. I had watched it one time before that when I was way younger, and then I didn't really get it. And of course, this is one of the more kind of simple Bergman films, and there are several that I like more, but I think this is a very powerful depiction of kind of your thoughts about the world when you get older. Obviously, the main character is this old professor, and we see his kind of how he realizes his mortality. And while this is a simple story in compared to like Persona, for example, this still has some like dream sequences and some ambiguity there as well that makes it interesting. And it's also beautifully shot as well, and one of his probably best films from the 1950s, or maybe his best film from the 1950s, as I like this more than The Seventh Seal. But yeah, such a great movie that I think I will appreciate more and more as I get older myself.
Yeah, it's great. It's a Bergman film that I often don't hear talked about as much as maybe some of his others are. And you know, I don't know. It just seems like most people they know Bergman films, you know, when they all have Max von Sydow in them, you know,
Yeah.
as like the main character, you know. But yeah, I mean, you mentioned the dream sequences. That opening dream sequence in Wild Strawberries is actually one of the most haunting sequences on film, I think. I mean, it's really good, really effective. You know, it without words even, you know what it's saying. Very brilliant stuff.
And once we get to the very top of our list, we can see that we both share the same favorite Bergman film, but
Yeah.
I'm not going to spoil it yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so that was your 183, right?
Yeah.
So my 182 is Jibril Diop Mambetti's Tokiboki. It's great. It's, you know, it's one that's, I think, a bit more well known because it's sort of endorsed by Scorsese and some of the other sort of big to do, you know, American filmmakers who kind of hold a lot of sway in terms of like what foreign language films over here kind of get more love and restoration and exposure. And so at least here in America where I am, you know, it's one of those movies that everyone I think kind of at least has heard the name of at the very least. but it's a great film. It's got a very indie feel to it. I I don't know if it would be considered a good thing or a bad thing to kind of compare its aesthetic a little bit to like maybe an Easy Rider or something. It's better than that. It's not quite that movie, but I'm just saying like that kind of raw, film grain kind of, feeling of like, we're gonna take off on the road and we're gonna make something of ourselves. That kind of idea rings true in this film as well. Obviously, there's a lot of other things going on. There's undertones about, the the idea of like Westernization and French colonialism, and like how much that influences the perception and the wants and desires of the main characters. And there's really fun sequences of sort of kind of like daydreaming fantasies, sort of, throughout the film, sprinkled throughout, kind of mixed with the more gritty reality of these people, these two people trying to sort of gather the resources necessary to kind of go off and make their dreams happen, and make money in Paris is the ultimate goal. And yeah, it's great. I don't have much to say about it other than it's great. I mean, it's one of those films that kind of speaks for itself when you watch it. It's not particularly impenetrable. Yeah, you kind of get it when you watch it, but yeah, it still has a lot to say despite it being more of a straightforward movie, I think.
Yeah, I like the film too, even though it's not on my list. But it's probably, I would say, maybe the most famous art house film from the continent of Africa. I guess it's
Oh
even
yeah,
in the,
yeah, probably. I would almost certainly say that. Yeah.
and it obviously was in the Sight and Sound top 100, which made the conservatives really angry. But
Oh
yeah,
really? They didn't like that?
no, well, they don't like any black cinema in there because it's
Oh
so
well, yeah,
woke.
okay, yeah, that's
Yeah.
okay. Well, that's a whole other can of worms, but yeah. I didn't realize that movie in particular was taking heat for that, but I mean, I'm not surprised by it either.
I mean, it was just bunch of the, again, they criticized all the black cinema and the female directed cinema on the list, basically.
Well, yeah, of course.
But yeah, I really need to watch it again. And I obviously always say on my channel that I wish that more films from Africa would become like available for us Westerners to watch as well, because I would love to explore more African culture through the films. That I kind of hate to say that like Africa word always, because obviously there are many different cultures and countries in Africa.
Right.
But obviously,
I know
as
what you
we,
mean, though. I mean, the whole continent, though, collectively has been sort of, we've been deprived of a lot of the art in general, I feel like, and that needs to change, and it is starting to change now. But being able to
Yeah, I
kind of
think
dive back into the treasure trove of the past would also be good,
yeah, I think country like Nigeria seems to kind of becoming like a art powerhouse in both terms of like literature and film and stuff. So I think it's definitely changing now, but
Yeah,
and hopefully it will change. Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, so my next pick is a really famous Japanese film called Woman in the Dunes by Hiroshi Teshigahara.
Yeah.
So it's based on that Kobo Abe novel from on the same name, but I haven't read the novel even though I really want to. But this film to me is all about just the beautiful visuals and the lingering, quite hypnotic atmosphere. It just really draws you in, and I really love the kind of two main performances, the people who are in the cabin in the film. And I've also remember reading lots of very interesting analysis about this film that does a bit more kind of political analysis on the film, although I've never kind of been able to analyze it from that lens myself. But I remember reading some like class analysis and stuff like that about the film that was very interesting. So next time I watch the film, I really need to look at it through that lens. So because now I'm mostly just look at it from the aesthetic lens, and it's so beautiful. But
Awesome.
yeah, it has so much to offer, and I think if you haven't seen it, I think you would definitely love this one, as I know we have very similar taste in terms of Japanese cinema.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. It's just one of those films that's been on my watch list forever, and I just haven't gotten around to it just yet. But one day I will. It's definitely the next Teshigahara film specifically that I plan on watching. So
yeah, you watched The Face of Another recently, right?
yes, absolutely loved that one. So
Yeah, that should be coming later on. But
yeah. Well, my next one, my 181, is a film from Poverty Row in old Hollywood, pre-code Hollywood, The Sin of Nora Moran. And the star of it is Zita Johann. She was in very few movies. I think she's absolutely beautiful, talented, should have been in more things. For whatever reason, the circumstances were she wasn't. Um, this film in particular, because it's pre-code Hollywood, it gets away with a little bit more in terms of the story that it's trying to tell. Basically, it's about this woman who wants to be an artist and a performer, and she falls into a situation where she is taken advantage of by the men who hold more power in her circles, and certain circumstances befall her to where she ends up being blamed for a crime that she didn't actually commit, and so she's awaiting her for the sentence to be carried out for this crime in her cell, and the film unfolds with sort of her in her cell as the framing device, and then from there we get a lot of really cool, especially for the time, sort of more abstract stuff. We get dream sequences, we get memories happening out of order, we get nonlinear narratives, we get certain characters from her past sort of weaving in and out of her thoughts along with her, and sometimes it seems like they can see her dreams along with her, and other times it seems like she's just imagining them and they're not really conscious of it. And there's a sequence toward the end where actually the man she loves actually has a vision of her face looking at him right at the moment that something happens in the story that ends up being pretty profound. So it's sort of an underseen film, I think, from that era, but it's one that I was absolutely blown away by, and highly recommend anyone get a chance to watch it. It's free on YouTube. So
yeah, I haven't seen it, but as it is free on YouTube, maybe I will watch it soon.
cool.
So my next choice is a Portuguese movie by Pedro Costa. It's called Horse Money. So it's one of his later works, and it's a very dark movie with a very beautiful style. There's this great contrast between the dark and the light, even though it's mostly dark. But these later Pedro Costa films are all about the kind of immigrant experience, and it shows how the immigrants are very much trapped in the Western society, where there are all these kind of walls around them that they can't escape, and they can't find a good life. They can't find a place that they fit in well, for whatever reason. Again, it doesn't necessarily tell you what the reason is, but obviously it kind of implies that it's definitely the fault of the Western society for not being inclusive enough, as it has those walls around the immigrants that they cannot escape and integrate to the society fully. But Pedro Costa's films, Horse Money included, are just these very dark humanist films that really make you think, and they kind of make you more empathetic for the immigrant experience. Obviously, you should be empathetic for the immigrants anyway, but
Yeah.
okay, but art is something that can even further that, like I like to talk about in my channel. But a beautiful film, but definitely not for everybody, because pretty much nothing happens in the film, and it's slow cinema, that kind of painterly slow cinema that can be very hard to get to. But if you have experience with this type of cinema, I think you would like it, and I think you, a nerd list, would like it too. But again, I would love for you to watch Pedro Costa films sometime in the future.
Yeah, I definitely want to, and I shall. Haven't yet though, so I can't give any thoughts, unfortunately. Okay, so my next one on my list, my 180, is Blaise Pascal by Roberto Rossellini. So this is the second Rossellini film that has been on my list so far. Are you surprised or not surprised that I've ranked it even higher than Europa?
Well, I read your review for it, so I'm not that surprised.
Okay, fair
Yeah.
enough. Yeah, so you know why I like it so much.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean it's fantastic. I think the lead performance by Pierre Arditi is really pretty amazing. He's so captivating as Pascal. You know, he has these long sequences where he'll go on these arguments or speeches, and on behalf of the theories he's postulating, and every time it's just really, really awe-inspiring. It feels like you're listening to the actual Pascal make his case, and of course it's these huge scientific leaps forward that he's proposing. Oftentimes it's these concepts that he's coming up with that really made a huge positive difference in sort of scientific development. And the music in it is also kind of unusual in that it almost feels like horror movie music, at least to me, the way it struck me, because a lot of times we're getting a very sort of introspective, thoughtful take on the character, and so a lot of times it's almost like we're kind of being brought into his mind with him in those sort of quieter moments where we hear that sort of music. And it's a fight every step of the way for him to sort of get a lot of his ideas accepted by the scientific community, but at the same time um, it's not persecutory in the way that it might have been, and indeed was, for certain other scientific thinkers who were a little bit more, I guess, actively hostile toward the establishment of the church in wherever place and time they happened to be in that moment. Pascal was very religious himself. He was very pious, and everyone knew that, and he's very outwardly expressive about that fact. So even though sometimes he struggled with certain scientific authorities to get them to listen to him with some of his more radical ideas, at no point, at least as what the film depicts, it wasn't as if he was ever accused of being a flat-out heretic or anything. But of course, some scholars have said that might have actually been a detriment to his work, because maybe he had too much religiosity and therefore might have gotten in the way of even more leaps forward he could have made for science. But I'm not sure about that. I think if he'd have been a full-blown skeptic at the time, I think he probably wouldn't have made as much headway as he did make, with some of his ideas and inventions being more readily looked at and accepted, such as essentially the first digital calculator, which I did not realize that he built. So yeah, pretty amazing movie. Not a very happy ending, because it follows him all the way up to his literal last breath. But even that sequence is beautifully and artfully done. So
Yeah, I think this would probably be my top 500 if I were to do one, and definitely top 5
yeah.
Rossellini films. And I think many people would find us crazy for enjoying something like this, because I think normal people would see it as such a planned movie where nothing really happens, and aesthetically there's not much going on in it. But I found it to be very thrilling. But of course, I am someone who is very interested in philosophy and philosophers, even though this isn't my field of philosophy. And I would also highly recommend you that film he did on Socrates, which I watched fairly recently. That was a similar type of thing and really good.
Yeah, that's definitely coming down the pike for me soon.
And he also made one on René Descartes,
who
also makes an appearance on this film, I think.
And these were weren't these all just made for they were TV movies, right? When he made them late in his career, almost as I don't know, it's almost as if maybe he wasn't even trying as hard, but they're brilliant anyway. So I don't know,
Well, I've heard that Rossellini kind of thought that TV is a better art form at that time, better art form than film. So that's why he went into TV films. But
yeah, well, that's great then. So he didn't look down his nose at it. He kind of really embraced it.
Yeah. But I'm really looking forward to watching the other ones that I haven't seen, like the one on Descartes and the Age of Medici and those other ones. Yeah. But yeah, so my next one is a Japanese new wave film called Silence Has No Wings by Kazuo Kuroki. So this is from 1966, And this is a film that isn't like very clear what it is about. It's basically follows this bug through Japan, different places in Japan, but it's basically about the different cycles of life and how the world and nature changes. And also, as it is in the mid-60s, it still has that kind of tradition versus modernity theme that many Japanese films of the 20th century have. And it has that kind of stylistic experimentation as Japanese New Wave films tend to have, but it's not as crazy as like Terayama or Yoshida or those weirdos that we are going to talk about later on. But
Right. Yeah.
But it's such a great movie. And again, for people who love 60s, 70s Japanese cinema, Japanese New Wave, I think you would love this film. It's kind of strangely beautiful, even though there's not that much happening in it in the end. And again, I think you would also love this one as you love this period of Japanese cinema.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Cool. My next one, my 179, is another documentary, Filming Othello, Orson Welles.
Yeah.
Have you seen this one?
I haven't. I've seen Othello, but not Filming Othello.
Yeah. So it's actually one of the best documentaries about making movies I've seen. It's primarily told from the cutting room with Orson Welles just kind of speaking directly to the camera. I mean, this is many years after, you know, the movie was actually made, but he's in like an editing room of some sort, so he can like demonstrate, you know, what they did and how they shot certain things, and then sort of, you know, he'll look to the screen, and then that screen will serve as a portal into whatever archival footage he's referring to in that moment. So they have like footage of behind the scenes while they were shooting. He also has he's in conversation with a couple of the actors who were in the film, and they're not talking just about making the movie, but they're just talking about Shakespeare in general and their mutual love of Shakespeare and what it's like playing the different characters on the stage versus in the film. And they even have a sort of an ethical conversation about, you know, the ethics behind, European actors playing the Othello part, you know, traditionally in the play, which I thought was an interesting kind of conversation piece to be having, you know, at that time. You know, he even makes a remark toward the end that you know, if he could make Othello for the first time now, he said, no, that would actually be a great film. You know, so he was always kind of looking to the future of how he could improve on even his past work and how he would do it differently. And yeah, it's just, you know, it's a documentary for film lovers. That's what it is. It's not going to appeal to people who aren't already interested in the technique and the craft that goes into making films, but I found it endlessly fascinating. You know, he talks about the process of how when they shot that one, it was after he, you know, essentially fled Hollywood and went off to Europe to sort of make movies when he could. And so he's talking about how the movie was shot in pieces and they had to like globetrot, and like, you know, the kingdom and the castles were all like different buildings in different countries, and like, you know, just they had to like stop filming for like weeks or months at a time and then come back and like, you know, get everyone together again and like film the rest of the same scene. Now they're in a totally different building, and it's a really awesome examination of how you can make something great with, you know, very little resources if you have a lot of heart and a lot of understanding of you know, how cinema is a very magical sleight of hand almost kind of art form, which of course Orson Welles is very much about. So yeah, but it was great. I loved it. I think if you like Orson Welles, and I know you do, and I think if you like, you know, learning about, you know, the making of, you know, behind the scenes films, I think you'll really like it. So
yeah, sounds interesting. Yeah, but my next choice is another hard to find Finnish film. There aren't that many of them left anymore, but yeah. So this is by Mika Kaurismäki, so not Aki Kaurismäki, but his brother. It's called The Wordless. So this is from the early 80s, and it's basically kind of a thriller, but also a comedy. So it's something that kind of makes fun of the French thrillers of the mid-20th century and also film noir. It has lots of those tropes and cliches there, and it kind of makes fun of that. But it's about this young guy, and there's this art dealer, and there's lots of action and even chase scenes and even shooting scenes. And so it's kind of a thriller, but also a comedy and also a love story. So it's something that's a very fun fun watch, and it has lots of that great commentary about cinema history, you could say. But yeah,
Nice.
a very charming performances as well, but quite hard to find. But I know that you can find this, like if you really scour the internet, there is a copy somewhere there with English subtitles, but it's very hard to find.
Yeah, just kind of crops up now and then. You know where to look, kind of thing. Yeah. This is great because I was actually going to ask you, being Finnish, how many Finnish films are you a fan of? And here you've given me a whole bunch to go find. So that's great.
And I'm far from an expert. There are some people on Letterboxd that, for example, that know way more than me, but I like quite a few films, even though we aren't like a cinematic powerhouse or anything like that. I think Sweden is a better country for cinema overall.
Yeah, I suppose so. But yeah, I mean, I'm always up for exploring new territory, so hopefully I can find copies of these things.
Yeah.
So my next one, I'm already going back to Rossellini. This is Germany Year Zero, which I believe is the final entry of what's known as his war trilogy, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's like the one he made last. Yeah, this movie wrecked me. It's neorealism in like the worst and best way. Like it's absolutely devastating, but it's meant to be. It feels so real and gritty, and you really kind of you understand the desperation and the heartbreak of the main characters, especially the kid, that we follow, and there's really not much to say about it other than just look up the historical context, have that by your side if you're not already familiar, and then just watch it and kind of let it unfold, and then just be ready for what it hands to you, because it's you definitely have to be in a certain mindset to watch a movie like this. But yeah, it's pretty much perfect.
Yeah, I like all the three films in the trilogy, and I feel like they probably will become like all-time favorites after I rewatch them. They are very close already, and again, I like all three pretty much equally. I maybe like the second one the most, Paisan.
Interesting.
But Germany Year Zero has that like powerful scene when the kid jumps off the building and dies. Like that's just very hard hitting.
That final shot, and like literally that's it. It's like the end. Like that happens, and then the movie's over. Yeah, there's no time to like sit on it. It's just it happened, and then that's it. And that's a very Rossellini thing to do. I've started to notice as I've seen a lot of his other films.
Yeah,
it's interesting because Paisana is actually my least favorite of the trilogy, although I still love it. But it's like just below making my my short list. But they're also interchangeable in so many ways,
Yeah, I think Scorsese had Paisan in his like Sight and Sound ballot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm surprised you care what Scorsese thinks, because you.
No, I mean I like his taste in film more than his films.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
He actually is a really awesome enthusiast for film, and I love that about him. I hope he continues to, use the foundation to restore and bring more films to the world.
Yeah, and I hope the foundation will continue after he dies too.
Yeah.
Because many films will not get restored if the foundation ends.
Yep.
But I really respect Scorsese for that. But again, he could sometimes do a bit better films. But yeah, to put it mildly. Yeah.
I like him a bit more than you do, I think, but I'm not. I'm not. Taxi Driver is the only movie of his on my list, so I mean that's enough said.
But my next film really needs no introduction. It's such a masterpiece, and everybody knows it. It's The Passion of Joan of Arc by Carl Dreyer.
Yeah,
one of the greatest silent films, and I know many people would say that it should be way, way, way higher. And if this was again a greatest films of all time list, this would probably be in the top 10 even, or top 25 at least.
Yeah.
But Falconetti's performance, obviously, it's iconic, very beautiful.
Yeah.
And the Joan of Arc story in general, many films have been made about it, but this is the best one that I have seen.
I agree.
Although the one version that I'm really looking forward to watching is the Jacques Rivette version, because I love Jacques Rivette to death, so I probably will love that version. But the press-on version, I think I saw you rate it today, or was it yesterday?
Yeah.
And yeah, that one I like, but not nearly as much as this one. But I noticed that you gave it a very awful rating. Was it 2 stars or 2.5? Or
Well, it's okay. Here's this is again a kind of a dive, a side door here into sort of, I guess, my philosophy behind some of this stuff. I think if a film about a subject, or even better, if the exact same film that you're trying to remake, either or, if a film already exists that is already pretty much perfect, and you are an artist yourself and you respect the craft of cinema, it's a film that you admire as well, that inspired you. I can't wrap my head around the desire to do it again, because that almost, to me, and I know this is probably speaking out of turn, and I'm not trying to put anyone on the couch here. I have no idea what went through his mind, or but if it were me, if I were in that situation, I would feel almost like it was disrespectful, or even like prideful for me to try to say, hey, I can do that better, or I can do that in my own way that's equally as worth looking at. It's like, if it's something that really truly moved me. Now maybe in this case, he didn't like the original. I don't know what his thoughts were on the Dreyer film, but I feel like, especially when that sort of approach that he takes with his films, so many of his films where it's essentially non-acting, stone-faced characters, with a subject matter like this in particular, especially when you have Falconetti's performance up there to look at, and you realize that the emotion in that performance is sort of the whole point in a way. I don't know. I didn't like the take, because it felt so. I guess the one positive I can say is that it was different enough to merit it standing alone as its own thing. But again, it just didn't feel like it was necessary to be made when you have something like this film, to follow up on. It just feels like a fool's errand to do. But that's just my take on it.
yeah, I agree with you mostly. I'm not just quite as harsh, maybe, but this makes me think about Inception again, and also Scorsese as he remade Cape Fear. But
Yeah.
yeah,
I don't get Scorsese's remakes at all. That confuses me. But anyway, that's another conversation.
yeah.
Yeah.
But it's your turn now.
Okay. Where are we at?
177.
Okay. So my 177 is Buster Keaton, Our Hospitality. And this is interesting because it brings me to another thing I wanted to kind of discuss with you, or ask you. I've noticed in your ratings of Buster Keaton films, you don't seem to be as big of a fan of Buster Keaton as I am, just in general. I don't think too many of his films are in your like 4.5 or 5-star rating, right?
No, I mean, I love the like really famous ones, like The General is my favorite one, and I think Sherlock Jr. is really good. But Our Hospitality for me wasn't one of his best, but I still enjoyed it. So
Yeah,
I just didn't see that much interesting things in it, and I'm more of a Chaplin guy than
I
Keaton
gotcha.
guy.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'm not sure yet which of them I prefer. It's close. I might slightly prefer Keaton. I just like that dumb look on his face that he always has, no matter what he's doing. Like, it's just, I don't know, something about that really cracks me up a bit more than the more animated faces of Chaplin when he plays the tramp character. But yeah, well, this admittedly, there might be some personal bias here, because this was my first Keaton film that I watched all the way through, so that could be part of why I still consider it so highly. But I don't know. I mean, I rewatch it. I find myself rewatching it at least once a year. I mean, I really do adore this movie. I think the different scenarios that he gets himself into, where it's like, the sons are out trying to get him to shoot him, and like the most random things will happen by chance to completely block their view of him and like completely protect him, and he's completely unknowing about all of this. And just, I think the absent-mindedness of the luck he gets into in that movie is what I find so charming. And then, of course, the final sequence going down the river toward the waterfall, I think, is actually a pretty amazing sequence, full of a lot of physicality. That's very impressive. But
Yeah. But my next pick is something that I really need to rewatch. I don't have much to say about this other than I love it, but it's Robert Bresson's Diary of a Country Priest that is based on a book with the same name, and I really need to read the book. One of my viewers said that the book is very, very good too. But yeah, this is one of his earlier films. It came out in 1950, and as the title of the film suggests, it's about a country priest. It's about faith in terms of style. It has that minimalist Bresson style, but a very, very beautiful film. And I've really been meaning to watch this again like this year, but I just haven't gotten around to it. But I think you have seen this too, right?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah. It didn't quite make my list, but it's right below A Man Escaped for me, in terms of how I feel about it. So I mean, it's definitely up there for me with Bresson's films. So yeah, it's great. Heartbreaking again as usual.
Yeah.
I really like the lead in it. I like the way he portrays the character. And I just think it's interesting to see the dynamics at play between him and the townspeople and how they're just a bunch of assholes to him. You know? But what struck it about you that elevated it so high for you?
Yeah, I wish I could remember.
You just knew it affected you in that way.
Yeah. But it's been like years since I watched it. I remember that it was like I watched it when I was in a kind of Bresson high.
I got you.
He had just kind of finally clicked with me fully.
Yeah.
Bresson is one of those directors that I've always find it really hard to articulate what I love about his films because they are so simple on the surface. There is really nothing on the surface, but there's something so beautiful and touching about them. And I also love the minimalist style that doesn't really have much going on for it. But if you really look at it, the details and everything, there's so much there, even though there isn't at the same time that much there.
Yeah. No, I agree. All righty. So that was your number 177. Okay. So 176 for me is another newer film. It is The Northman by Robert Eggers. Came out in 2022. So this is actually based on the original Nordic story that supposedly inspired Hamlet. So this is actually like, they say it's like a Viking Hamlet, but technically this came first. So it's, it's a similar kind of story that you would expect. The brother betrays, the other brother, and to steal the throne, and then the son is cast out, and then there's a journey back to, finding his place in the hierarchy of the kingdom and challenging the uncle, and the fight in hell and all that stuff. The movie isn't. I mean, for me, almost all of it is the visual storytelling for this film. For me, I fully readily admit that. It's just such a gorgeous film to look at, and I think the authenticity of the way that they don't shy away from the real brutal, ways of the Vikings in that film. Even for the protagonist, he just does really senseless, cruel, merciless things to people who don't deserve it in this movie, and it's just, I don't know. It has a really strong aesthetic hold on me, I guess, is the best way to phrase it. It's not my favorite Eggers film. There are a couple more that I like way more, but I think this was his first kind of attempt at sort of an epic, his first attempt at like a big budget film of sorts. And I don't think he himself was particularly pleased with the whole result. And I know it didn't return much in the way of box office that they were hoping. So I guess he's probably not going to take this big of a shot again for a while, but I actually thought it worked really brilliantly, and I was quite transfixed by it. Couldn't look away.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I want to see it, especially for Björk, as I'm such a huge fan of her.
Yes, she's good in it.
And I've also been in a Viking mood this year as I watched the anime Vinland Saga, and I really love that anime. So yeah, I should watch this. It could be a good winter watch, maybe.
Oh yeah, it actually is. Yeah.
But yeah, my next one is a Godard film finally. So
Cool.
it's A Woman is a Woman, one of his very early films. And this is actually one that I think would be a good place to start for many people, as it isn't as political or as complex or as experimental as many of his other films. But what I like about it is that it's so funny. I really like the dynamics between the characters. It explores, for example, the gender dynamics with these people. In here we have Anna Karina in the main role, who I always love.
Oh,
And
yeah.
and yeah, again, I know many people say that Godard is a misogynist filmmaker. I don't know whether he is very misogynist or not, but I don't think that shows in this film. I think the most relatable character in this film is the female character played by Anna Karina. But it's such a blast to watch. It's so much fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, it's about relationships and romance and things like that. And that's my favorite kind of genre and topic in films. So yeah, I really like this one. It's not his most like brilliant or most intellectual film, but definitely one of his more entertaining ones.
Yeah, it's one that I intend to see, but just haven't gotten around to watching yet. But I've loved every Godard film I've seen so far, so I don't anticipate I won't like this one when I eventually get around to it. Yeah, I've heard that too about the misogyny. I think I've heard more that he was just not a nice person in real life, not necessarily that he depicted his female protagonists in a bad way on every film. You know, because I think in Viva Sevilla, I think also he the perspective from Anna Karina's character in that also I think is handled very well and very tastefully. But I don't know. That's just my
Yeah, we
take.
will talk about that film later on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well then I guess it's me next. So my 175 is The Children's Hour by William Wyler. And I know that you finally got around to watching this, and that you didn't quite rate it as highly as I have. But I guess it's just one of those films where, again, we're talking about how, especially in sort of mainstream American filmmaking in this particular decade, there were certain directors who were really trying to, break through the censorship barriers and push the envelope and touch upon subjects that were still sort of seen as too taboo for mainstream films in America to be covering. And I think that within the restrictions that were there at the time, I think this film really does a great job of adapting the source material, which was the play. Because it's a little bit less explicit than the play in terms of just outright saying, hey, lesbians, folks, but at the same time, I think, you don't have to dig very deep to know that the movie is pretty much explicitly saying, this is the accusation. This is where the kid got the idea from. They were looking in this, inappropriate book, an age inappropriate book earlier. And so she learned certain words, and then she, weaves that into her made up story. And then, off the adults take it into toxic territory. And I think the performances are brilliant. I think the subject matter is important. I think the challenge that it posed to mainstream society at the time, especially where it was at, was necessary and also very important. The film is technically well done. I think, I'm very, very impressed with it all across the board. I can't find anything about it that I really consider a significant fault, and so that's why it made my short list. So,
yeah, it has one of the most awful and annoying child characters ever in film history, right?
Yeah, there's a Letterboxd review that says, "Can children get the death penalty?"
Yeah, I saw those when
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, but then at the same time, you want to hate the kid, so it works,
Yeah.
Uh,
But yeah, I think I just didn't connect this as much emotionally as I wanted to, and of course the exploration of lesbians that feels so outdated now. Even though I don't usually look at these old films from like current lens, because I think that can be stupid sometimes. But I think I couldn't avoid looking at it from like today's lens a bit when I was watching it. So I think it's more maybe my own fault than the film's fault that I didn't absolutely love it, but I still liked it a lot, and I liked it more and more the more it went on. Yeah.
it has a particularly daring and heartbreaking ending, I think, for the time
Yeah.
and place. But
Yeah, I really like the two main actresses. I think they, again, great performances,
oh yeah, they were
both of
great.
them. Yeah. And I think William Wyler is a very interesting director. I need to watch more of his films. My favorite of his so far is the Heiress, like that 40s film.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
one I haven't seen yet, but
that's a great kind of early feminist film. I really enjoyed that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Best Years of Our Lives is great too. It didn't quite make my short list, but I love that one as well.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest holes in my film knowledge, probably, that I haven't seen that one. So
Yeah, it's really great.
but yeah, my turn. So one more weird Finnish film that nobody has seen. There is actually a lesbian couple in this one too, but it's
Oh wow.
called The Collector. It's from 1997, and the year I was born. And it's this film about this kind of mentally disturbed young woman. She's like a paranoid schizophrenic, I would say, but she has a sister, and the sister is a lesbian, and she's in a relationship. So it kind of shows that lesbian relationship in a very progressive way. It doesn't make a big deal about it. It's just there is just two women in love in a relationship, and that's whatever. So I think that was so great for a 90s film, and I think in Finnish cinema we hadn't seen that much of that at that point. It kind of started coming more and more in the shift of that from the 90s to the 2000s, but this was a kind of a early example of a kind of good queer representation. But this film is a thriller. It follows again this mentally disturbed young lady and her kind of a road trip, and she meets all these characters, and she's quite violent, but she's not necessarily bad, like a bad person in the way that she doesn't really know what she's doing, and she doesn't understand like morality or ethics or what she's doing. So we cannot like completely look down on her due to that. But it's a very thrilling psychological thriller, a very entertaining one. And I've actually made English subtitles for this film myself, but nobody has watched them, I think. But yeah, I did translate this film like a few years ago, and it took like 10 hours or something. But
Oh wow, that's actually really impressive.
but it was really hard to translate. There are some words that just don't have like an English equivalent, so I had to be very, very kind of creative with it. But yeah, maybe somebody will watch it someday with my subtitles, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah.
Well, my next one, my 174 on my list is Madame de, or The Earrings of Madame de, depending on where you live. This is the other Opals film that I have on my list, and it's the first one I watched, and so far it's still the one that I love the most, though only narrowly so over Letter from an Unknown Woman. Yeah, I mean it's I guess fairly well known in the sort of the artsy film nerd crowd, but for those who may not know of it, basically it's all about finding meaning outside of a life that aesthetically on the surface should give you all the meaning in the world, and yet still you're compelled to pursue greener pastures, and then sort of the fallout from that. Examines things like how power dynamics can render the oppressed party in those situations completely devoid of meaning, and how new meaning can sort of come about in the face of this oppression that kind of can give insight on what we think really matters to us and sort of completes us as humans. And there's a love story involved, there's heartbreak, there's materialism versus personal fulfillment, and yeah, a lot of good stuff in there.
Yeah, I think I've seen like 3 Max of Fools films, and I would rank Madame de as the last one, although I think I really like it too, and I need to rewatch it. And it was the first one I watched too, but Letter from an Unknown Woman is my favorite, and then Lola Montez is my second favorite. I think that's such a great movie too. But Madame de again, not in a fresh memory, but I want to watch it again, and I think it could easily become a favorite, as I already like it a lot.
Yeah. Well, his Lola film I just haven't seen yet, but that's another one on the list that I'm going to watch at some point.
Yeah.
So I may like it more as well.
But yeah, so my next pick is again our first Fassbinder film.
Oh wow!
So it's The Merchant of Four Seasons, one of his lesser known films and not always ranked very highly, but I think this is fairly underrated and I really love this film. So it's about this man who is married, has kids, but he has these anger issues and lots of trauma in his life. So he is kind of this, his masculinity is very interesting. It has that kind of toxic masculinity that comes from that trauma and those anger issues, but he's at the same time kind of very vulnerable and weak, but he just kind of pretends to be kind of, again, more masculine than he actually is. But yeah, so it's a great character study, and he sells like fruit on the streets. So it's that kind of blue collar exploration as well, that working class exploration, as many of Fassbinder other films are. And there are so many powerful scenes in this film, and the main performance is so great. It's hard to explore so many different sides of masculinity in one performance, but this film does it really well, and I would highly recommend this to any Fassbinder fan. It's not one that you start with, but when you have watched like Fear Eats the Soul and some of the really big ones, I would definitely go for this one after that. Yeah, great movie.
I'm severely deficient in my Fassbinder watching. I need to really kick my ass into gear and watch more. I mean, everything I've seen from him, I've absolutely adored. I'm pretty convinced that he's going to end up being one of my very favorite directors. I just haven't sat down to really dig in further yet, and I really need to. So
yeah, he's only second to David Lynch to me, so he's so important.
Oh wow!
To me.
So yeah, that's very high praise coming from you, because we know what a Lynch fanboy you are. So
yeah,
me too.
Yeah, there will be so many David Lynch films in this list.
More than our own mind, I'm sure. Although I have a lot of his in my wider list, but
I think I have 5 or 6 at least.
Oh yeah, see, that's way more than I have in my short
and
list.
They are very high on the list too. So
yeah.
But your turn.
Right. So this one I actually saw recently. It was another one of those kind of like what you're talking about, kind of like a hole in the canon that shouldn't have been there for as long as it was, that I kind of have to fill in. But it was Otto Preminger's Anatomy of a Murder. Had all the elements of, films that I love. It's got James Stewart in it. It's another one of those films that were very progressive and forward thinking for the time that they were made and the place they were made, Hollywood, America in the late 50s. The story is captivating. The mystery of it is never completely answered for absolute certainty. It kind of lets the audience wonder a bit on the details of how much of the case that James Stewart's character makes on behalf of his clients was really what happened, which I really, really appreciate, especially again at that time. Movies having a little bit more obscure endings like that just did not happen very often in Hollywood. So I really appreciate that. I loved everything about this one. I don't know why it took me so long to finally get around to actually watching it, but so glad I did. It's one of my all-time favorite Stewart performances. I think he's great in it. The soundtrack is amazing. It's full on jazz. It's actually it's done by Duke Ellington himself, who actually does, I believe, make a brief appearance in the film. I think he does a cameo in the movie at some point. But yeah, it uses all kinds of terms and words that were not allowed by the Hays Code, but they got away with it because it was a courtroom drama, and they were using a lot of technical versions of these things that they were talking about in the case, and so they were allowed. And even the book that it was based on, I think, was written by an actual lawyer who was involved in a case similar to that, and the actor who plays the judge was a real judge. So like there's a lot of like authenticity in the procedure of how the trial unfolds as well, which is also a rare thing in movies. So a lot of really positive things to say about this one.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites, but it didn't make top 200. But it's one that it's been such a long time since I have seen it, so I really don't know whether it's a favorite anymore. But it's still on my list as I added it back in the day. But
yeah,
I also love the score that you mentioned, and we obviously both love jazz as we are such high-level intellectuals. But
right, of course, yeah.
yeah,
To be fair, you need 100 plus IQ to enjoy the 120 IQ to enjoy jazz, right? That's what they say.
Yeah, at least bare minimum.
Yeah, the bare minimum.
Yeah. And you need 150 if you want to enjoy free jazz that I enjoy. So.
Right, and then you have to have 300 to enjoy Tool. Or so the Tool fans say.
Yeah, the Fibonacci. But I also think it's one of Jimmy Stewart's best performances, and I think you could say that this is maybe the second best courtroom drama ever after like 12 Angry Men that we will talk about later on.
Yeah, I could probably get behind that statement.
And another courtroom drama, to get a bit sidetracked, that I really need to rewatch is the Sidney Lumet film, The Verdict, as I used to absolutely love it, but I don't know whether I love it anymore, as it has been such a long time. But
haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, it has Paul Newman in the main role, so yeah. But yeah, my next pick is a Korean movie. It's Spring, Summer, Fall, Winter, and Spring by Kim Ki-duk. So this is another film that I haven't seen in quite a while, and I've only seen it once, but it's such a beautiful, very spiritual movie, and just like the title of the film kind of shows you, it's all about the seasons, and also I think with the seasons it's all about our emotions and how we change as people, and so it has that kind of beautiful aesthetic, and the aesthetic kind of tells you what the themes of the film are at the same time. So it's about the cycle of life, and obviously those types of films, when they are done beautifully, are very emotional when you start thinking about your own life and the different seasons and times in your own life. And Kim Ki-duk is someone who I think is a bit underappreciated. There's another Kim Ki-duk film on my list, but this might be his most famous film. It at least used to be on YouTube if people want to watch it, but I'm not sure whether it is anymore. And for some reason, no boutique label has released this, even though it's like a complete masterpiece. But yeah, I absolutely adore it aesthetically, and also how it connects with me emotionally, and then also the themes.
Yeah, it's another filmmaker I need to brush up on. So
yeah,
but I definitely take your word for it. So my next one, my 172 on my list, is what is currently my favorite Bresson film, which is Pickpocket.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I have no idea if that's a common or a controversial take, because I'm kind of new to Bresson. So, but I was just absolutely captivated the whole time. I love the sequences where they actually show you the process of how, the thievery and the lifting happens, and how when he finally joins the larger troop of pickpocketers, and seeing how the system they have of how the different items switch hands, and it's just, I don't know, it's just a really elegantly shot film, even though it's telling a really grim story. Yeah, I think those extended sequences out on the street are my favorite parts of the film.
Yeah, Pickpocket was actually the first Bresson film I ever watched, and I was way too young for it and way too inexperienced for it. I at that time I wasn't really into French cinema, as it always left me cold. But I actually rewatched this after I have become a Bresson fan, and then I liked it a lot more. But it's still not one of my favorites, but I think it's definitely a great movie, a very nihilistic movie.
Yes,
the main character is very nihilistic. But you said that whether it's like common to think that it's one of his best or his best films. I think many people think that it's his best film or one of his best. I think it's often been also ranked very highly in the Sight and Sound list. And I know Paul Schrader, who has become this conservative asshole lately,
Yeah, it's weird.
He's a big fan of this.
Yeah, well, that's yeah. Well, I mean, you know, saying Paul Schrader is awesome, so I'm sure it's a good take.
Yeah, he knows his cinema and he's a good writer, but
Yeah.
he should consider the conservative bullshit that has rotten his brains.
Or seem to, at least. I mean, he hasn't really written a whole lot extensively on these things, but the few things he has said lately have been very surprising to me.
Yeah, but Sean Dielman was so woke because it was in the first place in the site and so.
Yeah, that was really bizarre. And what's really funny about that is in the very issue, in this most recent issue of Sight and Sound magazine, I actually have it where the list was revealed. They have a little snippet of an interview with him where he's talking about why he loves participating in the Sight and Sound list, and one of the reasons he cites in that magazine is he loves how the list continues to evolve as new voices become part of the vote. And then, like, the moment he saw what movie came out on top, it's like he completely changed his tune on that. It was really, really weird.
But I think Sean Dielman has been on the list since like 2002, so in the past 3 lists at least. But
it just but it hasn't been that high, which he thought was fishy, which I think is funny. But anyway,
yeah. But I'm still so annoyed by the fact how many we could see how conservative the film community is in the end when there were so many people complaining about the woke list and stuff like that when it came out. I thought that film people and art people were really progressive, but I think I was wrong.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Yeah, I felt like at least like pretty much like half of the people were like very conservative about it, but I thought that it would probably be like maybe 5 or 10% of the film community would be like that, but it seems that it's way more common, but maybe it's just the internet.
I think a lot of it's just the fact that, the internet always is very disproportionately loud and annoying. And because a lot of people who are sane about this stuff just don't pipe up as much online about these kind of things. So,
but I think that would be another good topic for a podcast to really go deep with that stuff and do like some like even like rhetorical analysis and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'd be down for something like that.
Yeah. But yeah, so my next pick is something that I know is way higher on your list, but this doesn't mean that I don't love the film because I absolutely love this film and really need to watch it again. But it's Fellini's 8.5.
Yeah. Well, I have my reasons for loving it like I do, and I'll get to that when we get there on mine. But
yeah, so I haven't seen this in quite a while, but I of course Marcello Mastroianni is one of my favorite actors, and this is one of his like great performances. And I think this film, even though of course it's about artist and the artistic process and writer's block and things like that, but even as like a big fan of art and as an art lover, I can still really relate to it, even though I'm not an artist myself, and I really sympathize with the artists, even though I cannot fully relate to it because I'm not an artist. But I love these types of movies that are about the creative process and artists and all their self-indulgence and their troubles and their psyche. That's just very interesting to me. And obviously this is probably one of the best, if not the best film about that, although I have one film higher that is also about creative process, but in a bit of a different way. But
I think I might know what it is, but I don't know. We'll see if I'm right.
Yeah. It's a French film, but
I'm almost certain I know what it is now, but we'll see.
It's not the Truffaut film though, that's Day for Night, but it's something else.
Yeah. I guess the only thing I'll add for now about 8.5 is kind of to your point of what you said. So many people, even people who claim to like really love this film, and I'm sure they do, they'll say things on the record all the time about how it's the best film about filmmaking ever made and all this stuff. And I feel like that's really, really sort of short selling what the movie really is about. I mean, the protagonist happens to be a filmmaker, but I never really got the impression that that's what the movie was really about. It's not about literally making a movie. It's much deeper than that. And it's much more human. And I think to your point, it's also much more relatable, even if you're not yourself, an artist or even that type of artist, like a filmmaker, and I'll go into that a bit more when we get to my take on it. But yeah, so just food for thought for the future.
Yeah.
All right. So we're at my 171, I think.
Yeah.
Orson Welles' Othello. And I know that you have rated this surprisingly low.
Yeah, but I think I just need to rewatch it. By the way, I think I'm gonna like it a lot more next
Oh,
time.
okay. Well, that could be it. But yeah, I don't know. I really love Wells's takes on Shakespeare, man. Like I really love all of his Shakespeare films. I think they're pretty super. And you know, this one in particular, he does a really riveting performance, I think, in the lead role. Even though, of course, and as they themselves acknowledge in the making of Othello, the filming Othello documentary we mentioned earlier, you know, it's probably a legitimate thing to bring up as possibly problematic these days. You have like a white guy playing a character who is decidedly not white in the narrative of the story. But again, if we're talking about the tradition of how the plays were done back then, it's still very traditional Shakespeare for Wells to play the part. But putting that aside, however you might want to think about that from a modern lens, I think within the context of when the film was made and also in the tradition of how the play was originally done, I think Wells does a really phenomenal job playing the character. I just really love his way. I mean, I think he's a great orator anyway. I think he was always a really brilliant orator, but especially with the Shakespearean language, it just seems to really flow off the tongue, you know, with really everyone in this movie. And I think it's really amazing how Wells always manages to be, you know, arguably the best editor of Shakespeare for film, because he always condenses the plays that he adapts into shorter runtimes to make them more manageable as movies. But I don't think it loses any of the sort of meat and potatoes, if you will, of the play's essence. And I think that's really difficult to do if you don't know what you're doing. And so I really respect the job he did there. I think the shot of him coming out of the shadow, sort of leering over his wife in fact, I think that's the cover on the Criterion box for it. Really, really haunting imagery. A lot of really hard shadows, kind of got some you know, sort of impressionist influences going on there, or German expressionism as well. And I think he does that even more successfully in his version of Macbeth. But this film feels a bit more epic because they actually shot at real castles and stuff. You know, some of it's shot in Venice, you can clearly tell because of the, you know, the style of the boats in the water and things. But I mean, they're at real places. Whereas when you get to Macbeth, he's like shooting on like the back lots of like Poverty Row Studio with like Western sets and stuff. He's like converted them into something. But yeah, I think it feels really authentically Shakespearean, even though he had a hell of a time putting it together. And like I say, they had to take several breaks along the way and kind of film it in pieces, which is what happened with a lot of his later films. But yeah, just really, really great stuff.
Yeah, like I said, I seriously think that I'm gonna like it way more, and I don't really even remember why I didn't like it as much, because now that I think of it, I loved the performance by Wells. I always loved his acting almost as much as his directing.
Yeah.
And it's such a beautiful looking movie, just like many other Wells films. And again, I think I have two Orson Welles films on my list that we will have later on. But
Cool.
But yeah, I really need to watch this again very soon. Yeah. So we finally, with my next pick, get to Shuji Terayama.
Nice.
So this is the film that I remember the least about out of the three that are on my list, because this one I only have seen once, but it's Throw Away Your Books and Rally in the Streets.
Yeah.
So this is a one that I always recommend if somebody asks me that what is the first Terayama film I should watch. I think this would be a good one. It's about these young radicals, and that kind of is something that really kind of sums up Japanese New Wave in a way, because it was all about the young people disagreeing with the older generations and having these very radical views about the world and how Japan should be and how Japan should change. So this is like a very good, like a typical example of what Japanese New Wave and Japanese cinema of this time, Japanese art cinema of this time was all about. And this isn't aesthetically as crazy or as colorful as the two films that I'm going to talk about later on, but it's still like a very much of a experimental film and something that will turn many people off because it's so different and weird and very eccentric and all about Terayama's weird style, but yeah, if you are into experimental cinema and art cinema, and especially Japanese art cinema and very radical and very political cinema, I think this is one to watch. Yeah, and I need to watch it again as well. So
Yeah, that sequence toward the end where all the actors like break character and just talk directly to you through the movie screen. I don't know if you remember that part, but that was a really striking moment for me in the film. Yeah, and I was thinking about this the other day when I was sort of solidifying this list, knowing we were going to talk about it today, and I feel like maybe I should have included it in my short list, but I didn't. It kind of narrowly missed it, and I think the reason why it narrowly missed it is similar to you. I've only seen it once, and I saw it a little while ago, and I want to kind of watch it again before I know for sure where I rank it in relation to all these others that I know for sure I love enough to shortlist. But it is probably the right film to kind of serve as kind of like a primer for what Terayama is all about, if that makes sense, and it is as inaccessible as it is. It's probably one of his more accessible films. Yeah. So for him, that's saying something. So yeah, I think it's a good first view. It's not the first of his I watched, and I kind of wish it had been. Looking back, the first film of his I saw was Farewell to the Ark, but we'll talk about that soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, we will. But it was the first one for me, I believe, if I remember correctly. But I watched like the big ones, like in a very like small period in like I think 2020 for the first time. So yeah, that was kind of the year when I got into Yoshida and Oshima and Terayama. So it was one of the best years of my life because I got into those great artists.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I can relate. I kind of fell into some of those guys around the same time as well, kind of like all together, I kind of went on this spirit quest almost of Japanese new wave and art house cinema.
Yeah. Yoshida films will be very high up there as well. So,
yeah. So my next one, my number 170 is Trouble in Paradise by Ernst Lubitsch, and it's a pre-code sort of sex comedy kind of thing. Yeah, it's watching something like this even now and seeing how sophisticated and smart so much of the comedy is in a movie this old. It just makes me feel so sad for like how mainstream comedy anyway has sort of, I don't know, it's become something so far removed from this, and I feel like more comedies like this could still be made more mainstream, and they just aren't for whatever reason. And I think audiences today would appreciate it and respond to it, but that's just not really the formula that at least mainstream Hollywood now is taking with their comedy releases. And it's a shame because a movie like this is really, really thoughtful. It's also really sweet and tender. It's actually a very tender love story. It's also full of really interesting wordplay and games of deception and so forth. There are a couple of jewel thieves who sort of plot against this rich woman, and you're kind of left wondering, if the affections that are claimed between the male thief and the woman that he's stealing from, how much of that is real, how much of it was rehearsed, was it a bit of both? But yeah, it's a really charming film.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Lubitsch, but I haven't seen this one, so
yeah.
Big gap in my knowledge, but I've been meaning to watch it, but I just haven't yet. But yeah, the next one on my list, again, it's one of those big classics that everybody has seen and doesn't really need an introduction, but it's 12 Angry Men.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a film that used to probably be in like my even like top 20 or something, but I still really love it, but it's just not that high anymore. And this was one of the first black and white films I ever watched. I think Casablanca was the first kind of classic black and white film that I decided to watch. And that's why I, by the way, don't rank Casablanca that highly, because I still haven't watched it again. And I was then too young and too inexperienced to like it, but I need to watch it again. But 12 Angry Men blew me away even back then when I wasn't experienced with cinema. Yeah. Again, the script, the characters, the acting, how thrilling it is, even though it's in a one room.
Yeah.
I mean, and this kind of is a film about the importance of rhetoric and conversation. Again, some people might not always realize how important words are and how important those things are, but words can change the world. They can change any situation, and that this film perfectly shows just the importance of rhetoric and discussion. But yeah, it's been talked to death. I don't know what to say about it, but it's a perfect movie that still holds up today. And I haven't seen the remake, and I don't really want to.
No, yeah. That's another situation where it's like, I mean, I love Friedkin, with the stuff that I've seen of his that I've liked, but it's just like, why are you doing that, man? like what did you hope to gain? But yeah. I'll talk more about 12 Angry Men when eventually one day we get to the top of this thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, my next one is 169. This is the first movie from The Archers. This is The Red Shoes, by of course it's Powell and Pressburger's visual masterpiece. A lot of people say it's the most beautiful looking one. They always dealt in really in this era they were all about the rich colors and the massive sense of scale and the epic length and the big character moments. And this film gives all of that, has all of it in spades, as they say. But I don't quite like it as much as another one that's going to be higher on the list for me. But it is great. I love how it has sort of a meta quality to it, in that its namesake is being adapted within the movie, but the movie itself is not that story. So it's kind of playing with different dimensions of being there. That central dance sequence where they do the optical effects and they have the big set moments. That's like the most visually striking part of the film. Of course, it's very memorable, but there's the set design and the costuming all throughout the film is also great, not just that one sequence. But I think that's the one that most people sort of remember when they're visualizing the film in their mind, because it's such an iconic dance sequence.
So earlier on this talk, I said that when we talked about Letter from an Unknown Woman, that's a top 2 40s film for me, but The Red Shoes is top 1. So it will be very, very high up there on my list. So I will talk more about it then, but it's such a gorgeous movie.
Well, I mean, I completely understand why. It's an absolutely brilliant, perfect film. So
yeah. But the next one is a Michael Haneke film, the only Haneke film on my favorites list, and this is again one of the ones that I've only seen once, and it's been quite a while, so not in a very fresh memory. But it's The Piano Teacher. So this is a very, very dark movie about this very disturbed, kind of narcissistic woman who has also these issues with like masochism and stuff. So it's this kind of very interesting psychological film that goes really deeply with these characters. But of course, there's the music element as well, as it is called The Piano Teacher, and that's obviously nice as well. And then there's this, if I remember correctly, again, the poster has this sex scene in a toilet. So there's this exploration of like weird sexuality and that kind of stuff here as well. But to me, this is just one of the best films of the 21st century. It's such an hard-hitting, very dark psychological film that leaves you feeling like pretty bad after you watch it, as it is so dark, but it's so thrilling and captivating at the same time. And yeah, now that I'm talking about it, I really want to watch it again now.
It's so horrible. I want to watch it right now. Haneke, I have to really explore Haneke's work. The only movie I've seen so far is Funny Games, and it was years ago, and I couldn't sit through it because of how horrible and brutal it was. But I mean, again, I know that's the point. I'm kind of on the fence with how I feel about movies like that, where they're focusing on these torturous things happening to people for a point, and it's like, where does the line exist for me personally in terms of what I'm willing to sit through? And I just don't know. I'm gonna have to rewatch it, and I really need to give Haneke's filmography a real chance now that I've sort of become a little bit more open to different types of film that I wouldn't have been as receptive to, years ago. So I haven't seen this one. It is one that I've been meaning to see. So yeah, that's all I can really say so far. I'm very ignorant of Haneke's work, though. I also want to watch The White Ribbon. That looks good. But
yeah, I still need to watch that too, and I'm fairly ignorant too. But I've seen like maybe 3 or 4. I've seen the original Funny Games, then Cache, then The Piano Teacher, and then what's that one? Code Unknown, I think is that one. Yeah, so 4, I think. Yeah. But your turn.
Yeah, so the next one for me is In a Lonely Place. This is another candidate for me for favorite Bogey performance. Again, I don't know if it's the best, but it's one of my personal favorites now, especially after having rewatched it a couple of times recently. Again, it's a situation where I feel like I can relate to the main character, but it's not me saying that like, I endorse or replicate the, all of the same attitudes and actions, but I can see the humanity and the relatability in the character. And the particular character Dix that he plays in this in particular has he has some emotional hangups and some psychological issues that I can also relate to a fair bit. So it's a very sympathetic kind of portrayal in that sense, but at the same time, it doesn't pull its punches. It doesn't hold back to like make him likable in any objective way. I mean, he's not a good person in this movie, and it's his own fault that he's not a good person in this movie because he sort of lets himself get the better of him, of his better nature, and so it's his lesser angels in this case sort of winning out the internalized battle, and you see that battle happening on his face. It unfolds in a lot of his expressions and the paranoid way that he questions the people around him and the way he talks to people when he's having one of his more intense bouts of paranoia and doubt. And it's just, I don't know, it's a riveting performance, and it's a really hard movie for me to sit through, and yet it's beautiful, and I have to admit how well done it is. And so it goes on the list.
Yeah, it's also on my list, but higher. And when we talked about Treasure of Sierra Madre, I mentioned that okay, the great Bogey performances, but the In a Lonely Place is the other one that has the great Bogey performance. So yeah,
that's great.
But my next one is a film that I actually had very low expectations for, but then it ended up blowing me away. So it's The Graduate by Mike Nichols. So
okay.
Yeah.
How recently did you watch this?
It's been a few years, but
okay.
But I still haven't watched it again, even though I've been meaning to. I have the Studio Canal Blu-ray for it, but yeah. So I kind of had seen like many Criterion videos on YouTube, and there were like lots of these people who I thought had like overall a very bad taste in film. they say like to be honest, like putting this as like one of the greatest Criterion films ever, and then I was just thinking, but Yasujiro Ozu is on Criterion, and Bresson is on Criterion, Fellini is on Criterion, so how can stupid Hollywood movie about like a young guy who's into an older woman be like one of the greatest? But then when I watched it, I was like completely captivated from the start, and I realized what a great movie it is from the get-go. And I can also relate to it because when I was a teenager, I had like lots of crushes on like some of my teachers and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I had that fantasy about like older women mostly, even though I'm into men too, but it wasn't into like older men as much, but older women mostly.
Yeah.
But yeah, but a very fun movie, and I love the Simon and Garfunkel soundtrack as well, even though it's not the type of music that I listen to that much, but I think it fits the film like absolutely perfectly.
Come on.
Yeah.
The whole record is great. You need to listen to it.
I've heard it. Yeah, I've heard it. Yeah. It's
don't
good.
worry. I know what I'm missing. I know what I talk about. Don't worry about it. Yeah. I mean, it's not for everyone. It's just kind of typical folk rock, but I think their harmonies, their vocal harmonies is what really gets it for me, I saw that movie Man, I must have been like, I don't know, 12, 13, maybe 14 at the oldest. My dad showed it to me. It was one of those movies that was, I guess it was kind of big when he was growing up. And so he was already familiar with it. And so he kind of shared it with me when he felt I was sort of, the appropriate age to kind of digest it and process it, and yeah, I guess it was one of the first films that I saw that really kind of opened me up to understanding how you can make a movie about something like this. You can just make a movie about just people, you know, going through a moment in their life, and yeah, it's one of the best. It didn't make my short list actually, but it's definitely in my larger list of all-time favorites. It's great.
Yeah, for me it will be.
Dustin Hoffman's performance, and I'm sorry, Dustin Hoffman's performance in it is really charming and funny, like the awkwardness that he brings to the character.
Yeah, so it will be very interesting to see how much I like it when I rewatch it. But I think I should still really like it, as I can relate to it, and I have lots of nostalgia for this type of story, I guess, due to the relatability and stuff. But yeah. I was just talking about that stuff the other day at the university as well.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Cool.
But yeah. Oh yeah, it's your turn, not my turn. Yeah.
Yeah, mine. Okay, so my 167 is Taxi Driver. So we've already kind of covered it, but but that's my only Scorsese film that made my short list. It's still, I think, his very best by quite a lot. That's just my opinion. I know that you have that and King of Comedy kind of right next to each other, but for me, this is the crown jewel. It's just so much going on, so much social commentary that's still relevant today about the idea of sort of like lost men in the world trying to kind of come to terms with how society is shifting, and yet the idea of masculinity and purpose in the world as a man is really not shifting along with it in a lot of ways. And so the kind of psychological effects that can have on certain people more than others who are prone to sort of out there thinking. And I think it's amusing how there are still people today who talk about Travis Bickle as if he's some kind of hero that they want to aspire to be like. And I'm just like, okay. I don't think that's the point of the movie, but I don't, yeah, it's more of a cautionary tale. But
I think some idiot like Jordan Peterson would probably see Travis Bickle as a great role model.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. But yeah, so my next film is another film that I have only seen once years ago. Okay. So, but I feel like this is one that I would still love today. So it's A Special Day by Ettore Scola, a famous Italian film starring Sophia Loren and Marcello Mastroianni. So this is situated in the fascist Italy, and that kind of background gives lots of kind of atmosphere to the film, even though it's not necessarily about fascism only, but it's more about this relationship between this man and this woman. And the woman falls in love with Marcello Mastroianni, but we actually find out that Mastroianni is actually gay. It's obviously horrible to be gay in like Mussolini's Italy, but
right, yeah.
But obviously, as this film was made in the 70s, they don't like really explore the homosexuality that much, but it's there and it's very interesting and done tastefully. I think they don't like look down on that character or anything, and I think Mastroianni's performance here is one of his best. He's way more vulnerable and kind of less that he's not that traditionally masculine here as he is in many other films, but it shows another side of his acting talent. And Sophia Loren is someone I've always been a huge fan of. She's beautiful. She's a great actress, and yeah, I love the duo here. And yeah, such a perfect movie and one that I really need to rewatch. My rewatch list is even bigger than my watch list. But
yeah, that's the problem, right? Like, how much do you rewatch? How much do you try something new? And I already know I'm going to be dead before I watch everything on my watch list. So my rewatch list is like, it's just sitting there staring at me like, I'll get to you again one day, buddy.
And then we need time for TV shows, music, paintings, books, and everything.
But I mean, then again, what a time to be alive when there's so much art out there to consume, and discover.
Yeah.
So my next one, my 166 is Breathless. I believe this is my first Godard on the list for me. think
Yeah,
there's
I had one, but this is your first.
Yeah, this is my first one. Yeah, so it was also the first Godard that I saw, and it's interesting because this is the one that always gets cited all the time as being like the masterpiece, and it was a breakthrough film for the medium in so many ways. It's like one of the very first really super in your face French New Wave films that like did everything it could to challenge the form. There's like intentional jump cuts in the middle of conversations between the characters. The narrative is very free form. It doesn't really go anywhere in particular until suddenly it does. You're not really sure how much of it is improvised conversation, how much of it is scripted. The performances are great, but very natural. Um, it's a great film. It's not my favorite Godard though, and it's interesting because it feels like every Godard film that I watch, I like more than the last one that I watched. That's the experience that I'm currently having with Godard, and I don't know why that is, and I don't know when that's going to stop happening. But right now, that's kind of become the thing, and it's very interesting. It's like this guy just keeps making great movie after great movie, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you have become such a big Godard fan because I know that in our YouTube community, many people kind of hate Godard and think he's too political and too experimental and stuff like that, which I just don't understand these people who cannot like watch political art because art is all about politics. But
Yeah, I don't get
yeah,
it.
but yeah, Breathless was the first one I watched too, and I wasn't actually the biggest fan of it. I found the male character so awful and annoying, even though I guess he's supposed to be. But
Yeah, it's kind of the point, unfortunately.
yeah, but I think again I still haven't rewatched it. But now that Godard is one of my like top 10 directors, I think I probably will like it a lot more. But I also had this kind of weird journey with Godard. For me, it was that I kind of loved every other film of his, and then every other left me a bit cold. But I basically
It's interesting.
but I basically still like all of his films, but some I like truly love and some I just like. But there are so many of his films on my favorites list, and there are, I think, 3 at least or 4 probably on my list still that we are going to talk about. So quite a lot.
Yeah, so you're having kind of like a tango with his filmography. One step forward, another one back, and
Yeah.
yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, I think it was like I watched Breathless, then I watched Vivre sa vie that I absolutely love, and then I watched Alphaville, I think, and that left me a bit cold, but I need to rewatch it. And then I watched A Woman is a Woman, I'm pretty sure, and that one I love, like I talked about already. So
Yeah,
I don't know. But yeah, it's my turn again. So another Finnish film now, but this is actually well available as it is an Aki Kaurismäki film that is in the Criterion Collection. So it's called Shadows in Paradise. So this is about this working class romance. It's about this garbage driver who has this pretty boring existence, but he's a pretty nice guy. And he meets this young woman, and they start this relationship. And it's mostly a positive film. But Kaurismäki is a master at exploring working class lives. He looks at working class life through a very empathetic and humanistic lens. And he has this style where he has this dry humor and often quite bleak humor, and there isn't much dialogue there, but the dialogue that is there is often quite funny and very direct and very simple, but there's lots of heart to it as well. But yeah, this is the first part of his Proletariat trilogy, and the whole Proletariat trilogy is great, and I have all of the trilogy on my list, but this is the one I've ranked the lowest, even though I absolutely adore it. And I feel like you would also like Kaurismäki's films. There is a bit of Bresson there. There is a bit of Fassbinder there as well. And obviously he's often compared to Jim Jarmusch. They are very, very similar filmmakers, and they are also friends in real life. So
yeah, it's another one of those films and filmmakers that's on my list. I just haven't sat down to watch yet, but it's definitely coming. So my 165 is another Satoshi Kon film. It's Millennium Actress, which I rewatched recently in preparation for this list. And actually, it was interesting because before the rewatch, I actually had Paprika listed higher than this. But again, in my reassessment of Paprika within the context of his larger filmography, I do feel like that film, even though it's among what I consider to be his exceptional top films, it's still the more straightforward of these. And I think Millennium Actress is like, it's a slight level above that for me, in the sense that it tells a very straightforward story, but in a very avant-garde, non-linear kind of way, and it's exploring the life and career of a famous actress. And there's this documentary guy and his cameraman who he's like been like a lifelong fan of hers. He used to work in the industry as an assistant on some of her films. He's like obsessed. He worships her, and they sit down for an interview with her. And then over the course of this interview, they enter her memories with her. And again, in animation, this is really easy to pull off and make it believable, where you have these characters sort of stepping into her memories and sort of inhabiting the world alongside of her. And it's interesting how it's like they also acknowledge that they're literally there sometimes, and they have these really funny reactions and interactions to some of the stuff that they're witnessing. And it ends on a very touching note that did make me weep, I have to say. It's another sort of long form love story that's sort of it's a similar vibe to Letter from an Unknown Woman, except not quite as grim as that. It has a more hopeful final ending, I think, final moment. But yeah, what's your take on the movie?
Yeah, it's incredibly beautiful. I really like it. It's not on my list, but I do like it a lot, and I could see it becoming a favorite after a rewatch. But such beautiful animation, such emotional film. I can see why you would weep to it, because I got very emotional watching it as well, and such a great story and great characters. And yeah, one of Satoshi Kon's best films, although I mean he has such a small filmography, sadly, but
yeah, unfortunately, R.I.P.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, my next one is an Antonioni film. It's Red Desert. So it's the film that is very similar to the Alienation trilogy, but it's not kind of officially part of it. But you could make like an Alienation quad trilogy if you add this to the 3. But this is a color film, so it's a bit different than the black and white films. But this is such an alienating film, such an bleak film. Again, I mean, I only have these kind of cliches to say about Antonioni films, but how he shoots the architecture and is so great, how he explores this middle class boredom and these empty middle class lives. That's so brilliant, and definitely timely when he was doing it after, again, we had the post-war reconstruction of Europe and how Europe was developing and changing. It was very relevant theme at that point, and I know some people find some of these 60s Antonioni films dated now, as they feel that they were very particular for the time, and I've seen some people even say that Antonioni films are misogynist. I don't really see that, but I really adore all the 4 Alienation films, you could say, and this is one of the bleakest ones out of them, even though this is in color, which kind of takes away from that black and white bleakness, but somehow this is so grim and bleak, but beautiful.
Nice. Yeah, I think that's the next one that I have lined up to watch of Antonioni's films.
Yeah.
So it's good to hear your thoughts on it. So my next one, my 164, is Die Nibelungen. And this is part 1 and 2. So it's Siegfried, and then I don't remember the name of the second one. I see them both as the same film, so it's not, they're both basically part of the same extended film experience. Fritz Lang, epic, what you'd expect from Fritz Lang. It's beautiful, it's ambitious for the time, heartfelt. The scale is, again, very hard to believe for the time it was made. Very technically sound, artfully done. Yeah, I don't really have much to add to it, other than I find it very visually arresting and very narratively engaging. And especially for the time it was made, I think it deserves the recognition, and it deserves to be this high for me. So
yeah, I watched it last Christmas. I think it was even Christmas Eve, I believe so. But I loved it a lot. It was so epic, grandiose. It has basically everything that you would want from a film, one of the great silent films, one of the great films. And I think it should definitely be ranked higher, in these like greatest films of all time list where it doesn't always even appear because it's
Yeah.
kind of something that's a bit under the radar when there is films like Metropolis and Am. But I
Yeah.
think Die Nibelungen could even be the best one out of them. But I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely in the conversation. Yeah, but yeah, M and Metropolis are of course the giants that everyone thinks of the minute they hear the name Fritz Lang, which is understandable. But
yeah. So yet another film that I need to rewatch because it's been a few years, but I've been championing this filmmaker a lot on my channel. So it's Andrei Zulawski. It's on the Silver Globe that has been fairly recently released by Eureka Masters of Cinema. So this is a Polish art house sci-fi film, kind of like a bit like Stalker, but a bit more darker and even weirder. And it was sadly kind of banned by the Polish government, and some of the film was lost. I think like 25% of the film was lost, but somehow it still is such a great, ambiguous masterpiece, even though we don't have the whole product. But yeah, incredible style. Zulawski is someone who combines a very kind of methodical style with more kind of crazy, like moving and flowing camera. So there are these kind of still shots, but then there are lots of like tracking shots and there's lots of camera movement. It's kind of all over the place, and he does that kind of mix very well. But this is a very disturbing film. There are some like very kind of ritualistic, cult-like scenes that are very dark and disturbing. But it's that intellectual sci-fi that I think the world needs more of. We don't see that much in cinema. We see it a lot in literature, even though I don't really read that much sci-fi, but I know that there's much of it. But I think there's lots of kind of untapped potential with like sci-fi in film. We could definitely, especially with today's technology, we should do these like weird like space exploration movies and stuff, but nobody's really doing them.
yeah, it sounds right up my alley, to be honest with you. I'm gonna have to look into that because I do collect Masters of Cinema releases. I hadn't realized this was released on that. So
well, it went out of print already.
But
they are gonna re-release it.
Yeah, they always release like the poor versions, the poor man's version. Later.
Yeah, I fortunately managed to get this set because it was something that I was looking for.
Box set.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I got the box set of Pandora's Box recently from them. It was really good.
But yeah, that's a good movie.
Yeah. Anyway, my next one, my 163, is Cure. Now I think this is my first. Is it not? Yeah, this is my first Kiyoshi Kurosawa film.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. I think I sort of very snarkily and pretentiously said in one review of it that this is like 7 for smart people. I probably shouldn't have said it that way. I think it's
true.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe a bit more of a fleshed out way to say it is that it's playing in the same arena with similar ideas of like the power of influence that a villain character can have on people through these sort of puzzle box kind of interaction he has with the people trying to catch him. And I find the visual aesthetic much more pleasing, and I think the psychological elements are much more interesting. But it has so many similar beats and vibes to 7 that I don't think the comparison can be completely avoided between the two. But yeah, this really blew me away because it's such a quiet film, and yet it's so sinister and horrific at the same time. And the villain in it is genuinely captivating and charismatic in his own odd way. You can kind of understand why, like, the minute he gets his hypnosis a hold of you, he can almost have like the voice of a prophet almost, on the people that he gets a hold of. And the finale of it is also really amazing, beautifully shot. And it's definitely turned me on to Kurosawa's Kiyoshi Kurosawa's work. So I'll be exploring that a lot more now. I think the next one I want to watch is let me make sure that this is the one. Yeah, I think Pulse is the one I want to watch next. I haven't seen it yet, but
Yeah, Cure is really good movie that I need to rewatch. And speaking of Masters of Cinema, I have it on Masters of Cinema Blu-ray, but
Awesome.
yeah, I like it a lot, but I don't like absolutely love it yet. But I feel like I might in the future. And we talked about Hamaguchi's Drive My Car before, but Kiyoshi
Yeah.
Kurosawa was Hamaguchi's mentor in like films, like university or whatever.
Yeah, I can definitely see that.
Like there's this cool talk on YouTube where Hamaguchi interviews Kurosawa. So
Really, I'm gonna have to look that up.
yeah. But yeah, my next pick is a shock, Rivet film. Finally, we get to Rivet. So although this is one of the ones that I remember the least about again, but it's Norui. It's from that Arrow box set.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So this is one of his like very cryptic and weird films. I really don't know what it is about. Yeah, it's just so weird but beautiful. And again, these are like French New Wave version of David Lynch films in many ways, how they explore identity, how the structures of the films are all over the place, and how you have no idea what the films are about oftentimes, even more so with Rivet than with Lynch. But yeah, it's also a very long movie. Rivet is known for making very long movies, and this is one of his longest movies, but it's still like, I think, was it 3 hours or something?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, but such a beautiful movie. There are other Rivet movies higher than it, but this is one that I also need to rewatch, like I said. But what a masterpiece, in my opinion.
You know, it's another thing I have to shamefully admit. I have that box set, but I have not watched this one yet. I've only seen Duel.
Well, Duel is ranked higher for me, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's yeah. But I mean, I love Duel, so I'm sure I'll love the others in the set.
Yeah.
So yeah. The next one for me, my 162 is Viva sa vie by Jean-Luc Godard. So this is my second Godard film. And again, for me, they just keep getting better. I think this one is a bit more focused than Breathless, intentionally so. This one actually attempts to tell a more coherent narrative with a point to it. Like it has a very clear endpoint that it probably always has in mind from the very beginning, and then you get there, and it's just really, it's completely expected, but it's also still very heartbreaking. And of course, along the way, we are entranced by the brilliant performance by Anna Karina, who is just great in everything I've seen her in. And of course, we have even more revolutionary camera and editing work. We have the famous machine gun pan moment in this film. Yeah, it's a story following this girl around as she tries to survive, in the only ways that she feels that she can. And the situations she puts herself in are heartbreaking but understandable. And it's a gritty look at real life told through an artistic French New Wave lens, so to speak. So yeah, great film.
Yeah, it's a film that, again, is on my top 100. It's my second favorite Godard, but it's a film that you could show to people who say that all Godard films are cold and political and boring, because this film is so beautiful. It has such emotional resonance. You really feel for the Anna Karina character. Again, she's so beautiful. I love the shots of her, like some of the close-ups and stuff are so amazing. But yeah, it just has so much heart to it. And I also realized when I watched it myself that, yeah, Godard can make emotional films too, not just kind of cold political films, but he can make also very emotional films. Yeah. And so shows the range of his artistry.
Yeah. It has a lot of empathy, this one.
Yeah. And like we said earlier, it definitely doesn't feel misogynist, even though some people might say it is.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't to me, but
yeah,
I don't know.
But the funny thing about that you have had Vivre sa vie as 162, because I also have a Godard film at 162. So
wonderful.
It's one that I watched fairly recently. It's called The Married Woman, one of his underrated 60s films.
Haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, so this is all about capitalism and relationships, how materialism and capitalism and consumerism has kind of started to destroy human connection and relationships, and how people kind of again are part of that consumerist cycle, and they kind of lose their humanity in a way that I know that both of us can agree with that sentiment. Like,
yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, but it's also a very beautiful looking film. It starts with these like absolutely beautiful shots of like human like legs and bodies and stuff, and I absolutely adore that stuff as I like sculpture and painting and stuff like that. It looks beautiful in the beginning, but also it's just like a very interesting movie thematically, and this is also one of the Godard films that you do resonate with emotionally. I mean, based on the themes alone, it makes you kind of sad about the state of the world as we have moved towards that consumerist direction, even more so when we live in this neoliberal hellscape. But
yep.
Hopefully there aren't any conservative assholes watching this one. But yeah. But what a beautiful movie, and I'm sure that you will love it as you have gotten into Godard so much, even though this tends to be one that people don't rate as highly.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure I'll find something to love. I think I'm in the rhythm now. I think I kind of get his. I think I kind of get it for the most part. You know what he's doing with his movies. So even if it's not blowing me away every time, I'm sure I'll find something to love as I continue to sort of dive deeper, you know, into his catalog. So the next one on my list, 161, The Vanishing. This is the original, although the same director remade it in 1993. Don't watch that version. But yeah, I mean, I think this is the only Dutch film on my list. I could be wrong, but yeah, this one really affected me in a big way. The villain in it might be one of the most chilling villain portrayals I've ever seen, just because of how realistic it is. I mean, it's just a guy, just an everyday guy who you would never suspect to be capable of doing the things that he does in this story. And yet, you know, you kind of follow him throughout his whole scheme as he sort of practices what he's going to do, and he kind of gets all the motions that he's going to do right. You know, he knows which hand he's going to hold the ether or the chloroform in, and he knows, you know, which hand he's going to open the door with, and it's just, you know, everything is meticulously planned, and you follow him all the way through this planning up to the moment that he decides to carry out what he's going to do. And it's got a very like if you're a Sherlock Holmes fan, it's got a very Professor Moriarty kind of vibe to it. It's like he's doing this to see if he can. He's just doing it to see if he can get away with doing it. You know, it's not any kind of, it's not anything other than that, other than the fact that he's psychopathic enough to not have the empathy necessary to stop him from doing something like that. And he sees opportunity, and he's curious. He wants to see if he's smart enough to plan it out successfully and get away with it. And you know, it's very cold, but it's also a very riveting performance. And what I like about the movie structure also is that you start out following the perspective of you know, the protagonist. Well, they're both protagonists, but of the more hero of the film. You get his perspective first, leading up to a certain moment, and then the film goes back, and then you begin to follow the movements of the perpetrator, and then eventually the two narratives begin to intertwine, and interesting things happen there for the third act of the film. But yeah, I mean, every moment, every step of the way, I was not able to quite guess what was going to happen next. It kept me wondering every step of the way. And when a movie can still do that to me after I've watched like 3,000 plus movies, I think that's pretty cool. So yeah, really, really love this one.
It's like 7 for smart people. Yeah. I just started thinking about that, but it should be somewhere on my list too, unless I forgot to add it. But yeah, it's just one of those films that is in the conversation for like the greatest thriller ever made. And I do agree with like lots of the things that you said, that, for example, again, the villain, how he's just a regular guy, he could be your neighbor.
Yeah.
You meet that type of people everywhere. And again, the ending, the haunting, when like he buries the guy alive. That like so you want to find out what happened to your girlfriend? Like it's just fucking disturbing.
He doesn't even hide it. He knows he's going to do something to him. He tells him, but the curiosity gets the better of our hero, and it does us too, because we want to find out exactly how it was done, so we're on that journey with him in that sense, and therefore we're also buried with him at the end. So it's
although that scene always makes me think about Kill Bill, when again Uma Thurman's character is also buried alive. But yeah. Although The Vanishing is 100 times better than Kill Bill. But, yeah. But I think it's actually the only Dutch film I've ever seen. Dutch cinema is kind of like Finnish cinema, so that there aren't many like international hits or anything. So
yeah, unfortunate, because if this is any indication, it's pretty damn good.
Yeah, but I think people should rather watch the remake, because with that you don't have to read subtitles.
Right. Yeah. With the completely botched ending, the remake. Yeah.
Well, I haven't even seen it, and I'm not gonna watch it. Yeah. But we go back to Antonioni with my next pick. So it's the second part of the Alienation trilogy, La Notte, that at least used to be my number one favorite, but I'm not sure anymore. But this is the one with Marcello Mastroianni as the main character, and he gives such a great performance. And this is definitely the conversation for like the best looking Antonioni film, and I think that was the thing that gave it the edge for me the first time I went through these films, and it was just like pretty much the best black and white cinematography like ever. It's just so beautiful, and yeah, it shoots the architecture well. It's about alienation, cliche, but
yeah.
Yeah, and Sean Moreau is obviously always great as well, but yeah, I don't really have anything unique to say about Antonioni films.
This is still one I haven't seen yet, but obviously it's on the list. I'm still sort of dipping my toe into Antonioni's filmography, so
you will probably love it. So yeah.
Oh, I'm sure it will. Yeah. I've loved all that I've seen so far from him. So
yeah.
So my 160 is another recent film. It's the Banshees of Inisherin.
I haven't seen it yet. So
you haven't seen it yet? Okay. Well, I will say you mentioned at some point that you like McDonagh's films, but he hasn't like blown you away before yet.
Yeah. And I liked Three Billboards the most, probably.
Yeah. I completely agree with that. But this one did finally blow me away. It's definitely it's the best one he's made by a country mile so far. I guess he could top this one, but it's going to be pretty difficult. It's really, really, really good. This is the kind of smart, daring comedy stuff that I was talking about that we don't see a whole lot of anymore, at least in more popular, sort of accessible films. And luckily this one got a release that was wide enough for a lot of people to kind of know about it. And a lot of people have been watching it and liking it. And yeah, it's a really strange tale that I've never quite seen unfold this way before. It was based on what was going to be a play of McDonagh's first, and then I think he just turned it into a screenplay. And it does have a very teleplay kind of feel to it at times. But basically, it's about these two fellows who are lifelong friends who live on this same Irish island, and then just one day one of them decides that he doesn't like the other one anymore, doesn't want to be friends with them anymore, and it's just completely baffling to the other friend. It's like, well, why don't you like me now? And he starts listing out all these reasons, and it basically comes down to the one friend wants to try to better himself and become a somebody, and he feels like if he continues to associate with this other friend of his, he'll always be a nobody. And so it's that tale again about kind of like leaving behind what you know in favor of a life that you think you can build for yourself, even if a bit artificially, at least at first, and it goes in all kinds of zany, unpredictable directions. There's a lot of darkness in it, even though it is a comedy. It's a kind of a dry comedy, and it has horror elements in it. It has sort of thriller elements to it. And yeah, I don't want to give away too much because I want you to kind of experience it unless you already know what's going to happen in the end. I don't know how much you've looked up about it or not.
I don't know the ending, so.
But anyway, I do highly recommend it. You may not like it quite as much as I do, but I think you'll appreciate the uniqueness of it. And
Yeah, I'm planning to watch it at some point. So
yeah, it's very, very good.
So the next film is something that I don't have that much to say, but I know that you probably will, because it will be way higher for you.
Okay.
So I'll kind of leave it up to you, but we will finally get to Kobayashi. So it's Kwaidan. He's kind of horror anthology, visual masterpiece.
We can leave it until it comes back around again on my list if you want.
Yeah, but I'll just say that again, it's a masterpiece, but I need to rewatch it as I have only seen it once. But at this moment, Harakiri and The Human Condition are the ones that blow me away even more.
Yeah, I mean, as you know, they're all very close for me. So practically interchangeable, really, if you want to get down to it. But all right, mine 159 is Alphaville, and I know that you said this one didn't impress you as much in terms of Godard.
But I still like it though. But
yeah. What I like about it is, and I'm pretty sure this was Godard who said at one point how much he appreciated B movies. This, and this is kind of in a way, it's kind of an intermingling of his style with B movie style. He literally he yanks a character out of B movies that already existed and puts him in his movie. Lemmy Caution. He's like this. It's like this noir style detective who was already around in other films before this, that didn't have as much, I guess, critical recognition or whatever. And I think the same actor portrays him and everything, but then he's sent into this town that's being run by a Big Brother type computer, and whenever you hear the computer's voice, it's a real guy's voice who's had throat surgery done to remove his voice box, so he's like croaking out the words, in this really sinister sounding, kind of robotic sounding way, that just comes natural to the voice actor who does the voice. And they're throwing people in questioning booths and making sure that they're still loyal to the state and the way of things in this city. And it's got a very oppressive, kind of fascistic feel to it all. And I mean, there's a literal story happening. There's a mystery that unfolds, and Lemmy Caution is part of solving it. But that's not really the part of the movie that stands out to me. It's more about the overall concept of sort of merging these two cinematic worlds together to create something really artsy and abstract. The computer that runs everything is quoting random poetry, and it's just really, really bizarre, but in a really, really affecting way, memorable way. And of course, when the character drives to and from this city, I think in the dialogue they're saying it's like some kind of it's supposed to be some kind of space-time transportation thing, but he's just driving down the road in a car. But I mean, just the way they present it as being sort of narratively really, really like extreme sci-fi, but visually, of course, it's still very sort of modestly budgeted and kind of low to the ground, and your imagination does a lot of the work there. But really, really brilliant movie.
Yeah, I don't have much like criticism towards it. I just, again, the good old I didn't connect to it emotionally reason. It's just that, but I feel like it's another one that I'm gonna appreciate more now because I'm such a huge Godard fan, because then I had just started to explore his filmography.
Yeah.
But yeah, so my next one is Il Sorpasso by Dino Risi, very famous Italian kind of comedy. So it's about these two guys. One of them is a law student, and then this other one is this kind of traditionally masculine, pretty hot-headed person, and they take this kind of a journey, which is really fun for the most part, but it has a tragic ending that I'm not going to spoil, but I'll just say it's very tragic.
Okay.
But it's all about kind of like how you should live your life. Should you kind of go 110% all the time and then perhaps die a bit younger, or whether you should be a bit more level-headed and calm, but maybe live a more boring life, but then you have a longer life, probably. So those kind of basic but very important and interesting questions about life. And it's just so well written, acted, and shot. Just brilliant and perfect in every way, and this is perhaps the best road movie ever made. And another movie that I really need to watch. I know Radiance Films, for example, released this on a box set recently, and it's also on Criterion. So
yeah, I'm actually saving up to get the Radiance box set so I get more bang for my buck and get a few more movies included with it. That's kind of why I'm waiting to watch it still. But
yeah, I would love to get that set too, but yeah, we'll see.
we'll see. Yeah, we'll
I think
see.
it probably will get like out of print soon. Like the Radiance titles go out of print so fucking quickly.
I know. Well, of course, that's part of the scam, right? That's part of the system that we're that these very movies often criticize, and yet they're still packaged as commodities. And
yeah, fucking rich pieces of shit, like capitalist fucks.
Yeah. It is what it is. My 158 is My Neighbor Totoro.
Nice.
It's weird because before I sat down to kind of refine this list, this wasn't even in my short list at all. I still had it at like 4.5 out of 5 rather than a full 5 out of 5 rating. And then I really sat and thought about it, and I've rewatched it a lot more since because my son loves the movie too, so we watch it together. And it's really I don't know. Every time I watch it, I fall more and more in love with it. So I had to be honest with myself and say, yeah, it might not quite be as high as maybe Spirited Away is for me personally, but that doesn't make it any less a masterpiece in its own right. So it's up here now with the big dogs. So
yeah, so my next one is another Japanese movie. It's called Love and Peace from Sion Sono, a very underrated, quite unknown modern film. But I have many Sion Sono films on my list, and this is actually a film that has a Japanese song that I can actually sing in Japanese, but I often sing it in my videos, but I don't think I'm gonna do it here now.
Whatever you wish. If you feel the urge, go ahead. It's fine.
Yeah. no, I'm not gonna do it. Yeah. But yeah, it's this fun kind of a musical, I guess. It's about this kind of a loser guy, but then he suddenly becomes this like huge artist and a famous artist. He's like a basic incel at the beginning, but then he becomes this artist. Like it's this kind of very stupid kind of fairy tale-esque comedy drama film about like those big kind of dreams that you have, that I want to become an artist, but then when you become an artist, you kind of notice that maybe it's not the perfect life.
Right.
And there's lots of bad things about it. And there's this giant turtle in there as well. And there's lots of these like weird like toy animals that are alive and stuff.
Oh wow,
so it's like a very weird film. It's kind of like some like one of the like Isle of Dogs or Fantastic Mr. Fox, but this is actually not animated, but it's like live action. So it's a bit like that. But Sion Sono has a great filmography, and there again, like I said, many of his other films here on the list. And this isn't one that you should start with, but definitely when you've watched like few of his films, then you should watch this.
Yeah, cool. I'll definitely give it a go. My 157 is Being There by Hal Ashby, starring, of course, the late, great Peter Sellers in probably his best performance. There's a lot of subtlety there. It's still very comedic, but it's also very layered and heartfelt, and you can really see the emotion in his eyes, and you can see the wheels turning in his head, even if he is a man of very few, very particular words. It's kind of a savant in the realm of gardening, but when it comes to pretty much everything else, it's kind of like wallpaper. You can't really read the guy. Of course, there's commentary on how much of our own meaning we project onto things that don't necessarily have that particular meaning, and how much of modern life is kind of a charade, and how much of us are in on the joke, how much of us aren't, and it has a really wholesome message also to the it speaks to the I think the virtue of innocence. I don't think the character Chance that Peter Sellers plays, I don't think his situations are played for comedic effect oftentimes, but I don't think he is played as a joke. I think he's played as a very admirable character. And of course, the really breathtaking final shot of this movie, you can read different meanings into it, but my particular take on it is that he was able to do what we see him do because he didn't know he couldn't do it. I think that kind of speaks to the power that comes with innocence, and how society is kind of built around this idea of everyone just kind of playing along to like this big sort of this big game of make believe, and Chance just happens to be one of the more honest people about it. He doesn't even put on a pretense. He just is who he is, and then if everyone else wants to do the dance around him, then that's fine with him. I've heard that the portrayal here by Peter Sellers was an inspiration for a certain sequence from a certain miniseries by a certain favorite director of ours. You might know what I'm referring to, but we can get to that later when we get to it. But I can definitely see the influence there. But anyway, really, really brilliant, powerful movie.
Yeah, it's even higher on my list. I absolutely love the film, and one of my favorite scenes is when the woman wants to have sex with Chance. Like that's such a funny scene. Like, like he doesn't know what is going on, but like the woman is just so horny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I like when he's at the party and he says, I like to watch.
Yeah.
With the party guests. So yeah.
But there are some like political comparisons and contrasts that you can do, especially in the Trump age or post Trump age, when there is this character who really doesn't know anything, but people take him as some like a Jesus type of figure, and some like absolute genius who's gonna save everything, but then in reality they don't know anything about anything and shouldn't be in power. But
how cults of personality are built around these figures that really were never real. That's definitely an apt comparison, and it's definitely one that I make. I guess I didn't jump straight to there when I was talking about it, because I didn't want to give the impression that the Chance character is comparably evil to the real life Trump comparison, because I don't think he is. But yes, definitely in terms of the way everyone else can sort of rally around a figure that they choose to project their meaning onto. Very much a commentary on that, as is the other film that is similar to this, that could be a good companion film to it, which is Face in the Crowd. Has a similar kind of vibe going on there.
Yeah. But yeah, so my next one is another Sion Sono film. My last pick was Sion Sono also. So this is the Forest of Love, and there are two different cuts. So there's the short cut, and then there's a cut called Deep Cut, which is this kind of mini TV series version. And I'm talking about the longer cut, the Deep Cut. And so this can be watched on Netflix, actually, so everybody should go watch it. But this is also that there's this like a serial killer, like psychopath here, that is really kind of part of that tradition of these kind of funny kind of psychopathic characters like Frank Booth in Blue Velvet, or even like Jack Torrance in The Shining, or like Patrick Bateman in American Psycho, like these kind of really evil people, but who are somehow really funny. And I love that type of character so much. And it's a very thrilling, absolutely insane film. Again, it's kind of mixes comedy, drama, thriller elements, even little horror elements, I guess. And one thing I should say to you, by the way, is that I think Sion Sono has got lots of influence from Shuichi Terayama. I can at least like see it. That it kind of he's taken that tradition of the crazy Japanese new wave, but added some Tarantino and stuff like that into it, and made it really crazy. Yeah.
Well, Terayama's even name dropped at one point, I believe, by one of the characters in this series, if I remember. But
yeah, I don't remember whether it did that, but yeah, it's been such a while. I watched it back when it came out, like around that time. It's been a few years. I think it came out in 2019. But
and then I think the longer cut just was 1 year later or something.
Yeah.
I need to rewatch this one, because it didn't resonate with me when I first watched it, but I have a feeling that if I watch it again now, I'll get a different experience from it. So I don't really want to say anything about it, because I don't feel confident really kind of knowing what it was really about. So I'm gonna have to rewatch it before I can really give good thoughts on it. So
yeah, I should take a break from my Gilmore Girls binge and watch this on Netflix. But, but that's harder said than done. The other way around.
That's a show I've never sat down to watch that one. Hear good things though.
Yeah, might not be for you. I don't know whether you like soap operas and stuff like that.
I mean, I'm open to whatever.
Yeah.
Give some a try at least once,
Well, they mentioned Showa and Seven Samurai in that show, so.
Well, there you go. So see, it's Kino.
Yeah.
So my 156 is Rome Open City. So this is, at the moment, my highest ranked, I believe, Rossellini film. I don't think there's one higher than this on my list. It's about the Nazi occupation of Rome toward the end of the Second World War. It's telling a very gritty, realistic tale about resistance fighters trying to rise up against the fascism. And of course, this is post Mussolini, and then moving right into the Nazi takeover. So it's like a really ravaged psyche for the Italian people in this story unfolding. And there's a lot of really shocking sequences. At least I think they're shocking for 1945. I mean, this was right. This was right when this stuff had just happened, and they were already depicting torture of captives, and like there's like a scene where like they throw fire on a guy and it looks like it's really burning him. I mean, it's really, really tough stuff to watch, but it's also one of the most powerful things I've ever seen. So definitely a necessary watch. I would say it's required viewing if you care about sort of the canon of cinema and how it's evolved, and how sort of gritty, sort of newsreel style depictions of things can sort of blur the line between fiction and reality. So
Yeah, like I said earlier, I like all of the three pretty much equally. It's hard to rank them, but I feel like once I rewatch them, they will probably end up in my top 200 or top 300 at least. Yeah.
But again, it's another one of those you have to be in a certain mindset to sit through. So.
And that just made me think that I might have forgotten one Italian neorealist film from my list. I'm not sure yet, but I might have forgotten it. Hopefully I didn't. But yeah. But my next is a Buñuel film, my favorite Buñuel film, The Exterminating Angel.
Okay, haven't seen this one yet.
Yeah, so my relationship with Buñuel is kind of rocky actually, because he's been a director that I've admired since I got into his filmography, but I never had much of a strong personal connection to his films. But I feel like now that I've gotten older and wiser, hopefully, I will like his films more. And this is one that I rewatched, and my appreciation for it grew so much after the rewatch. And now that I'm more in the same political wavelength with Buñuel, now that I used to be, I think I will probably enjoy the films from that point of view more now too. But this is one of his kind of let's make fun of the bourgeoisie films. He made quite a lot of those, and this is one of the perfect examples of that. It's about these like middle class people who get into they are in this dinner room and they cannot escape the room. So it kind of shows you can analyze it in many different ways, but you can kind of see how again the people are pretty awful in it, and how the middle class cannot kind of move forward with their views, and how they are stuck to this kind of stupidity and their stupid opinions and stuff. And yeah, right. and also kind of how they are in the room, and then obviously there's the outside world, how the people in the room are different, and there's this kind of class representation there, of course. But yeah, there's so much that one could say about this film, but definitely at this moment my favorite Buñuel film. But I think it might change after I rewatch some of his other films, and I still have quite a few of them left to watch as well. Although I've watched pretty much all the kind of major ones.
Yeah, I have seen sort of his I don't know if reimagining, but sort of like expounding on this in the Discreet Charm of the Bourgeoisie. That's the one that I've seen. Yeah. Which I loved. I loved the farcical nature of it. I loved the satire, but it just didn't quite crack my my top 200. But yeah.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites as well.
Yeah. It's really good. All right. My 155 is Whisper of the Heart. This is another Studio Ghibli film, although it's oftentimes incorrectly, I guess, associated with having been actually directed by Hayao Miyazaki, but it is not. It's directed by Yoshifumi Kondo, but it's still the same group of people all kind of working together as part of the studio during their sort of golden age, I guess, of classics that they were churning out. Yeah, this film really deeply affects me. Again, it's another kind of slice of life story, but it's also about ambition, and this one is actually a very wholesome take on ambition, and it frames it in a way to where it encourages the viewer and says, you can be ambitious, you're allowed to be an artist, you're allowed to be a dreamer. Just make sure that you don't dream at the expense of someone else, or even at the expense of your own spirit. Keep the innocence, keep the inspiration, keep the things about yourself that made you inspired to do big things in the first place. And try to do your best to find the other things in life along the way that will continue to fuel your happiness and your passion. So there's a romantic subplot that is also treated in a very healthy way. Yeah, it's good stuff. It's a very positive film. It's not one of those cynical movies about ambition that are on my list elsewhere, but I think this one's a good contrast to those. So beautiful artwork as well.
Yeah, I watched this recently. I originally got interested in it when I saw it on your favorites list, but
Oh, nice.
But yeah, this is definitely one of my top 5 Studio Ghibli films, and it's very close to being on my favorites list, and I think it might get there after I rewatch it. But I found the story so heartwarming and beautiful. Like I said earlier, I love these slice of life, kind of more humane stories more than the really big adventures often. So
yeah,
and I like the romantic subplot that you mentioned, and like the songs that the young girl sings. It's fun, and all that. Yeah, and again
like the reinterpretation of Country Roads.
Yeah,
they actually made it a song that I can bear to listen to. So
yeah, I kind of like that song actually, the original version. I don't know why, but
I mean it's a fine song. I've heard it so much in its original form, but I like the twist that they bring to it, and the layering with like the violin and the other instruments coming in, and the lyric change to make it more about a general theme of ambition. And it's good stuff.
Yeah, shows a lot about my music taste that I can listen to that and Meshuggah back to back. But
oh, me too, man. I'm about to crank Catch 33 after we're done with this.
Yeah, I've been watching the Bloodstock live, the new version, like on YouTube recently.
Oh yeah.
But then anyway, I really love this film, love the characters, love the love story, love that thing it was saying about ambition and our dreams and things like that you were talking about, and a very relatable film for everybody.
Well,
I would
I'm
say
glad you liked it. Yeah, it's just it's nice to see a film about those topics that isn't cynical about it. Sometimes, again, like we talked about, it can be hokey if it's not done right, but I think it's done very well in this case. So,
and I think one more thing is that I think this is definitely one that if you have kids and maybe they are like pre-teens or something, this would be a great film to show them.
Absolutely, yeah.
But yeah, my next film is an Orson Welles film. We have already talked about him quite a bit, and this is one that I also need to rewatch once again. But it's Chimes at Midnight, one of his very epic Shakespearean films.
Yep.
Yeah. But this one, I think the most interesting thing about it is that I've heard that it had a very small budget, but you don't see that anywhere in the film. Like the battle sequence is fucking insane. Like the film feels so huge and grand and epic and powerful. Yep. Great Orson Welles performance as always. This is probably one of his best performances, and that's saying a lot. His cinematography, it's just absolutely perfect. He's just one of the best directors to ever do it, and one of the best people to ever be like behind the camera and shooting films, because all of his films just look so stunning. But this is my second favorite Welles film, so my favorite one is quite a bit higher than this. And I think you like that one too. That is my favorite, but even though it's not the typical choice for the favorites. But
I'm sure I will. Yeah. And just for anyone who might be uninitiated, who might have only known Welles through like the big movie Citizen Kane, and maybe haven't really explored the rest of his work, we really aren't just blowing smoke up his ass. I mean, he really is that good. It's just that he didn't get the opportunity to make a lot of sort of mainstream films that were seen in his time. He had to get a lot of funding from European countries, and so he was oftentimes out of America and out of Hollywood, and so a lot of his films really didn't get the notice that they deserved, at least back over here, until long after he was gone, unfortunately. But yeah.
And I often criticize American cinema, but Orson Welles is one of the like true artists that came out from American cinema traditions.
Yeah, but look what American cinema did to him for it.
Yeah,
kicked him out.
Says a lot about America. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Very, very tragic, really, because he was so great. But anyway, I'll be going on about Orson Welles more in the future, so we can move on for now. But okay, so my next one is I'm not sure how you're going to take this, because I don't know how you feel about concert films being considered films in the cinematic sense. But my next film, my 154, is actually Bo Burnham. What? So to kind of contextualize why I appreciate this film so much and why I think it actually is as important as I think it is, I'll try not to go on a big spiel about it, but I do think that stand-up comedy is in kind of a crisis right now as an art form. I think it's pretty much dying with most people who are in its sort of stewardship right now, primarily because a lot of the people who are sort of pulling the strings and sort of making the big moves in stand-up are no longer the ragtag group of critical offenders who used to sort of use their comedy as a way to sort of speak out to power and against censorship and all these other things, speak out against the system. A lot of these people have become rich and famous themselves, and now they essentially are the system, financially speaking anyway. You got, Dave Chappelle with multi-million-dollar contracts still complaining that he's supposedly canceled. And so, a lot of the stand-up work that's being seen by most people now that gets the biggest exposure is often very cranky old man yelling at clouds kind of vibes. I feel like, a lot of the comedy is not relatable in any way, at least not to me. It's all a bunch of stories about middle-aged men hating their wives, and even older men hating the new generation, and they can't understand why these whippersnappers these days could have such thoughts in their heads about the world. And it's such a mean-spirited, punching down kind of art form now, in my opinion. This is all my opinion, so nobody be offended. But I think Bo Burnham is one of those rare instances where he's a very visible comedian who does not do that. He challenges the form. He has a very postmodernist kind of approach to it. It's very self-aware. It's very meta. He often mocks the old style of stand-up in his stand-up, and also the shows that he puts on are far more than just a guy with a microphone complaining about life. It's also very much various elements of performance art. It's musician, it's choreography, it's dance, it's interpretive dance, it's political conference. I mean, it's so many different things rolled up into one in a way that feels, at least to me, very fresh and new and exciting. And so when I see someone like that getting the exposure that he has and being embraced by sort of the newer generation of comedy fans, that actually gives me a lot of hope about maybe comedy can still survive into the new age and kind of embrace the new generation rather than constantly try to shun it and kind of speak out against it. So for that reason alone, I respect Bo Burnham, but also this particular performance really is my favorite performance of his. I think it's absolutely brilliant. The final sequence that he does that lasts about 10 minutes that like finishes up the show is just like, it blew me away when I watched it. So these are my thoughts. This is why it's on the list so high, even though it's not conventional to put a comedy routine this high on a list like this. Those are my reasons. So
yeah, I haven't seen it, and I don't really know anything about Bo Burnham other than I've seen him on your list. And again, stand-up comedy is something that I'm not really into. I'm not against it or anything, but I just have so many hobbies that I just haven't gotten into it because I have too many hobbies. I often say that I really don't need another one, but maybe I will get into stand-up comedy more. I think I will probably enjoy some of it, but
I mean,
yeah.
the classic stuff from like the 60s and 70s when it was really getting hot, that's really good stuff. And then the modern stuff, people that kind of challenge the form now, like Bo Burnham, I think are the way to go. The guys who used to be the boundary pushers who are still active today, yeah, their new stuff just isn't it. But
I remember that film by Bob Fosse, Lenny, about that stand-up comedy.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
Yeah. I mean, in fact, there's a sequence in there where he explicitly says, he explains to his own audience in that scene why he's choosing to say some of the words that he's using. He's not trying to be actually racist or misogynist or gross or overly sexual or whatever. He's specifically saying words that were censored by people that he could be arrested for saying, and he was doing it specifically just so he could break through the barriers that the censorship was putting on him at the time. He was trying to speak up to power. And now, again, that's not what so much of it, so much of it now is just people saying, oh, nobody can take a joke anymore. Everyone's so sensitive. It's like, no, it's just, you're not punching up anymore. You're punching down when there's no reason to, but anyway.
Yeah, I just started to think about Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro, and
oh god,
oh fucking hell! Like now I have a really bad taste in my mouth. But,
yeah, sorry about that.
I mean, they are doing that like awful like anti-trans documentary. They just announced it or something. But
oh yeah.
That's supposed to be like funny, but even though it's not. Yeah.
Did you see Jordan Peterson's latest really, really funny music video?
No, I don't think so. But,
oh god, you've got to watch it.
But I often laugh at his like crying compilations.
Oh, those are funny, yeah. But this one he's actually attempting to be funny and failing, so it's even funnier.
But when he calls that Antifa, like they are worse than animals, I'm starting to think about Cain and Abel, and now I'm gonna start crying. But I'm such a masculine man, like
right, of course.
Fucking hell.
Whose room is very, very tidy.
Yeah, even though he died of drug addiction almost in Russia, but that's the guy you should take advice from.
Yes, of course.
And who talks shit about postmodernism, but then says, what do you mean by do? What do you mean by you? What do you mean by belief? What do you mean by God?
Right.
Yeah, but now this is like people will hate this podcast because we are criticizing the God himself. Yeah. The Nietzschean legend. Yeah. How do we follow that up? Yeah. My choice. Yeah.
Sorry, I kind of took us off into a different track there.
Yeah. Well, that will make a great podcast as well. Although I try to avoid talking about that stuff too much, but
I know, so that's why I'm apologizing.
Yeah, but it would be fun to just destroy those assholes like something.
Yeah, it can be.
But yeah, my next film is a 90s French film by Jean-Claude Bricheux, which is a film that not many people know of. It's called Céline.
Okay.
So it's about this kind of beautiful platonic relationship between two women. So it's very similar to Portrait of a Lady on Fire, but without that kind of explicit lesbian relationship.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure that this has influenced Portrait of a Lady on Fire. I always say that, but I'm not sure. But it's such a beautiful looking movie. It's kind of very sunny, kind of hypnotic, very emotional, and love the two women and their relationship. And the film says a lot about friendships and relationships and how relationships affect us and who we are as people. And another film that I need to rewatch, as I have only seen it once, which is the kind of theme of this episode, I guess. But yeah, but when we get into the higher ranks, there are more films there that I have seen multiple times. But
yeah, of course.
But yeah, what a wonderful film that isn't really accessible in many places. But if you can find it, it's such a beautiful film to watch.
So I do think this is one I've actually heard of, but yeah, I have not been able to find it to watch. So
yeah.
All right, my number 53 is City Girl, Murnau. I think this is my first Murnau film on the list. Is it? It must be.
Yeah,
because
is it? Yeah, it is, and I haven't seen it. So.
yeah, I think I think there's a couple more of his like further down in the larger list. But anyway, um, it's great. It's kind of like a slightly less great version of Sunrise, in my opinion, but it's still really, really great for what it is. It's a story about kind of like a fish out of water story. A woman from the high life who she falls in love with a country boy, and he takes her back to his homestead, and there's drama with sort of acclimating and matriculating into the family and into the lifestyle, and some character drama unfolds that's pretty interesting, and it's beautifully shot, beautifully acted, and yeah, it's really fantastic. Can't really say anything wrong with it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's the only like big Murnau film that I haven't seen. So yeah, but I'm sure that it's on YouTube, so it's easy to watch.
Yeah,
and it's on Masters of Cinema as well. But
I actually have the Masters of Cinema, but yeah, that's how I watched it.
Nice. But the next film is another Godard film, one of his most famous ones. It's Le Mépris, or Contempt.
Ooh.
And this is also, again, we've talked about how some people see Godard as a cold filmmaker, but I think this is one of his more emotional films, as it explores these relationship that is kind of breaking down. And of course, this is kind of a fun film to watch also from like a cinephile's point of view.
Oh, absolutely.
Fritz Lang in there, and there's that filmmaking element there, that creative process element there, really great music. This is one of his best looking films as well, and great performances, and such a beautiful, quite like, say, even a haunting in a way, that when it just like shows that longing and that kind of loneliness and those types of things that many of us can really relate to. But this is just absolute perfection to me. Yeah,
it's my favorite film of his. It's even higher on my list. So
yeah.
Of course, of those I've seen, I'm still diving into Godard, but this is it's pretty amazing. It's weird. I read a review for this one not too long ago, and someone called it lipstick on a pig. said it was a it's a horrible movie for horrible people, or something like that. I don't understand the hatred that Godard gets so often. I really don't. But
yeah, me neither. So.
At least as an artist, again, I don't know how he was as a person. Apparently, he was an asshole to Agnes Varda, so that's not good. But
yeah, I often say that there's this kind of huge anti-intellectualism in the film community. So film community has lots of these people who are only into film, but then they aren't into politics, philosophy, painting, literature, music. And I think those type of people who are only into film won't get Godard, because to get Godard, you have to be into arts very widely, and also into philosophy and politics, and you have to be kind of a complete intellectual, to sound very pretentious. But I think that's one of the main reasons Godard gets so much hate, because lots of cinephiles are just cinephiles, but they aren't art lovers in general. Again, no offense to anybody, but that's just my opinion. Again, if you only like film, that's obviously completely fine. But I myself, and I know you are a person too, who is kind of a more well-rounded intellectual, to sound pretentious and cocky again.
Well, but that's the thing, though. I mean, to kind of jump on that for a minute, we won't stay here long, but I just want to point out, I do take umbrage. I mean, you're not saying it, you're just saying what other people say. But I think the idea of being an intellectual is itself somehow innately pretentious, or there's some kind of sense of superiority there. I do take umbrage with that, simply because simply being curious about the world and wishing to sort of self-actualize through gaining knowledge about the world, that in and of itself is an intellectual pursuit. And so in that sense, shouldn't we all want to be intellectuals? I mean, it's become this very commodified idea. And I understand that's sold out of ivory towers and Ivy League university campuses, and people kind of get this impression that you can only be an intellectual or a well-rounded thinker if you meet X, Y, and Z prerequisites. But I mean, obviously the working class ruling world that I want to live in would make knowledge completely free for everybody. So I mean,
Yeah, me too.
I definitely don't associate the pursuit of knowledge as much as possible with the idea of being pretentious or thinking I'm better than anybody else. I'm very thankful for the chances that I've had to learn about as much as I've learned about so far, and will continue learning. So I think it's something that people should embrace and sort of lean into and not be so afraid of. And in fact, I think the arts is one of the best avenues for everyone of every sort of socioeconomic background to start entering into that world, because so much art does bring so much intellectual history with it, and I think it's a beautiful thing. So it's kind of a democratizing process.
And I think many more people would want to be intellectuals if they didn't have to work for a living and have to waste their times to make some stupid shit for McDonald's or whatever.
Yep, 100%.
When you could actually use your life for something good and meaningful and do interesting things and have that energy to use your brain on your free time that you don't at the moment have in this neoliberal hellscape. But we need to burn down the states and bring an anarchist utopia that is good for everybody.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Starting today.
Yeah. We need to destroy the state, capitalism, and hopefully religion too, but whatever. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, John Lennon.
Yeah, it's your turn. It's your turn, I think.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I was talking about contempt. Yeah,
so. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Oh, okay, because my contempt is higher for me. Okay. All right. My number 152 is Birdman. This is currently my favorite film by Inarritu, although I have seen, I think it came out the same year, the one with DiCaprio. Yeah, The Revenant. That also, I think, came out the same year.
No, Revenant came the year after.
Oh yeah, it came out the year after. Okay, but he filmed it the same year, because apparently he took a break from Revenant and went off and shot Birdman, and then came back and finished The Revenant, I think is how it went. Yeah. But I mean, I know that it's just sort of riffing off of stuff that's already been done before. The idea of the single shot being the whole film. I mean, that goes back at least as far back as Hitchcock's Rope, and probably even before that, to be honest. And of course, like that situation, it's an illusion. It's not really a single shot. It's a series of shots that are cleverly edited together. But I think what it has to offer is that device being used for a real reason, or is it just trying to be showy? And I think in this case, it really is doing it for a good reason, which is to sort of give us the experience of being with this person pretty much throughout the entirety of the stretch of time that these events happen to him, and kind of drive him to the actions that he takes by the end of the story. And I think it works. And I also really enjoy the performances in it. So it's not particularly flashy or profound. I think the final scene is ambiguous enough to where people can read other meanings into it if they want to. I kind of just saw it as a straightforward thing. But I just really enjoy how it's put together. I think it's a beautifully made, beautifully crafted film. So
yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it. I mean, I like the visuals of it, but I didn't really connect to it other than that. And I prefer both The Revenant and then Amores Perros.
Well, see, that one I haven't seen yet, so I might end up liking it more. But I definitely liked it more than The Revenant. But that's just me. It's just like my opinion, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when I was watching The Revenant in the cinema, like the lady next to me was having like a panic attack because the film was so violent with the bear and stuff.
I mean, that's also brilliantly put together. I just didn't resonate as much with it, I guess, as I did with Birdman. But
yeah, so I have my first Yoshida film now.
Okay.
Although this is one that isn't as well known as the big giants that we are going to talk about later on, but this is called Confessions Among Actresses, which you can watch on the Rare Film site again. Give another shout out to that website, but it's a weird film. It's kind of like a meta film about these actresses, and we see them as actresses, but also when they act and become characters, and it's like very, very weird films, just like the other Yoshida films are. Like there's a bit of like David Lynch there, but there's also a bit of that kind of, I would say even like Italia, like Charlo, that kind of weird type of vibe. In terms of this is kind of a weird mix of like very surreal stuff, but also this kind of meta thing and kind of like a documentary thing even. And yeah, it's this kind of melting pot of different genres and styles and ideas. And I've only seen it once. And with Yoshida films, you cannot talk about them after you've seen them once or even twice. But yeah,
that's very true.
Yeah, like the two that we are going to talk about later, I don't really know what I'm going to say about them, even though I absolutely love them. But yeah, this is one that I know you would probably like, as we both love Yoshida. So
well, I almost watched this one before sitting down to do this because I thought there might be a chance that it would make the short list, but I just ran out of time. So I'll watch it soon, though.
Yeah, and I'll rewatch it soon.
Yeah, there you go. Got to. Okay, my number 151, Nosferatu. So I got
Which one?
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just say something. I have not seen the Herzog version yet, and from what I understand, he's actually trying to do something kind of different with that because I think he actually goes back to doing what Murnau was trying to do. He actually uses the original names from the Dracula novel in his version. I think I could be completely mistaken, but I think that's what he was trying to do. Either that or there was some kind of reason that he did it. It was some kind of an artistic endeavor that meant something to him. I don't know if it was because of it being close to his German roots or what is it. But I mean, I've liked Herzog's other movies that I've seen so far, so I'm willing to give that one a go. But I have not watched it yet. So rather than say the good one, which is what I was tempted to say a second ago, I will say the Murnau version, because who knows, maybe I'll love the Herzog version as well. But I do think this is the one that would still probably rank higher for me, just because again of the historical and cultural importance of it, and a lot of the things it did for the sort of the vocabulary of cinema as it was being built, and some of the really cool effects, and that again that German expressionist kind of hard shadows and perspective shots and all that good stuff. And I think it still holds up today. This might seem kind of ridiculous to say, but I genuinely do still find Max Schreck as Orlok frightening in this role. The makeup job is so good, even by today's standards. He does not look quite human. You know, his eyes slightly bug out of his skull. His skull is like huge. He's got like these long, spindly fingers, and it all looks very, very convincing, especially, you know, for the time. So it's a very haunting film that I recommend everyone watch. So
yeah, I prefer the Murnau version to the Herzog version, but the Herzog version is definitely good and feels quite different, obviously, as it came out like almost 60 years later. So I think they are both worth watching, but the Murnau version is definitely better. And is it one of the like A24 like directors making another Nosferatu? Was it Ari Aster or
it's Eggers? It's Eggers again and again, and I'm worried about that because I don't know what more he can do, especially a third time around. But maybe we'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've liked everything else Robert Eggers has done so far, so I'm gonna have faith in him. But
yeah,
it's kind of hard to mess with perfection already. So, but we'll see.
Yeah, I started thinking about Jordan Peterson again, but anyway, let's move on.
Wait, how did you make that connection? I wonder.
I mean, he's messing with perfection called Dostoevsky, but yeah. All atheists are like Raskolnikov in Crime and Punishment. You are all fucking murderers, like, and you don't know, but you are actually Christians yourself. You just think that you're atheists.
Okay, you got me there. Yeah. Good segue.
Yeah. But my
how to segue back out of it is the question.
Yeah. Well, this is another Fellini film that I really need to rewatch once again. It's called City of Women. Okay. It's Marcello Maestrani, not Jordan Peterson in the main role. But yeah.
Okay, I haven't seen this Fellini film yet, but
yeah, it's kind of an underrated film. I just kind of like it because it's just absolutely hilarious. Like, it's so hysterical when Maestrani gets has this like very weird relationship with this woman, and it kind of gets more and more intense as it goes on, and it starts like with a really fun scene when Maestrani is exiting a train and he starts to follow a woman and tries to win her favor, and it's done in a really funny way. And of course, you have to have a particular sense of humor to get like Fellini's humor. I know some people don't like the circus, like very intense type of humor, but this is very intense in that way as well. But it's such a funny movie about kind of the gender dynamics and roles and relationships between men and women, done in a fun but intellectual way. So I really love this film. Yeah.
You know, I would be much deeper into the Fellini catalog by now than I am if it weren't for the fact that I'm really trying to hold out to get the Criterion box set and just watch all those together.
This isn't on the set, actually.
Well, okay, then I have an excuse to at least seek this one out.
And there's a like really expensive, like out of print Masters of Cinema version of it that I really wish I could get.
Oh, really? So there is a physical copy that's like
but it's like $100 at least. So.
Yeah, of course.
But it has such a beautiful cover art and everything. So I wish I hope that I can get it someday, but we'll see.
Yeah. All right. Well, can I find it some other way, like streaming somewhere?
No, well, probably. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll watch that since it's not Criterion somehow doesn't think it's essential Fellini. But
well, they probably just had rights issues or something. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
Hey, the box set is called Essential Fellini, and they mean it. So they chose not to have every Fellini movie on there. It's totally not capitalism. Don't even think that.
I've seen all Fellini movies still, but yeah, I'm one of the true great specimen who can say that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like my ego feels so good at the moment.
That's good. Yeah, I'm definitely. I need to catch up.
Yeah, maybe Jordan Peterson can analyze my cockiness, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Where were we? Okay, I think it's my turn now.
Yeah, 150.
Yeah. Okay. 150 for me is Beyond the Black Rainbow.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, you haven't yet? Okay. Is it one that you're still like thinking about watching at some point?
Yeah, I'm sure I will watch like all of the films on your list someday in the future.
Yeah, well, same. But yeah, it's Panos Cosmatos, and he's a filmmaker that in general splits people a lot. It seems like people either really, really like what he's doing or they think it's just like nonsense, like almost like schlock or something. But I don't see it that way. I definitely think there's artfulness in what he does. And this one is very much it's kind of like a modern take on slow cinema. And it's also taking a lot of inspiration, both visually and thematically, from THX 1138. So I can't rank it quite as high as that one because I love both movies and I've seen THX and I do think it's a superior film, but this still has a lot to offer. It's got like an intentionally 80s, kind of like late 70s, early 80s aesthetic in like the score, in the environments, and like the neon lighting of everything, in the wardrobe department, everything. And it's basically like a mixture between a sci-fi futuristic testing lab and then like a demonic death cult running it underneath. So yeah, it's interesting. I think you might like it. Yeah,
sounds interesting. I'm gonna watch it, like I said, sometime in the future.
Yeah, someday.
Someday again. I don't know whether it's tomorrow or 50 years from now, but yeah, we'll see.
It's not 50 years.
Maybe Jordan Peterson can predict the date, but yeah. Anyway, my next pick is a Soviet war film called Ballad of a Soldier by Grigory Shukray, and this is on a great quality on YouTube, so it's easy to watch. But it's one of those war films that kind of takes more of a, you could say, positive view on war, or not on war, but on people during war. So I often like the more bleak war films, and that's why I often criticize the American war films that are all about the heroism and sentimentality. I don't usually like them, but this is kind of sentimental. In a way, it's about this soldier who wins this kind of medal when he's done great at war, but he just says that I don't want the medal, I just want a couple of days off so that I can meet my mother and fix her roof and stuff. And then he goes to meet his mother and we follow his journey to meet his mother, and most of the film is the kind of journey from the war zone to there. But it's this kind of lots of these positive, beautiful, humanistic encounters that he has during that time, and we kind of see that even at wartime there are still good people out there, and people still do good things to each other. But there is also the war in the background and explosions and stuff. But it kind of just shows that even though there is this very dark side to humanity, that there is also this good side to humanity, that and the war cannot completely destroy or corrupt that, even though it corrupts the human condition to such a huge degree, but not totally at least. So it's that kind of very beautiful humanist war film that I think people will get very emotional about if you watch it. And yeah, such a great movie.
Nice. I'll have to try it out. Haven't seen it. When you said the Soviet war film, the first thing I thought it was going to be was that the cranes are flying, but
yeah,
because that's one that gets cited a lot. It's also
it's one of my favorites, but it's not on my top 200.
Yeah, same. Didn't quite make it. All right, my 149 is Touch of Evil, another Orson Welles. I saw this only recently. It was kind of a gap in my knowledge of his filmography until recently, but it's really good. It's basically just a he adapted like a basic newsstand pulp mystery book into something really great. He originally wasn't going to actually direct the movie. He was just going to star in it as the heavy character. And then I guess the story goes the movie studio wanted Charlton Heston and Janet Leigh to be co-stars in the film, and Charlton Heston asked, well, who do you have directing? And they said, well, we hadn't figured that out yet. And he said, well, he's like,
sorry, I just can't get Jordan Peterson out of my mind.
Okay, but he's like, Orson Welles is kind of a good director. Maybe you should let him direct this movie. And they really didn't want to, because by that point Hollywood already hated him and thought he was a troublemaker. But the only way they got Heston in the movie was for Welles to direct. So that's how he ended up getting into it. And of course, as soon as he got the job, he started rewriting everything and being a pain for the studio, just like they thought he would. But it's a great movie. His performance in it is awesome. He plays a real dick in it, but he's very good in the role.
So this is a film that, again, I watched very early on, very young, so I couldn't fully get into it, but I have like an old Blu-ray of it, so I should give it a go and probably like it now way more as I'm an Orson Welles fan. But I still liked it, but I just didn't love it that much.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
What was tickling your funny bone so much a second ago?
Jordan Peterson, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, this is going off the rails quickly, but it's fine. It's fine. We're good.
Yeah. So my 149th film is something that doesn't resemble Jordan Peterson, but it's a Japanese war film called Red Angel by Yasucho Masumura that I watched recently on that great Arrow Blu-ray. So this is about this young female nurse during the Sino-Japanese war, and she's in those kind of close quarters where all these wounded soldiers are, and she has this like big calling to help everybody and try to save as many people as she can, but the men are awful to her. Like, there are lots of these awful misogynists and rapists that take advantage of her. So this is very critical of the Japanese army and the kind of war situation and how it corrupts these men, or how men are just awful anyway, or many men are. But there's this.
Peterson?
Yeah, he's the most toxic of them all. So, yeah. I mean, the guy thinks that he's the Joker when he always just like uploads those pictures about the Joker. And, oh yeah, climate change is a hoax. The doctors that help trans people should spend their life in prison. Like, how can you fucking be that insane? And yeah, guy has a fucking PhD in psychology and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm sorry. Were you done with what you were saying about the
No. The film. So it's even though it's a war film, it shows the awfulness of war. It's also kind of very much of a big critique on patriarchy, the Japanese brand of that, but it's also kind of an interesting exploration of this female character that even though she goes through these awful things, she doesn't kind of lose her belief that she wants to help all these men, even though they are awful. So there's that very interesting kind of discussion about the human condition there. And there's this one better kind of male character who is the doctor character here, and he and she have kind of an interesting relationship and even a beautiful relationship in the end, but a very bleak movie that doesn't even have that much war footage. It only has that in the end, but such a hard-hitting movie that still feels so fresh today as a kind of a feminist portrayal of the awful things in Japanese society.
Yeah. That ever contradictory, ever wonderful culture and history of Japan.
Yeah.
Very, very complicated, but very worth dissecting.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson too. Yeah.
Okay, so is it?
He would have Fight Club as the number one film.
He would have what?
Fight Club as the number one film. Because it shows like what men should be. Yeah.
There's a benefit to the way that they all go around in a circle and jump on top of each other without shirts on. It really builds their morale. Sorry.
And I know you have watched the Matt Walsh documentary, What is a Woman? Like,
yeah.
Fuck, yeah, like I'm refusing to watch it, but I've seen the clips from like Africa and stuff like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, my 148.
What is a woman? Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that was it. We were waiting, building up to it.
Yeah.
No, it's Faust. It's another Murnau film. This, of course, is based on the Goethe interpretation of Faust, not the actual guy. This is the fictionalized version of Faust, and it's the selling your soul to the devil narrative, and it also has kind of an Arabian Nights feel, where he's like, it's almost like the devilish character in it, who is played by sorry. I'm completely losing composure here. Okay. Emil Jannings. It's funny because Emil Jannings also became a Nazi later, so it's like it's unavoidable. We're going back to this subject matter. But anyway, he's really good in this, despite being who he became. And he plays Mephisto, who is kind of like, he's functionally the devil in the story, and he kind of steals the movie. He's a really comedic character in it, and anyway, it's Faust.
Up yours, woke moralists.
Well, seen who cancels who. But anyway, it's Faust is great. If I think you've seen it, right?
Yeah, I think it.
It's a really visually impressive film and all that good stuff.
Yeah, it might be even Murnau's best film. I think it's also.
It might
good.
be, yeah. Of course, I'm going to say one other, but that's just my bias. But it's definitely up there in the running.
I wonder what would be Jordan Peterson's favorite Murnau film.
I don't know. I couldn't even begin to wonder.
Yeah. But I mean, I guess it's my turn now. Yeah, so my next film is the latest discussion that Jordan Peterson had with Dave Rubin. No. Yeah.
His favorite movie is Raw because of his all meat diet.
Yeah. When I go to Thor, I just have an air fryer with me, and I put the steaks in there and eat them. Like, vegetables are bad for you. Yeah. We should all eat more meat. We should use more fossil fuels. Climate change is a hoax. But yeah, my next film is not that discussion that I just mentioned, but it's a French art house film called L'Enfant Secret, or I think it's Secret Child in English. It's by Philippe Garrel. So it's from the early 80s, but it still has that very much of a French new wave type of style. It's kind of all about the atmosphere and the kind of beauty of the aesthetic. There isn't that much plot in there, but there's these beautiful like shots and close-ups that really do it for me. So I kind of love this from that aesthetic point of view, how it's shot and how the atmosphere is built and things like that. But yeah, I don't know whether Jordan Peterson would like this one.
I'm not sure.
Probably not. Yeah.
He probably wouldn't care for it too much. Yeah.
But he loves George Orwell.
Not enough women being groped in the workplace in this movie to satisfy him. But, yeah. Okay, my number 147 is Cowboy Bebop. It's Cowboy Bebop. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows about it. It wouldn't really do any good to dissect it more because everyone already has their opinion on it. It is a very mainstream, popular anime, but I also happen to think it is one of the best that I've seen. In a very rare instance that is very uncommon. A lot of people actually think that the English dub, is actually superior to the original Japanese audio track. It's up in the air for me. I've heard both. I do think that the English voice actors, though, do a really good job of really performing the character, not just mimicking what they think they hear from the Japanese voice actors when they dub it over. So yeah, it's really good. A lot of quiet moments throughout it. It's got the action, it's got the sci-fi, but then they also have quiet moments where they have deep philosophical conversations with each other. They mention classic literature and philosophers, and they talk about human nature and a lot of really good, interesting stuff. But, yeah.
Yeah, I'm such a stupid fuck that I haven't even seen it. So.
Oh no, it is one of the more mainstream ones. It's not going anywhere. You can always watch it whenever you want.
Yeah, but I watched one of the other anime shows from the same creator, which was Samurai Champloo.
Oh yeah, that one's good too.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. Yeah. But I've been meaning to watch it again. Like I said, I've gotten more and more into anime this year, both in terms of the shows and movies. But that I still need to watch. Might be even mainstream enough for Jordan Peterson, but
it might at that. Who knows?
Yeah. So my next film is an Australian classic called Picnic at Hanging Rock by Peter Weir.
Oh yeah.
Another one that I haven't seen in years, but I just remember how much I loved it. Although I kind of like the first part more, up until the point when the girls go missing.
Yeah.
And then there's that kind of
stronger.
And then there's that very kind of Lynchian type of scene in the rocks. That's what I really loved, because that was kind of the time in my life when I was just really getting into Lynch more and more. So that kind of Lynch type of thing really got me. But it's such a beautiful movie. It's just absolutely gorgeous. Again, I mean, I guess that's the thing that I love the most about it, because often many of my favorite films I just love kind of aesthetically as much as that's kind of what puts them into my favorites list.
Yeah.
And of course, there are two different endings to this. I watched both of them when I watched this, and I liked both of the endings. But yeah, great movie.
Yeah, it is. It's weird. I have a weird relationship with this movie, because when I first watched it was when I was at the very beginning of the process of really trying to sort of take movie watching more seriously and sort of go out of my comfort zone and watch things I hadn't really seen before. And this was a movie that I didn't really understand or like when I first watched it. I even wrote a bad review of it, I think, at first. And then I rewatched it about a year later, and it was like a completely different experience, completely different viewing experience. It's amazing what a difference just a year's worth of time can do if you're exposing yourself to different kinds of art, for that whole time period. You know, it kind of forces you to start thinking differently about things, be more open. You know, so so yeah, it's a really good movie. It didn't quite make my short list, but who knows? If I watch it again, it might be even higher because it seems to keep growing whenever I go back to it.
So everybody who's watching, you should go watch Picnic at Hanging Rock and start air frying your steak so you can become a real man.
That's right.
It's your turn.
Oh yeah. Okay. My 146 is Poem. So this is the third entry in the sort of loosely categorized Buddhist trilogy by Akio Jisoji. This is a part of the I think it was released by the Art Theater Guild of Japan, which was like all the crazy like new wave artsy stuff that was coming out around the same time. A lot of movies came out of that outfit, and it's great. It's about, you know, it's another kind of negative take on ambition, I suppose, although it's housed in in sort of a larger analysis about class difference and cultural takeover and you know, things like that kind of give more depth to it, more layers to it than you might think. It's actually one of the more legible of the three movies in this trilogy, in my opinion. It's one of the more immediately accessible ones in terms of what the themes are about, although the events and how they unfold are still very sort of intentionally shocking and sort of off-putting and challenging and all that stuff. But the final sequence on the stairs is, of course, an iconic moment and my favorite part of the film. So kind of representing the concept of like, even after you've done all this work that's required of you, will you still be able to make it to the spot where you can finally inherit the fruits of your labor? And at least in this film's opinion, you can't. So
yeah, this is actually my least favorite out of the three.
Yeah, mine too, but I still really like it.
Yeah, I think you kind of alluded to the reason why it's my least favorite, and that's because it's the most accessible and the most tame out of the three. But I have the other three on my list, but I don't have Poem on my list. So.
Yeah.
But I still, again, great movie, and the Buddhist trilogy is one of the best trilogies ever. But
yeah.
But yeah, my turn. So this is another Japanese movie. It's called Picnic, and obviously when you go to a picnic, you should take your sorry. I didn't even say the joke. Like you should take your air fryer and steaks and 12 rules for life.
Did you see that interview where he's talking to Joe Rogan about how like cider made him like go into a coma? All that meat, man.
Oh, when he said that like psychedelics are a proof that God exists.
Right.
Like Joe Rogan is such a nut job, dude. Like fucking, like I cannot understand why he has so many fans. Even his voice and his accent is so fucking annoying. Not to mention the fact that he has ivermectin in the veins and shit for brains. But yeah.
Do you need a moment to compose yourself? I think all this started because I put fucking Bo Burnham on my list. I'm never gonna do that again. I learned my lesson. No.
I haven't laughed this hardly in months. Like,
That's
you know, like, yeah. such an emotional roller coaster of a week, and now this like I'm even crying
this is
because
the
I'm
release
laughing.
you were waiting for, so you're welcome.
Oh, fucking hell.
Now clean your room, Bucko.
Fuck. But I was gonna talk about the Japanese film called Picnic by Shunji
Oh, it actually
Iwai.
was called Picnic. I thought that was just your lead into the joke.
Yeah.
I didn't know
But
that was the actual name of the movie.
Yeah, but you can watch this on YouTube on great quality. So I would highly
Okay.
recommend it. It's a very short film too, only like I think 75 minutes or something like that.
Okay.
But it's about these mental patients. But obviously the worst patient of them all is Jordan Peterson himself. But, but anyway, these people look like seem like very healthy in comparison. But yeah, but
Okay. Makes sense.
yeah, but so half of the film is kind of in this mental institution.
And he's air frying steaks.
And the therapy consists of him like reading the rules from his books, like yeah.
Sorry. I'm listening to you. I'm sorry.
Yeah. But then half of the movie is also like the characters are walking outside and they are experiencing the world and they have these kind of weird beliefs about everything. But I think again, this looks at these mental patients with like great empathy, even though they have maybe a bit of that caricature there as well. But I think it's more, for the most part, very empathetic portrayal of these characters.
I'm gonna add it to my watch list in case it isn't already there.
Yeah, but it's such a beautiful looking movie too. Shunji Iwai has such a great
It's
visual
already there.
sense. Yeah, but again, it's on YouTube. I think in 1080p. So.
Oh wow. Okay. Well,
So
nothing stopping.
So yeah, so when you have read the 2 or 3 Jordan Peterson books, you might struggle with maps of meaning because it's apparently a very complex book by the intellectual giant of our times. But
Right.
but yeah, so when you need a break from that very difficult reading, you might want to watch this film.
Watch some light, stupid stuff with Picnic, right? Yeah.
And then obviously after that, you should rewatch all the Joe Rogan podcasts. But
Of course. Oh, okay. My 145 is Knights of Kabiria, which is another fantastic film. No, it really is. I'm not kidding. And Giulietta Messina is one of my favorite. She might be my personal favorite actress. I think I've said this before in reviews I've written about her, but I really do think her ability to act without words and her physicality and her facial expressions and the comedic timing that she has, I think actually rivaled Chaplin in some respects. And I really wish that she would get more credit as the physical comedic actress that she was, especially in films like L'Estada, which is a little bit more light. It still has a kind of bummer ending, but it's a little more lighthearted throughout than this film is. But anyway, that's it. That's all. That's my 145.
Yeah, the ending is as bummer as when Jordan Peterson ended up in Russia, like when he had to be put in coma due to his drug addiction.
That's true. That he was completely in control of, by the way.
Yeah, he has all that masculinity. So
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, even though he cries in every other podcast that he does.
we're crying just thinking about him. So
How Dave Rubin has to like apologize for being gay to Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson. Like,
oh yeah,
I'm gonna raise these children, but I know that I cannot replace a mother. But please accept me. I'll be a right-wing grifter just for you guys. Right. Please accept me.
Right.
Yeah. You can pray the gay out of me. Yeah.
Would you be the best man at my wedding? No.
But Ben Shapiro didn't even come to the wedding because again,
That's right. He wouldn't even go. But he's his bestie.
And Thomas Sowell is the greatest intellectual in America. Yeah.
Did you have anything to add about Knights of Cabiria?
Yeah, it was the first Fellini film I ever watched, and I really liked it. And
Wow.
but it's been such a long time. I own like an old Finnish DVD of it, but I need to watch it again. I'm like 90% sure that it's actually gonna become an all-time favorite after the rewatch because it's already is, almost already is. But
yeah, it's pretty super, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, next one is a Jim Jarmusch film called Night on Earth, but it's about these 5 different like taxi drivers and their trips with the particular customers, but none of the customers are Jordan Peters, unfortunately. But yeah, the first weeknet is a bit weaker than the others, although it's still good. But all the others are like absolutely brilliant, and the last one is actually in Finland, in Helsinki, and that's one of my favorite ones with like the Aki Kaurismäki regular actors.
Oh wow, Gina Rollins is in it.
Yeah, who's one of my favorite actresses, and we will go back to her as well later. But yeah, wonderful film, and some of the more weeknets are more kind of heartbreaking, some of them are more comedic, but all of them work to a degree or another. But just like I said, the first one is a bit weaker, but all the others are really good.
I've never even heard of this before. I like Jim Jarmusch. I mean, I loved Patterson, and Dead Man looks interesting. I haven't watched it yet, but for some reason,
This is actually my favorite Jarmusch film. So.
Wow. Okay. I'm gonna have to give it a watch.
If you have time and you watch all those 4-hour Joe Rogan podcasts.
Right, yeah.
And I had some Richard Dawkins transphobia there as well. So yeah.
As a treat.
Yeah.
Just sprinkle that in there.
The sad thing is that I actually used to like Dawkins, but now now he's all about transphobia, and he doesn't talk about anything else but trans people.
Well, it's ever since he had his stroke, I feel like then that's not even meant to be a joke. I mean, he completely changed personalities after that happened. It's really weird.
Yeah, I mean, just like Peter.
Huh?
It's just like Peterson got worse after that trip to Russia. But
yeah, I mean, the fucking guy's a biologist, for God's sakes, and yet he acts as if he doesn't understand the difference between sex and gender, or that sex is even not as binary as people think it is. And he's like buddying up with Christian groups.
Yeah, there are plenty of younger biologists that again go against Dawkins' views, but he has kind of antiquated views, I guess. But I mean, I don't know anything about biology, so I shouldn't comment.
I do. He's either. Never mind. Let's move on.
But whatever the biology is, I think you should still treat trans people well and with kindness and dignity.
Well, yes, of course. That's right. The biology conversations isn't even the most important one anyway. But
but I know Dawkins is always is on the side of like gay rights and stuff. But why can't you be with trans rights as well?
Yeah.
But yeah,
it's funny. Did you see his interview on David Pakman recently?
No.
It's weird because
I saw it. Yeah, I saw
it. Did. Yeah, they were getting along well, and then immediately David Pakman brought up the transphobia in America, and then Dawkins was like, "Well, that's interesting because what I see is a lot of trans people encroaching on the rights of my gay friends." Yeah, okay. All right. Is it my turn? Okay.
Yeah. 144.
Memories of Murder.
Okay.
Oh, it's a great movie. I know that you think it's even better than one other that I have rated a bit higher than this one, and it probably is, but and on rewatching it, I might end up putting it higher, but it's still really tops with me. I think it's got one of the I think it has one of the best final shots of any film, because of all the implications that are in there. And you got to remember, this was released at a time when the crimes that it was based on were still unsolved. Like they didn't have the killer yet. So that ending shot where where the detective looks literally through the screen into the audience, as if he's searching for the killer among the people watching the movie. It's really, really cool stuff.
But yeah, I think it was the second Korean movie I ever watched after Old Boy, and yeah, it was an awful print back then because it hadn't been like restored back then yet. But, but I really loved it. It's on my favorites list, but it's not on my top 200. But it definitely could be after a rewatch. But yeah, it's funny how again back when I watched it, we didn't know who the killer is, but then a couple of years ago, the mystery finally was solved. And I know there was some like interviews with Bong Joon-ho, like how he sees the film, like now that they know the killer and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the point being made at the end still stands. I think it's still a good, effective way to end it.
Yeah. And when Jordan Peterson talked about Marxism when he had only read Communist Manifesto when he was a teenager.
Oh, is that
what a fucking expert, like.
Right, yeah.
And there's like these great videos on YouTube with people who actually know Marxism, and they actually like show all the errors in what Peterson was saying. Like,
yeah. Oh,
I'm not even
sure.
And again, I think we are both more on that anarchist side, so we aren't like Marxist Leninist or anything like that. But still, if you talk about Marxism, you should know what you are talking about.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. There's a lot of Marxist literature that's arguably essential to understanding certain economic terms and certain functions of the hierarchical structure of the way modern society works. I mean, it's kind of unavoidable, I think, to pretend like it offers nothing, no insight. I think that kind of speaks a lot to why the biggest naysayers of it don't seem to know what they're talking about, because there's a lot of stuff they can actually learn from Marxist literature.
And he has a debate about Marx, but he hasn't read the Capital.
Yeah,
what is that about? And hasn't read Lukács or Althusser or any of these. Like, again, I'm not like an expert either, but I know all the great thinkers, and I know that it's a very rich tradition. Whatever you think about it, that you shouldn't have a debate about it with Zizek if you have only read 30-page manifesto. Like,
it's embarrassing.
Yeah. Well, I wish that Zizek would kind of go harder on him on that debate, because he was quite mild. By the way, I really like Zizek, even though he's kind of a nut job, but he's fun to listen to.
Oh, he's he's the most entertaining philosopher.
Yeah. But yeah, my next film is another Finnish film by Aki Kaurismäki. It's called The Man Without a Past. So this is, I believe it's on Criterion, and it should be easy to find. So it's about a kind of a middle-aged guy who loses his memory, and he has to be homeless when he has lost his memory. So it's an exploration again about homeless people, about poor people and their existence, but also the humanity among them and the kindness among them. But it's a very hard-hitting, very funny film. And again, Kaurismäki films are something that when I talk about one, I can kind of talk about all of them at the same time, as they have very consistent style and they consistent themes and consistent type of character and humor. But yeah, this one would be a good place to start. I would say this is one of his more famous ones. So.
Cool. My next one is At Land by Maya Deren. Really big fan of Maya Deren in general. She was kind of a revolutionary filmmaker. She was very ahead of her time in a lot of ways. Even like she stars in a lot of her own movies, and even like her style, like the way she wears her hair and like the kind of clothes she's wearing, like you wouldn't look at her and think, oh, that's a woman out of the 1940s America. You know what I mean? Like, she's just very, very. What? I didn't even say anything that funny, did I? Anyway, she makes really awesome, pretty impenetrable art films, shorts. But there's a lot of meaning that you can sort of find in it for yourself. I don't think she's trying to be super precise in her case, but she does use, in this film anyway, I think she uses the experience of her sort of existing socially as a woman in sort of artsy society. She kind of uses that as a jumping off point for some really neat sequences of events that sort of don't really have any kind of linear path to them, but are just there to kind of, bring about certain concepts and, discussions about it. I like how she'll take one step and she's on the beach, and then she'll take another step and she's somewhere else, that kind of thing. How, there's like when she's like walking with her, presumably her date, this man that's walking next to her, suddenly they can't hear each other. So it's like they're literally not able to hear what each other's saying. And it's just, I don't know, there's a lot of rich stuff that can be dug into in this one. It's not my favorite of hers, but it's my second favorite. And I still think it's really, really brilliant, really masterfully done. So.
Yeah, I watched this, like, was it late last year when I did the video about your list?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I really loved it too. And Maya Deren, you said that she was a revolutionary filmmaker, just like Jordan Peterson is a revolutionary thinker. But yeah,
I just want to point out that when you did that video about my list back then, this was before we both lost our minds. I just want people to know that. So.
Yeah, but I'm like, I have a history of laughing awkwardly in like many situations. So
oh no, it's fine. It's fine with me. Yeah.
But it's a great way to start the week. Yeah.
We're almost there. We're gonna get to the 100 mark and then stop and then pick up another time.
Yeah. But again, at Land, I think it might actually be my favorite Maya Deren film, but I need to watch Meshes of the Afternoon again. So
it's very, very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't have any short films on my list. I kind of find it hard to rank them against like feature films and stuff.
Yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, my next one is actually another Kaurismäki film. So I have so many of them on my list, but it's one of his films that he filmed in France called La Vie de Bohemie. And some of the actors are still Finnish, but talking in French, but some of them aren't Finnish. But this is kind of a very bleak love story with a very bleak ending that I'm not gonna spoil, but it's about these kind of weird characters. Again, some of them are migrants. Again, there's a Finnish guy portraying an Albanian migrant here.
Yeah,
it's a bit weird, but yeah, but a very, very funny film with lots of dark and dry humor and lots of the same things that I've talked about with the other Kaurismäki films. But this would be a good way to go as well for your first Kaurismäki film, I guess, as well. But yeah, one of my top favorites. Yeah.
Cool. I might just do that.
Yeah, it should be on Criterion too. That one too.
So my next one is The Immortal Story. It's another Orson Welles. This is one that he actually did. What?
I don't know. Orson Welles made me think about Alex Jones. They are both pretty big guys. But...
Oh my. Okay. I don't even want to open that can of worms today. We'll never get finished if we talk about that other guy. Maybe we can save him for the second the second
or Dinesh D'Souza.
Yeah. No, that one I cannot abide. That's a line I will not cross. But anyway, what was I saying? It was made in France. I believe it was made in France as a television production. I think it's don't even know what I'm saying anymore. It's only 63 minutes long. It's not very long. Orson Welles plays a really creepy guy in it who uses his status and influence to sort of goad this young, beautiful pair of people into acting out a story that he heard one time that he wants to see performed in front of him before he dies. And it's very, he's a very sinister character in it, but it's a very beautifully done film anyway. And I highly recommend you watch it. It doesn't look like you have seen it yet, but I think you'll find appreciation for it. So
Yeah, it's one that I've been meaning to watch for years, but I just haven't gotten around to it. But obviously, as a Wells film, I want to watch all of his films someday. I have few left to watch. I haven't seen Macbeth either, and yeah. I think it's been like 5 hours since we talked about the first Wells film. Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. The next one is the other Studio Ghibli film that I mentioned earlier. So it's Kiki's Delivery Service.
Oh yeah, I love that one.
Yeah, this one was actually maybe the one that kind of changed my opinion on Studio Ghibli this year. That after this, I kind of got really excited about it and anime in general more so.
Nice.
But this also, while it's the main character is a witch, and there's that kind of supernatural element to it, but it's still like a very human and slice of life type of story. Again, about this young girl and about her dreams and kind of her realizing who she is, and she kind of loses those witch powers, but she regains them, and there's lots of interesting things there, and there's that love story that she has with that nerdy looking guy, and that's like a good romance in Studio Ghibli films, just like in Whisper of the Heart.
Yeah.
And of course, beautiful animation, beautiful music, very charming story, great characters. So yeah, but yeah, this is my favorite at this moment, but I need to rewatch Spirited Away and Princess Mononoke and those films. And Princess Mononoke was actually my favorite before I kind of fully got on board with Studio Ghibli. But,
yeah, this one didn't quite make my short list, but it's very, very good, obviously. And I love it quite a bit. So yeah. Okay. My number 141 is Beau Travail, Claire Denis.
Yeah.
1999. I recently finally got around to watching this. It's another one of those sort of gaps in my knowledge that I knew of, but hadn't really sat down to really see what all the hype was about before. But honestly, it's watching it to the very end is really the only way to fully, in my opinion, to fully kind of get what's so powerful about it. But once you get to that final scene, it's just like, yeah, it's like this is an all-time great movie. So yeah, I'm kind of surprised it's as low as it is on my list now that I'm looking at it. Maybe I should move it up a bit, but I don't know. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, it's a great movie, but I think it's maybe a bit too sinful for Jordan Peterson as it has that homoerotic stuff in it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's one that I need to rewatch, and I feel like it's gonna go to my favorites list after I rewatch it, because it probably would be my like top 500 maybe.
Yeah.
But I have the Criterion Blu-ray ready to be rewatched, but
nice.
But yeah, it's my favorite Claire Denis movie. I have to say that I kind of struggle with her work a bit. I've watched quite a few of them, but no, most of them don't really click with me that much. They are mostly those kind of 7 out of 10.
That seems to be the common thing I hear from a lot of people actually about her filmography. This is kind of like the standout one, and then the others are fine or good, but they're not, masterful like this one. But
yeah, the one that I'm really excited to watch that I haven't seen yet is Chocolat. I think it might have been even her first film. That sounds like very interesting.
Yeah, I haven't seen that in forever, so it's almost like never watching it. I'm going to watch it again.
Yeah.
So,
well, this next film is a bit awkward to talk about, but it's Todd Solondz film called Happiness.
Okay.
Which is one of the biggest dark comedies ever, because it has like pedophile characters and all these really fucked up characters, but
oh wow,
it shows them like in a very kind of funny way, and you kind of feel bad for laughing at this. I mean, I talked about this in the Most Reprehensible Films podcast like last week, but But yeah, it's like you have Philip Seymour Hoffman here, and he calls to like a woman, and then he jerks off while he's calling the woman and stuff. Like there's a lot of that, like like really fucked up behavior, almost as fucked up as Jordan Peterson as a person, but
almost not
yeah,
quite.
Yeah. But well, Matt Walsh was talking about like 16-year-old like girls and stuff, but yeah, but yeah, fucking Matt Walsh, like he's even worse than Peterson.
Yeah.
But all of them are Daily Wire nut shops. Yeah, getting all that oil billionaire money to spout propaganda.
That's true.
Yeah, but anyway, a very awkward, dark comedy, and I think it's even that kind of experience that you have with the film kind of feels like a kind of like an added commentary on the themes of the film in a way that you kind of watch it and you really start to think that whether I should actually be laughing at this stuff or whether I should completely like condemn this because it's so awful. So it kind of really makes you think that who you are as a person. Yeah, but it's kind of like similar like when we watch these ultra-violent films and we enjoy them, that what does that say about us as humans and stuff.
Yeah, that's a fair interpretation.
Yeah. But I just, again, I'm a big fan of dark comedy, but obviously this type of stuff would be completely horrendous in real life, but in a film, in fiction, it can be funny, but definitely for a certain type of people, this is, yeah.
All right, so my 140 is The Man Who Laughs, aka the inspiration for Jordan Peterson's favorite character, the Joker. But yeah, I mean it's Paul Lenny. It's one of those really masterful German expressionist films. Even though it also got I think it got a release in English language countries pretty much right away. It still has that German expressionist look and feel to it. There's a lot of really cool forced perspective shots, the artistry of the sets, the use of light and shadow. The main character is actually really pitiful and really, and he's not a psychopath at all, like his later character inspiration would be. But he's got that permanent grin on his face, which gives him that sinister look, which is kind of the point of the story, and it makes him a very misunderstood character. Conrad Veidt plays him very brilliantly. People might be more familiar with him as Agent Strasser in Casablanca, the one who's always trying to get the goods on Humphrey Bogart's character. He's got like a dossier on his history and everything. But it's interesting because Conrad Veidt actually, when he decided, at first I think what it was he didn't know if he could make it in talkies because of his very obvious accent. But then when he finally decided to, work in talking films in Hollywood, he, especially in wartime, he would be offered roles as Nazi officers and stuff, of course, and he only agreed to play these parts as long as he was allowed to play them as evil and nasty as possible, because he really wanted to make sure people, especially in America, really understood the gravity and the evil that was really at play in the Nazi movement. So it's kind of wild to think that once upon a time, not everyone in the world knew just how horrible it was, but some places didn't quite know until kind of like we were already in the thick of it. I know America held out of being involved in the war for way too long, but that's one where, no matter how anti-war you are, I feel like a war to end fascism spreading across the world is probably a war that you have to kind of get behind, Now, maybe the way we handled certain things could have been done differently, but I think the sentiment was noble, and I think it's cool that Conrad Veidt went on to play characters that kind of like really sold that point. But in this film, he's just poor, pitiful Gwynplaine or Gwynplaine, depending on how you want to pronounce it. But yeah, it's a great movie. It's cited as like an early horror film, but it's really not a horror film. It's just a Gothic drama, I feel like, is more appropriate.
Nazi officers and Daily Wire hosts. Yeah. But anyway, I actually haven't seen that one. It's a big gap in my knowledge. But
okay. Well, it's very, very good, and he's masterful in it. So
But I'm finally gonna bring my first Eric Romer film again. He's become my favorite French director. Recently, I've just fallen more and more in love with his films, but this is a film that I just rewatched called Full Moon in Paris. It's one of his comedies and proverbs films, and it's about this young woman who is in a relationship with a man, but they have lots of problems in their relationship, and then she kind of gets interested in other men, and he gets interested in other women, but it's all about this kind of okay, modern relationships, how it's so hard to commit to a relationship, and how it's really hard to be decisive that who you should choose to be with, and should you really again be with this person for the long term, or is it just a short term thing, and what is love, and these types of things that are very relevant in was when it came out in the 80s and are still to this day, and it's very relatable also for as a queer person, when, like, for example, gay men and or some people that have lots of trouble like committing to a relationship. So I can kind of talk about it from that perspective as well. So it's kind of very relatable for us people in 2020s when when you always think that whether you should even get into a relationship when you don't know whether the relationship is gonna last, or whether it's just gonna hurt you or whatever. So but very, very good film.
Yeah, Romer is another cinematic gap I have to fill. But okay, my next one is The Neon Demon. This is another movie that really divides people. Nicholas Winding Refn, he's the guy who made Drive, which I know that you are a very big fan of. And I like it a lot. It's not on my favorites list anywhere, but it's very, very good, very stylish. I guess because in comparison to something like this, which feels a lot more ambitious to me, Drive just doesn't feel quite as up there, because I know what this particular filmmaker can do. But again, it's one of those films where a lot of people really, really hate it, and then other people really, really love it. And I'm not sure. Have you seen it yet? Because I know you say you might watch it at some point, but
I haven't seen it yet, but I want to watch it.
Yeah, so I don't know which side of the aisle you're going to fall on, but it's the commentary on it is very on the nose. It's about chasing impossible beauty standards and materialism and things like that. So it's it's not particularly deep in terms of the stuff it's sort of making a commentary on, but the way it tells that story, the way it interacts with those themes and sort of unpacks them for the audience is more interesting visually and narratively in terms of how it gets there. So the theme of it, the thematic elements, not so much, but the execution of it is really wondrous and haunting. And yeah, I can't sing enough praises. It's really beautifully done, beautiful to look at too. Great cinematography.
Yeah, how you describe that film makes me think of Jordan Peterson again, because he has that habit of criticizing like the plus size models and stuff when you started talking about that beauty standards and stuff. Yeah.
Yes.
Like this great man, such a great man, like treating women like shit, like that makes you so masculine and such a great guy.
Of course. Yeah.
But anyway, we kind of mentioned this next film earlier on the discussion, probably hours ago, but it's called The Face of Another by Hiroshi Teshigahara.
Yeah.
So this is my favorite Teshigahara film, although it's very close between this and Woman in the Dunes, but this would be a great double bill with the Frankenheimer film Seconds, as they're very similar in terms of the subject matter and in terms of the mood and atmosphere. And this has one of our favorite actors, if not our favorite actor, Tatsuya Nakadai.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Again, he can do no wrong. Yeah, unlike Jordan Peterson, but yeah. But yeah, such a great, such a bleak movie. And I guess it could even be a good double bill with Neon Demon, obviously, because this is all about masks and stuff like that. So it could go with like the beauty standard thing and thing like
Yeah,
that.
it could.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's I'll talk about it a bit more. It's a bit higher for me, but it is also my favorite Teshigahara because right now it's my only Teshigahara that I've seen. But who knows where it'll fall later. It is. I do like it more than Seconds though, because I remember when you looked at my list before, you know, I'd already seen Seconds, and you were suggesting that I might even like Face of Another better, and I definitely do.
Yeah.
I mean, they're both great films for different reasons, but I think that Face of Another has a more sort of memorable, haunting kind of presentation overall. So, okay, so my 138 is Black Narcissus by Powell and Pressburger again, and I guess this is shocking to you because you like the Red Shoes more than this, right? Or yeah. But I don't know. I've rewatched this one a lot, and I have not rewatched Red Shoes nearly as much. So it's very possible that as I continue to revisit the Red Shoes, I might end up sort of flipping their position here. But for right now, I just feel like Black Narcissus speaks to me a little bit more because I think that there's more going on there with the thematic elements about things like sexual repression, the importance of religion, colonialism, occupation. You know, how people sort of find themselves as they journey through these institutions that were around before them, and they just sort of try to find their meaning within them, and those who choose to stay, those who choose to reject, those who choose to reconcile their identities with elements of these systems that they might not fully agree with, but still feel they can be enriched by. And you know, I like that the movie doesn't really have any, it doesn't really take a specific moral position, at least not that I perceived, on the church as a whole. It doesn't, it's not that kind of a movie. It's just more about the individual people that are within the church and how they sort of reconcile themselves as they sort of exist within it. There's obviously one very problematic element to the film, which is that Gene Simmons is in brownface. But again, it's a product of the time. It's just one of those things. There's a lot of fantastic movies from the past that have actual animal abuse on film as well, it was never okay. And it's unfortunate that it's there, but you know, you have to kind of decide for yourself whether you think that makes it worth not watching or not. That's a personal thing. And I don't begrudge anyone for feeling like they can't watch a movie because of a certain, you know, certain content in it just doesn't square with their sense of morality and all that good stuff. But for me, you know, it's not enough to kill the film for me. And I think overall, you know, it's beautifully shot. The themes are strong. The performances are great. And it actually kind of becomes toward the end what I like to kind of refer to as a stealth horror film. You know, it starts out as something totally different, and then there's this climactic sequence toward the end where it gets really gothic and horrific and dark and spooky, and yeah, really, really, really good stuff. So
yeah, I think what if you were having this discussion with Jordan Peterson, I think he would mention that Justin Trudeau also wore a blackface, but yeah.
Right. Yeah. Because we know that you know, every single liberal loves Justin Trudeau, and so we are all hypocrites, and we all must pay the price.
But yeah, anyways, I think it's a masterpiece too. I especially love that maybe last like 20 minutes when it kind of gets a bit more crazy and it has that climax. But it's such a gorgeous movie, and I've noticed that many people in, like, for example, in the YouTube film community think that Black Narcissus is even better than the Red Shoes. But I think the Red Shoes, that's just the themes and the performances and everything on that just connect with me more personally. But this is a masterpiece still.
Well, I'm glad you also love this one. So, yeah.
But yeah, my next one is a film that we have also quickly mentioned earlier. So it's Jacques Rivet's Duel.
Oh, yeah.
Which used to be actually way higher for me. But then when I rewatched it, I realized that, yeah, I really love this film, but it's not like top 50 level or anything like that. But this to me is like French Mulholland Drive. It feels very similar with these two women and the kind of exploration of identity, and it has this kind of weird really weird scenes, like in that kind of like building where they go through the doors, and it has this very kind of haunting kind of atmosphere to it, and kind of like a Lynchian type of thing. But
Yeah.
again, it's
There's
another,
arguably some Persona in there too, maybe
yeah,
a little bit too, but anyway.
but it's another incredibly cryptic and weird film, but maybe a bit easier in the way that it's not like 13 hours long like Out One is, but yeah, but yeah, probably one of his shorter films actually. But
Yeah.
and I guess would be a great place to start. Even definitely one of my favorite Rivet films, and one that I think is quite underrated as well. Not many people talk about this one.
Yeah, I think it's great. It just didn't quite make my short list, but it's in my bigger list for sure of favorites. Okay, so 137 for me is Certified Copy by Abbas Kiarostami. So I really, really love the work of Kiarostami, and I don't think I've seen a single film of his yet that I haven't considered an all-time favorite at some level. They just, it's varying degrees of appreciation, but I appreciate all of them greatly. This one just happens to be the lowest on this particular short list, but it's still masterfully done, I think. And I'd like us to be able to talk about it, but still kind of talk around it only in this one instance, because I really do think that the experience of watching the film would be kind of ruined a bit if we outright state what's going on. But basically it's got similar vibes to like maybe like I'm trying to think of what like an American audience would be more familiar with. Maybe like the Before movies, like the Before trilogy movies.
Yeah,
similar vibes. Like a conversation over the course of a day between two characters is the main section of the film, but the conversation itself kind of leads to unexpected places, and it kind of gives you the desire to want to watch the movie all over again from the very beginning as soon as you finish it, and it's an even richer experience. So yeah, I think it's a masterpiece. So
yeah, it's a great movie, and I think it would be a decent place to start with Kiarostami. But again, to people who are watching who maybe aren't into Kiarostami yet, you always need to have in the back of your head the kind of weird structure of the Kiarostami films and the meta element, and that
yes,
the films can kind of pull the rug under your feet at any time of the film. So you should always have that in your mind, because if you don't have that in your mind, you might be very disappointed in these films because they take like a complete left turns
that's
at
true.
times. So yeah, that's just
fair.
kind of a small comment about Kiarostami in general that applies to this film as well. But yeah, I like many of his kind of films that he made in Iran more, but I really like this one.
Yeah,
too.
I do too, but this is still great though.
Yeah. But my next one is a Bellatar film called Damnation, which I think would actually be a good entry point because it's not as bleak or as complex or as long or as slow as many of his other films are. But to me, again, I've only seen this once, but to me it left the thing that most left a mark in my head was just the aesthetic and the sound of the film. Like it starts with this like just very haunting, like a dark scene with this like huge towers and how oppressive they seem, and there's this kind of weird like sound design there, and it just kind of sets the mood immediately, and the mood is so oppressive and bleak. I absolutely love that stuff. It's like if you went to a dark like art gallery, which is like looks so dark, and you're gonna get like awful depression after you leave the art gallery. It's that type of experience which I really appreciate. But this for a time was my favorite Bellatar film, but after I rewatched another Bellatar film, it became my favorite. But this is my second favorite now. Yeah,
Nice. Yeah, I've only seen one Bellatar film so far, so
yeah,
I'm just getting started. But yeah, we'll talk about that when I get to it. My 136 film on my list is La Ventura. So here we go. Here's the one of the films that you sort of referenced in a way earlier. This is currently my second favorite Antonioni, but that's probably just because I've only seen a couple of them so far, and I'm going to continue to explore and learn even more about him through his films. But this was I think this was the first one I watched, first Antonioni. Yeah, I was absolutely blown away by it. It's one of those mystery films where the mystery doesn't matter by the end of the movie, kind of, at least not in a literal linear sense. It kind of works as a starting point for sort of a deeper sort of character study of all the other characters in the film. And it's very abstract, but it's also very grounded in its feeling of place. So it can be, I think, a bit more accessible to people who might not be as initiated into like more arty abstract films, because at least at the beginning it starts out in a more straightforward way and kind of eases you into the weirdness, at least in my opinion. So yeah, it was a great starting point for me for his work. I was absolutely enthralled the whole time. So really good stuff.
Yeah, it's great. Again, I don't really have anything to add. I would say the same things that I said to the other Antonioni films, but yeah, it's a masterpiece, and I believe in the Sight and Sound list it was the only Antonioni film in the top 100. But
yeah,
yeah,
but there's only so much room on that thing, so I guess
yeah, but it has gone down a bit from like previous lists. But but like I said earlier, I think again many people kind of don't like Antonioni films anymore and find them a bit dated. But yeah,
I guess I'm just seeing different movies than they're watching then, because I came into it fresh as a couple years ago and thought it was great. So
well, they are probably reading too much Jordan Peterson. But yeah,
it's very possible that'll rot your brain quick. Gotta be careful.
Yeah, eating steak and reading 12 rules of the 12 rules for life. Yeah, that's not the golden rule for life, though. Yeah,
no, it's totally revolutionary.
Yeah, but my next film is quite a famous French film from the 1980s called Petit Blue by Jean-Jacques Veny or something like that. I think it's the director's name. It's the only film by him that I have seen, and I'm talking here about the longer cut, the director's cut, that's like around 3 hours long. But this was one that I watched in 2022, and it was one of my favorite first time watches of that year. It just completely blew me away. It's about this young couple, and the or the woman of the couple is like very kind of insane, but she's kind of like a manic depressive. Sometimes she's like very happy and seems like a really nice person, but then sometimes she goes all depressed and weird. But it's such a kind of beautiful film to look at. It kind of reminds me a bit of like films like Paris, Texas, in terms of the visual style. It looks so good, but I think it's a great kind of character study of mostly this main actress and her struggle with her kind of bipolar personality and those things. So yeah, it's very fun film at moments, because it kind of again goes from like comedic tones to dramatic tones to like very hard hitting tones. So it's very interesting mix of those different things, but in the end you are just absolutely blown away by the film. And again, this is one that, even though it's quite long, I would definitely recommend to everybody. Yeah.
Cool. All right, 135 for me. Ace in the Hole. I think this is the first. Wait, is it? No, way back, like ago. We were talking about Witness for the Prosecution.
Yeah, 5.5 hours ago.
Yeah, but yeah, this is the next one. But yeah, it's a great one. It's all about chasing headlines, chasing fame, twisting the truth to get recognition, power, influence, money. You have.
Who does that sound like? It sounds like Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh. So.
It sure does.
And Candice Owens. We didn't mention her yet.
It sure does. And like them, this main character that we're following is a real piece of shit. But unlike them, there's a bit of a redemption arc that happens for him toward the end, and played brilliantly, of course, by the one and the only Kirk Douglas, which actually I have not seen yet. Paths of Glory, which I know that he's supposedly really great in that too. I did see him in Spartacus, but I haven't seen Paths of Glory yet. I know that he and Kubrick were good together, and good collaborators. So that's a Kubrick blind spot I haven't filled yet. But
It's on my list. But
yeah, I mean, it probably will make mine when I eventually watch it. But yeah, Ace in the Hole, it's great. It's another one of those movies that has a really amazing final shot that just kind of makes me go, wow. Every time I watch it, just really, really great way to end the whole film. Yeah, what are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I think it's one of the best Billy Wilder films. I don't have it on my top 200, but it's one of my favorites still. And yeah, I love the Kirk Douglas performance. And even though, again, it's a film from the early 50s, it's still very relevant today. Again, the news media, even though now it's in the internet and social media, but it's still very similar in many ways than it was back then. And so I think it's a very relevant film even still to this day.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. Yep.
And obviously it just had to make me think of the Daily Wire guys. But
oh yeah, making up stuff to sell personalities and make money. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Very good example of that.
Yeah. But anyway, my next film is an Italian classic called Umberto D by Vittorio De Sica. Again, his second most famous film after
Bicycle Thieves. Yeah. I still haven't seen this one, but I want to.
Yeah. So it's about this very poor old guy and his dog, and they are getting kind of treated like shit by everybody, and they kind of show like pretty much all rich people and middle class people as awful people, which was something that I kind of had a problem with back in the day when I was a bit more on the right, because I was always then that rich people are human too, and things like but it's a very again that kind of typical neorealist stuff, but done to a perfection. It's like extremely bleak, even little sentimental when we just see this character treated like shit, and there's this kind of if I remember correctly, kind of bit like sentimental music playing to accompany the sadness, but it's such a beautiful looking film, and I think people who like Bicycle Thieves will love this one too. I mean, I prefer Bicycle Thieves, and by the way, the Bicycle Thieves is the film that I mentioned earlier that I might have forgotten to put it on my list, but it definitely should be on the list, but I'm not sure yet.
Okay, yeah. Well, yeah, Umberto D is definitely one that I'm going to watch very soon. It's the other De Sica one that I haven't watched, that I planned to a long time ago. It's just one of those things where, again, other things got my attention and I just didn't get a chance to sit down with it yet. But interestingly enough, my next film is also an Italian film. It's La Strada.
Yeah.
So, and something that I think is neat, and I don't know if surely this was intentional, but the way that we see Giulietta Messina made up in this film, where she has her Chaplin-esque moment, which is what kind of triggered what I was talking about earlier about how she's very comparable to Chaplin in a lot of ways, and I feel she doesn't get enough credit for it. But there's a sequence in the Paprika film where the character Paprika is jumping around the dreams of one of the characters, and at one point she pops up in the same bowler hat and red nose and the striped shirt, just like what Giulietta Messina looks like in La Strada. And I had to think that it had to have been Satoshi Kon kind of paying homage to Fellini. But anyway, this film is a much more lighthearted film when compared to Nights in Cabiria, although it still does have a bummer of an ending, like I said before. But it's more whimsical on the way there, and it's sort of a lesson in sort of the journey being just as important, if not more so, than the destination. And there's kind of an event that happens very, very close to the end of the film where suddenly the focus that you think the film was about shifts a bit, and you realize it's actually kind of about this thing instead. And I'm trying not to outright spoil it, but anyway, it's masterfully done. I think it's probably my favorite so far Messina performance that I've seen. Really, really good stuff.
Yeah, I think it's a great film too, and would be a great double bill with Nights of Cabiria. But
yeah,
it's not quite a favorite for me yet, but I again, it's another one of those films that I feel like when I watch it again, it probably will become a favorite after that. But
yeah, these things always shift, you know.
yeah. But yeah, okay, my next film is a Ingmar Bergman film called The Virgin Spring. Another great Max von Sydow performance, very bleak film. Again, the film looks so beautiful and kind of pure at first, but then it gets a very dark turn at a point in the movie. Although I'm not gonna spoil it if you haven't seen this, but it's one of Bergman's best films, maybe slightly underrated too, and another one that I need to watch again myself. But I love the Max von Sydow performance. I think to me is one of the highlights of the movie, and this is one of his films that explore fate, and then like when something like tragedy happens, something really awful, like will you still keep to your fate? Is your fate that strong, or will you kind of turn to a monster or something like when this tragedy happens? But yeah.
The ending of that movie is really powerful, and I think it's interesting because as someone who isn't religious anymore, I feel like I can appreciate films that depict religious beliefs as being real in some sense, even more so now perhaps than I did before, because I can appreciate them purely on a poetic and philosophical and sort of magical, wondrous kind of level. Whereas when I was younger and I really believed in the religion that I had, I took it more seriously, and it was harder for me to kind of accept certain depictions of it in art that I didn't feel quite squared with what I believed it really looked like or functioned as, if that makes any sense. I don't know if I'm making sense or not, but so stuff like this, and then of course we're going to get to like Ordet probably later, at least I am. Films like that depict things like that, I think actually they can be quite beautiful moments, even from a secular perspective, just on the artistry and the mystical aspects of the depictions alone.
Yeah, I often talk about on my channel how even though I'm an atheist, I still really like lots of religious art, whether it's painting or films. But again, I kind of find it weird how powerful the religious art can be, even though I have had people like Dennis Prager in my life. But yeah.
Well, he's not representative of the he's not exactly the intellectual tip of the tower there when it comes to religious thought, but yeah. Yeah, you're just getting all the zingers in today. You're going after all of them. He's out for blood, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. But please sign up to the PragerU newsletter. Yeah.
It's funny. I'm actually texting a friend of mine right now and talking about how we've been talking for so long. And I said, but a lot of that ended up being just laughing at and mocking Jordan Peterson. And this friend said, "Stop! You'll make him cry again." So there's a bit of meta filmmaking for you.
I remember that Piers Morgan interview fairly recently when he started crying when he asked him what do you think about the people who say that you are the incel king or something like that. He starts crying like these young men, and it's like they have so much trouble in their lives and blah.
I didn't even see that one.
And Piers Morgan is such a fucking piece of shit.
Oh, of course, yeah, but that's
like fucking hell.
Yeah. I mean, there's never mind. We could go off on a whole other tangent and make a whole other podcast about this stuff, but like there's a kernel of truth in a lot of the stuff that people like Peterson say about, well, again, or like people like Paul Schrader say through their characters in their films, right? It's like there is a sense of a lack of, or a loss of, a sense of meaning or place as a man in the society that continues to move on like it does. And so it's not completely out of turn to examine that stuff and maybe try to think of ways to sort of, I don't know, mitigate, sort of what the worst externalities of that thought process can be. But obviously people like Peterson and his ilk are simply feeding the monster. They're not addressing the real problem. And that's what makes it so outrageously stupid and funny to laugh at. But anyway, um, um, who is it? Your turn or my turn?
Well, we talk about the Virgin Spring, so it was my pick. So.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. So my 133 is Death by Hanging.
Yeah.
So far, this is the only. I think it is. Pretty sure it's like the only Oshima film that I have on my list, because I think I've watched a couple others, but none that I feel can go on my list yet. But anyway, it's really good. It's a political essay in film form, basically talking about capital punishment and the implications of that, and also talking about sort of a presence that one has, their place in the cultural history of, where they grew up, and I can't. I can't with you back there, given the ambiance to the review. Anyway, I mean, it also unpacks certain leftist or anarchist ideas about, difference of treatment based on, socioeconomic standing, class, things of that sort. It's based on a real person, but there's a lot of, creative license being taken. It's not meant to be a literal retelling of a real life. It's kind of using this real event as a jumping off point for the larger commentary. But it's really a brilliant film. It goes in all kinds of crazy, zany directions that you don't expect, and each time it's sort of making a new point in this larger thesis that is sort of unpacking for the audience. So it's really good, but it's lighthearted, and at the same time it's dense at times. So you have to be kind of in the right headspace for it. But it's very entertaining, despite being very deep.
Yeah, it has that satire element that makes it funny a bit.
Very much so. Yeah.
Yeah, but this was the film that I mentioned earlier that we are gonna go back to Oshima. So this is also on my list somewhere.
Okay.
But yeah, I think we both love it for many of the same reasons. I think we can both kind of, I guess, agree with the message, like politically, as we are very critical of politicians and hierarchies of power and that type of thing. But I really appreciate the satire in the film too. I think satire is one of the best forms of making like good political commentary. I always say that.
Oh yeah.
It's better than making a dry documentary or something like that. Again, satire is way better to kind of make people think about these things.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. When it's done well, we should say.
Yeah, What Is a Woman isn't the best way to
No, that's not. That's an example of bad satire, in fact. So, just for reference.
But yeah, my next film is very sinful, very bad. You Need to Pray the Gay Away from Me. It's a British gay film called Weekend by Andrew Hay, another Criterion film. A very important film for me, as I kind of watched it like very shortly after I came out of the closet. And sadly, there was nobody to take me to conversion therapy back then, but maybe there's hope yet. But but yeah, I talked about it in the kind of 10 movies that remade me video, like from that perspective, how it was important for me to kind of watch at that point in my life. But I think it has this, again, it's a social realist film, a bit similar to like Mike Leigh films and stuff, but it's a story about this weekend-long romance between these two gay guys. One of them is this outgoing artist type, and one of them is a bit more introverted and reserved, but they really have a kind of beautiful short romance. But one of the guys has to leave to America, so it's quite a very tragic film, but very beautiful film, very realistic and authentic film. But I love this film, and again, I think everybody can relate to it, whether you are gay or not. But I think gay people especially can relate to it a lot. So, yeah.
And just to reiterate and clarify, this is Andrew Haig's Weekend, not Jean-Luc Godard's Weekend.
Yeah.
Which is
Godard's Weekend is very good too.
Yeah, it's probably the more well known, but this one is also a recommendation. So, all right. Oh yeah. The next one, I think this is my Yeah, this is my first Hitchcock on the short list. Psycho. Um, yeah, I mean, look, there's not really anything that either of us can say about it that's gonna be informative to anyone who knows what a movie is. I don't think. I mean, even if you haven't watched it yourself, even if you don't know every single twist and turn, it's such a part of the zeitgeist at this point. It's really kind of I would feel powerless up against it trying to even unpack it and like say anything meaningful about it. But we all know why it's great. We all know what makes it so great. It's a tour de force for Hitchcock at the time. It was a very daring and in your face kind of movie for him and for Hollywood at the time. It was even, um, as far as I can remember, they didn't even really want him to make it. Paramount didn't. So that's part of why he ended up using his TV crew from his TV show to shoot the film. But it also kind of helps give the film its grittier, sort of more raw aesthetic, where it's the camera work is a little bit more amateurish, kind of. There's a lot more close-ups on the faces, and there's not as much flash or flare in how the camera moves and how things are shot. It's all monochrome, but that kind of helps it in sort of the way it's presented, and it kind of helps the film get past the what the censorship probably would have done to it at the time, if it had been in color, because the all the blood in it doesn't look like blood because it's black and white. So that helped. There were a couple of moments cut from the film after its initial release, and recently the latest 4K physical copies of the film have finally restored those few moments to the film.
So after you get bored of the real life psycho named Jordan Peterson, watch this film by Hitchcock.
That's right. That's right. I was wondering. I was like, he's cooking something. He's over there. Yeah.
Yeah. Enough said. Great movie. It's one of my favorites, but not on my top 200. But
no, yeah. Well, it's in my top 200, but it's not in my top Hitchcock either because I have more to come. So
yeah, I have 3 Hitchcocks, I think so.
Yeah. And I believe we have the same 3 top Hitchcock movies too, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. One of them was already mentioned briefly, but
yeah.
But the next film, I'm gonna keep it very short as I don't have much to say about it. But it's a Guy Gil's film called Wall Engravings or Open Coupe. So another film you can watch on Rare Film website, but it's basically this like very kind of experimental, beautiful French New Wave film from the 60s with these like very kind of lavish colors and stuff. It kind of looks a bit like Jacques Demy film, but I just kind of love it due to the kind of romantic vibe that it has, and also just those beautiful aesthetics with lots of beautiful colors and stuff. It kind of, again, is perfect for my gay sense of aesthetic. Yeah, I love that type of film. It would be a good double bill with films like I think Hiroshima Mon Amour or maybe Umbrellas of Cherbourg or films like that. But yeah, okay, Rare Film website in good quality there. So yeah.
Cool. For now, get them while supplies last.
Yeah, and if they don't last, you can go to Jordan Peterson's YouTube channel.
That's right. More quality entertainment over there anyway.
Yeah. At least the crying combinations.
Yes, it's true. Okay, so my 131 is probably, you're probably going to look sideways a little bit at it, but it's John Carpenter's The Thing. Yeah, I mean, I know you're not a huge Carpenter fan, and I can take him or leave him. I think his best films are really pretty terrific, but I think his worst films are awful. So he's one of those directors who really kind of runs the gamut in terms of not quite as awful as Jordan Peterson's Soul, but I mean, that's pretty rock bottom anyway. But it's close. It comes close. But I think the hits that he has are really, really big hits out of the park. The Thing is my favorite film of his. I think it's much more than what critics called it at the time, which they were trying to say it was just a mindless gore fest that didn't have any point to it. And I mean, that couldn't be further from the truth. I mean, I think even if you don't really appreciate the gore in the film, I think it's pretty easy to understand that the film it's an examination of the psychology of paranoia and cabin fever and other kinds of states of mind that happen to people when they're put in positions that are, you know, unfamiliar to their comfort zones, and they're stuck there for a long time. And in this case, that's introduced in the literal form of a monster that can, you know, take the shape of anything, and it makes them paranoid. But that's just the plot device to move the action. The real point is the character drama and the dynamics between everyone, and how distrustful they all get, and the lengths they go to sort of try to figure each other out, or anticipate the other one's next move. And it's just really brilliantly done. And the cinematography is fantastic in it. The effects are really ahead of their time. I think most of the effects in the film still hold up today, even though they're all practical. There's one shot that uses stop animation that doesn't look very, very good, but most of it was all done with like puppetry and stuff, and it just looks really, really good. Yeah, I think it's a great film. I definitely think it's Carpenter's best. I can understand if someone doesn't consider it quite as high as 5 out of 5, but you know, for me, it's always had that vibe for me. I really, really, really dig it. So
Yeah, it's my favorite Carpenter too, and I like the movie, but I just don't see that there is much beyond the fun sci-fi thriller thing. Again, I just don't see that there's that much like thematic depth there or anything like that. But it has great effects. And
I
it's
just
fun.
told you. I just told you what the thematic depth was.
Yeah. I
Take
get
my
you.
word for it. I'm never wrong. I'm always right about my interpretation of movies. So
Yeah, just like you are right about your interpretation on like Jordan Peterson's words, but
yes, yeah, of course.
But the next film is something quite crazy, but as many people haven't seen this one, you don't know why it is crazy. But it's Tsai Ming Liang's The Wayward Cloud, a Taiwanese new wave film about like this drought in Taiwan where people get obsessed about watermelons. Because obviously watermelons are good and have lots of liquids and stuff, but then people start having these sexual fantasies and fetishes about watermelons, and they start to have sex with watermelons involved. But it's actually, even though it sounds really fucked up and stupid, it's actually like a great portrayal of like modern day alienation and stuff, how people try to find connection and meaning through like weird sex and stuff like that. Again, it's an incredibly powerful film, but it's still kind of darkly comedic as well, and it has even like a musical element to it. So it's like absolutely
that sounds really all over the place. Yeah, sounds good, like in a good way though. You know.
Yeah. No, well, I know you love the crazy Japanese new wave stuff, so I don't see why you wouldn't love this type of stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure I would. Yeah.
And Tsai Ming Liang films are known for not having that much dialogue and being like slow cinema, but I think this is like a bit more maybe entertaining than many of his other films, as it is so fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And it's my favorite one from him, and I wish that this would be more well known, as it is so good, but I think most people will find it too weird.
Okay, so my 130 is speaking of movies that a lot of people don't really know about, Japanese silent cinema is a thing that a lot of people don't know a whole lot about, because unfortunately a lot of it didn't survive. And this plays in again to what we were mentioning before about how certain films that came like right out of wartime in Japan, you know, they were still kind of regulated by Western censors who kind of wanted to make sure that any sense of rebellious, you know, fascism would not strike up again. And so there's a lot of strictness to what you could do, and part of the measures that were taken to ensure the invaders and occupiers that, you know, the Japanese film studios could manage themselves was a lot of them took the initiative and burned most of their old films, which is just insanely tragic. Can't even imagine. But of course, silent film at that time, movies in general weren't really thought super highly of anyway, even by the film distributors. A lot of American films from that era didn't survive fully either, just because people didn't bother preserving them properly, and they saw them as kind of like a sideshow thing, like a gimmick or a trick. But luckily, some Japanese silent cinema survives, and of that I've seen so far, my personal favorite has to be A Page of Madness, by Tainosaki Kinugasa. And it's basically it's incomplete. It's not the complete film as far as we know, but what we do have left is still pretty awesome. really great cinematography, really great early use of moving camera. There's a sequence where like a riot breaks out in the hallways, and it's like it follows the action down the hallway, you know, as the action's happening, focusing on one major character, and it's just really, really awesome dynamic camera work, a lot of cool effects and sets and costumes, and takes place at insane asylum. This guy sort of takes a job takes a job as a worker there with the hopes of possibly finding a way to find his wife who's been thrown in there. And but anyway, I think it's a masterful film, especially for how early it is, and I think more people need to know about it. So, what is your take on this film?
No, well, I think Jordan Peterson could take a note from the film to be silent. That's just like the film is. Or from or again, the name of the film kind of describes the pages of 12 Rules for Life, a page of madness.
just rip any page out of any Jordan Peterson book, and you'll have a page of madness right, right there in your hand.
But
man, I had all that. I had a history lesson. I did all that lead up. Come on, at least try to say something about the actual movie. Damn it.
Yeah. Again, I don't know that much about Japanese like silent cinema. Just like you said, much of it isn't available, and even this film isn't the complete film. But it's probably also my favorite one. Out of that, there I've seen some of the early Ozu stuff, but not all of that either. So. Yeah. Again, that's kind of a big,
pretty good.
Yeah, big gap in my knowledge that period of Japanese cinema. But yeah, again, this is a great movie, but not quite on my favorites list. But could be on my could be after a rewatch. Just like I have to reread 12 Rules for Life. And well, I haven't read it at all, so I can't.
Also, on a serious note, Ozu ended up sort of remaking some of his bigger silent films in his sound era. You know, some of like I think
I Was Born, But
I Was Born, But became What Good Morning, basically.
Yeah,
reworked. And,
but we can skip my next choice as we both already talked about it. So it's The Vanishing. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I guess I already said enough for both of us. So
yeah.
Well, yeah, you chimed in.
Okay. Yeah, I mentioned a couple of things, but again, just to save time, we've talked about 6.5 hours.
Okay, so
30 films to go for both of us. So.
Do I go again?
Yeah, so it's your turn. So 1, 2, 9.
Well, look, if saving time is what you're after, bringing up Jordan Peterson again and again isn't going to help matters. just so you know. Okay, so my 128 is Pandora's Box, which I kind of hinted at earlier. I recently got my hands on the beautiful, exquisite Eureka Master Cinema Collection box set of it. And yeah, it's a beautiful film. It's a very forward-thinking, daring film for the time that it was made. The lead performance in it is really pretty enticing and striking and mesmerizing, and you can believe, or at least I can believe, that all the people around her would fall for her charms like they do in the story, because Louise Brooks is just so good in the role, and she's so good at sort of laying it on thick with her sympathetic gaze, and you just feel for her. You just want to reach into the screen and sort of help her. And she goes through a lot in this movie, and it's weird because it starts out in a ritzy modern location, and then by the end of the film, I mean, they globetrot the characters that band together, and they end up on a ship, and then they end up in London. But by the time they end up in London, it's almost like they've gone back in time. Like they got Jack the Ripper walking around, and it's so odd to me, because there's no narrative device that I know of that explains why they literally seem to have been transported into London like a century before. But the film starts in like what would have for them been contemporary times. So I don't know if there's like a thematic element there, if I'm just reading too much into it, that maybe that's just the look they were going for. It doesn't need an explanation. But it's quite a saga, and there's also a lesbian romance sort of subplot, sort of hints at lesbian romance, but it doesn't really it doesn't go too deep into it, but the fact that it's there at all and that it's hinted at is pretty neat, I guess. So
Yeah, it's a good movie, and when you like mentioned that lesbian romance, for example, I started thinking that how it is very interesting to watch these films before the Hays Code, like how much like more wild and interesting and groundbreaking and they were than the films in the Hays Code, even though you could kind of think that again as time goes on things would go always bolder, but you can see kind of how the Hays Code kind of fucked up American cinema for quite a while. And cinema in general.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah. But so finally we are going to talk about some Kenji Mizoguchi film. So it's Yugetsu, the kind of famous ghost film by Mizoguchi, probably his second most famous film after Sancho the Bailiff, which will be later on my list as well.
Yeah.
But this one I've watched a couple of times, and after the second watch I absolutely fell in love with it. But even though it has that the ghosts and stuff, but it also has that like typical Mizoguchi bleakness and the same themes as his other films have, even though again this is more supernatural and quite different than many of his bit more, you could say, realistic films. And I think again one could have a debate on whether this is better than Sancho the Bailiff, but I think Sancho the Bailiff is just human condition level basically after I watched it again. So yeah, I have to go with Sancho the Bailiff for my favorite Mizoguchi, but this isn't far behind. Yeah.
Sancho is also my favorite of the Mizoguchi I've seen so far, but I will say maybe sheepishly, maybe wrongly, neither of those films made my short list. And now that I'm thinking about it, maybe they should have. But it's just one of those things where, the ranking existed already the way it was prior to this, and actually no, I think Sancho is on my. I think Sancho the Bailiff is on my list, but I don't think Ugetsu is, even though I really liked it as well. It's just I don't know. You can't fit everything in, but yeah, it's definitely up there for me too. It's funny because I know that there's like it's got a ghost story element to it, but that really wasn't the thing that resonated with me about Ugetsu either. I don't know. Like there's you see the Criterion Closet video where Hideo Kojima is like pulling things off the shelf, talking about how like all these movies scared him when he was a kid, and he's like, oh, Ugetsu was scared me to death. It's about ghosts, and just like, oh yeah, there was a ghost in that, I guess, but
yeah,
but
that was a great closet video though.
Oh, it was, it was.
And one thing I always say about the Criterion Closet is that I would love to visit the closet, but I don't know whether I need another closet that is hard to escape from in my life. So yeah.
That's funny. That's good. Because I'd be in there forever. I wouldn't want to leave. Okay, so my next one is, it's actually going to be a cheat, kind of like what you did earlier. It's going to be 2 in 1, but it's because I see them as 2 parts of the same film, really, the film experience. And that's let me just make sure that I have them pulled up here because I want to talk about them both. So I got The Act of Killing and The Look of Silence.
I've only seen The Act of Killing, but I need to watch The Look for Silence.
I consider them both as one because they really do follow each other. The Act of Killing is really powerful stuff. It's an exploration of a regime that ended up winning a war and allowed the war criminals of the time that happened to be on the winning side celebrity status, and they're seen as heroes and kind of like they've become like legends among the official propaganda of the of the place. And there's like talk show appearances, and everyone's all happy and smiling and telling jokes and about all the people that they viciously murdered. It's really surreal. But one of the things that I really appreciate about the film is that through this sort of experience of the filmmaker urging the people who did the killings to sort of reenact what they did, and then sometimes even flipping the roles around and having them play the victims and have someone else be the perpetrator of the tortures and stuff. It forces some of them to kind of start to maybe slightly rethink, maybe kind of a little bit, the morality of what they did. And in fact, by the end, there's even one particular person who seems to be quite upset by it. He seems to really start to have some kind of internal reckoning going on with himself about what he did. And it's really powerful. Of course, since a lot of the crew on the film are local to the nation that this was shot in, most of the credits for the crew is just anonymous because people don't want to be, punished, who worked on the film, who were local. And then Look of Silence is like a direct follow-up to that, where the same killers actually meet the surviving family members of the people that they killed. And it's like they have these really intense conversations with them, sort of talk through their feelings about it. And in one case, one of the guys actually has his now grown daughter with him by his side, and she's hearing the perspective of the family member of the person that her father killed for the first time. She's hearing the non-propagandized version of this story, and it's just really powerful, truly human stuff. It's kind of essential viewing, really, if you're a documentary fan, but really cinema fan in general. I think both of these are essential viewing. But
yeah, I think The Act of Killing is one of the great films of the 21st century. It's incredibly bold and disturbing and interesting. It's a funny story about it is that I recommended it to a friend who also studies it in my university in like the social sciences department. Like that film was playing on like a small film festival nearby, and he went there, and I said you should go watch that film there if you have time. But he said that it was so boring and he didn't get the point.
what?
But yeah, he's completely wrong. But yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, I really need to watch the other one. I think I'm probably gonna love that one as well.
Yeah.
Or I think love is maybe a wrong version.
I know what you mean.
Films, but yeah.
You will really respond to it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just like I responded to the latest podcast by Jordan Peterson. But yeah.
Yeah.
But my next choice, we are gonna go back to Akio Isoji. So it's the second one of the Buddhist trilogy. It's Mandala, or sometimes called Mandala. I don't know why sometimes there is L and sometimes there's R.
It's because the R is pronounced as an L in native Japanese, and they don't want to confuse dumb Westerners, I guess.
No, well, it's good to know that. I didn't know that. So yeah. But I've always wondered that. But yeah. But this is the most nuts from the three. Like this is.
Oh, it is.
Fucking insane. Like some of the scenes in the beach, for example, and like. It's crazy. Again, I don't necessarily know what this film is about because it's so crazy, but I just love this type of no fucks given radical filmmaking that just goes like 110% in every possible way in terms of the visuals, in terms of the themes, in terms of the subject matter, in terms of absolutely everything. And it's such a thrilling watch. And again, it was really hard for me to choose whether this is my favorite of the trilogy or whether the first one that we are going to talk about shortly is my favorite one, but this is now my second favorite, but it's hard to say. It's a perfect masterpiece, very underrated as well. I think it only has like 3.6 in Letterboxd, which is absolutely criminal. But
well, again, I think it's a case of a lot of people confusing depiction as celebration or endorsement, and a lot of Pinku cinema especially is really, really hard to watch if you assume that the stuff being shown is somehow being normalized or endorsed in any way. Obviously it's not. You have to kind of remove yourself from that kind of literal thinking when you watch films like that. But I think that's probably part of it. Why maybe a lot of people aren't into it or haven't bothered watching it. But the other films in the trilogy are on my list too, but we're not going to get to those for my list until the next time we do the second half of this, because they're way up there for me. So okay, my next one, Army of Shadows.
Yeah, it's on my list too, but higher.
Jean-Pierre Melville, and I think this is the only one. I have Le Samurai on my larger list, but this is the only one that made my short list. But to be fair, I haven't watched a whole bunch of Melville's films yet, but plan to. But yeah, it's an espionage. It's like a spy thriller amidst Nazi, prison camp and state control. So it's kind of like it's like a war film and an espionage thriller kind of rolled into one. It's really, really fantastic stuff. And it's one of the only films depicting espionage that I've seen where they really don't even try to make the protagonists of the film the clear heroes. I mean, it's not even close. I mean, there are choices made, there are decisions made, there are things that they do to each other and and to confidants that they're supposed to, trust, and it's all in the name of getting the ultimate mission taken care of, which can sometimes change on a dime depending on the circumstance. And so I think it's a really good depiction of that world, and the stakes are really high, of course, because of the Nazi involvement, and it's really intense. It's a really intense watch, but it's a masterpiece. I love it.
Yeah, I've seen all of Melville's films, but this is my favorite one.
Oh wow, great. Okay.
And I think again the good point that you mentioned is that how the protagonists aren't like made to be heroes. So this is kind of like fuck the Nazis, but again the French resistance people weren't that great either.
Right. Yeah, it's nuanced,
Yeah, that's what I always again talk about with war films, that you shouldn't be making anybody the heroes in the situation, but kind of be critical of a bit of everything. But it's such a beautiful looking film too, with that blue color, and it kind of feels at the same time kind of big, but also kind of minimalist, as there aren't like very big explosions or things like that in it, but it just feels so wide, like how it's shot and stuff. So I always notice that and love that element to it. I mean, there's that one scene when the Nazis are trying to shoot down the French resistance fighters, and they have to run away, and then they can escape if they can.
Yes.
So that's kind of stupid how they don't get shot, or one of the guys doesn't get shot. But
you know what, that scene worked for me. It actually it stuck in my mind, so it must have done something right. But
yeah, I mean, I like the scene, but I think you could kind of criticize.
I get your point. Yeah, for sure.
And I think I've heard some other people mention it too, but yeah.
But I think by that point, we have gone through so much hell alongside these characters that we kind of just accept the win.
Yeah.
When when the outcome happens the way we kind of are expecting it to go.
But yeah, so my next film is A Clockwork Orange by Stanley Kubrick. So I think this is another film. We've talked about lots of political films, but I think this in many ways kind of aligns well with our thoughts in the way how it shows the kind of the government officials and how they try to answer this crime and this type of behavior with the conservative brainwashing and stuff like that, even though the real answer to crime is actually that you make people's lives good and you give money to poor people and make them not have to resort to crime. That's how you fight crime, and not like government brainwashing, and not like that tough garbage from that the conservatives always talk about. But that
was something. Garbage? You mean Alex Jones?
Yeah, and Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump and. But yeah, anyway, let's not go through that route again. But again, like I've said many times, I have a very dark sense of humor, so I actually find this film really funny. I know some people don't find it funny, but for example, the Beethoven stuff I find really funny, and lots of the scenes are just so ridiculous that I cannot help but find them funny. And I've seen lots of the kind of like items and stuff from this film when I visited the Kubrick exhibition in London. Like it had those dolls, like those weird looking dolls there and stuff. So it was really cool to see them.
I'm jealous yet again. You got to go to a Kubrick exhibition. That's awesome.
Yeah, it had like stuff from all the films. And
cool. That's actually a Kubrick film I have yet to see, believe it or not. It's one of the most talked about, but it's just not one that I've gotten around to yet. And it's funny because I just recently watched, in preparation for this, because I knew I'd love it. I just recently watched a particular Japanese art film that is often cited as one of the big inspirations for some of the stuff in Clockwork Orange. So it's going to be interesting now, having seen that first, to then watch Clockwork Orange and see if I can see the through lines there. But okay, my next one I'm actually going to skip because it's Shawshank Redemption. And It's Shawshank Redemption. I have my own reasons for responding to it really powerfully. I think the ending is very silly, but it's also the ending that I wanted, and so that sense of release, that sense of catharsis afterwards, I think is actually good for the pacing of the film being what it is. It's definitely a Hollywood film, but it does choose to not shy away completely from some of the depictions of what it's like to live in prison. But that's kind of all I have to say on it. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on it. So
Yeah, I think I would have loved the film if the two male characters had sex on the beach in the end, but
no,
they didn't have the balls to do that. But
yeah.
But yeah, again, even though I have criticized the film, I still like it, but I just don't see it as like a great film. But
Yeah. Well, it's certainly not the greatest of all time. That's just nonsense. But it's
yeah,
fine.
when you put it next to the Human Condition, it looks like Pokemon the movie. But,
Right? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Or it looks like a Jordan Peterson podcast after that. Anyway. Yeah. But once again, we are gonna go back to Akio Yishoji now. So this is the first part of the Buddhist trilogy, This Transient Life, which is the one that many more people have seen. Many people just watch this first one, but they don't watch the other two.
They tap out after watching this one. They're like, that's enough for me.
Yeah, this is like pretty crazy depictions of incest in a film, and it's a very kind of bleak and weird film, but kind of beautiful at the same time with all that weird stuff. It's just so beautifully shot and crafted, and it's such a beautiful work of art. Again, I don't understand the film that well. Again, my brain isn't enough to analyze films like this or the Yoshida films and stuff like that, but I just love them by some intuition, but I cannot really, I just don't have a brain to, after only 2 viewings, to analyze a film like this. But yeah.
I'll save my thoughts on it for part 2 whenever we shoot that, because it's higher on my list anyway. We'll get around to it. Okay, my 125 is Hacksun. It's a really amazing silent film by, I believe, let me get his name right. It's Benjamin I think it's Christensen. Yeah, well, Christensen. Yeah, Benjamin Christensen. But it's kind of a hybrid between documentary and fantasy movie. Slash, fantasy / horror. It's a Swedish film, and it talks about the history of witch burnings and perceived witchcraft, and it starts off taking a very kind of sensible approach to it, kind of like as a documentary should. It starts out just showing still images and kind of giving some background to the history and the culture and the place and time, and then it moves into little vignettes that are acted out, kind of like reenactments that we would see in a lot of typical modern documentaries. Then when you go a little bit deeper, suddenly it's almost as if a switch gets flipped and the reenactments become depictions of real magic happening and real witchcraft. And go ahead and say what's on your mind.
I don't have anything to say. I just started laughing.
Well, anyway, I just like that it has a very free-flowing form to it. It starts out as a straightforward documentary, then turns into kind of a fantasy film where the witchcraft is real, and there's like an actual Satan running around influencing things, and the director himself plays Satan, and he's having an awesome time with it. He's like, he's like making jerk-off motions with brooms, and he's like sticking his tongue out and curling it around, and it's all kinds of fun, goofy stuff that he's doing in that movie. But it kind of it coalesces back into itself by the end, and then all these branching pathways of depictions of it really happening kind of end up dissolving, and it goes back to the real gritty depictions of what really happened and why it was wrong, and how witchcraft isn't real, and it's something that we should be ashamed of in our history of persecuting people for being witches. And it ends on some really harrowing footage. Actually, there's actually one particular scene toward the end where this elderly woman is being questioned and tortured, and you actually it shows a close up of her face, and you can just see the pain and the anguish on this woman's face. And I don't think she was a professional actress. I don't think she ever did anything else. It's just that real. She's just so good at sort of, performing that scene, and it's one of the most memorable parts of the film. So it's very dark, but it has its amusing moments as well, and it's this really weird fantasy documentary hybrid that I think a lot of people need to see if they haven't. So
Yeah, I'll just say shortly that I remember liking it quite a bit. Cool and weird movie, but again, another one I don't remember that much about, but I need to watch it again.
I understand.
And then we are going to go back to Abbas Kiarostami. So we're going to talk about Taste of Cherry, one of his most famous, if not his most famous films. So it's about a guy who wants to commit a suicide, but he cannot kind of do it without kind of consulting other people because he wants the other people to bury him. But so we have these weird conversations about the suicide here, but we don't really ever find out why he wants to kill himself. That's the kind of interesting thing about the film, that we never find that out. You think that film about suicide, we would learn why he wants to kill himself, but there's still lots of this ambiguity that we tend to have in many Kiarostami films, and some of the kind of guidelines that I gave you guys about Kiarostami's films definitely apply to this one, as it kind of takes a very big left turn.
Oh yeah.
in the end of the film, which I'm not gonna spoil, but I can see why that would ruin the whole film for some people. I mean, I was kind of weirded out about it too, but other than that, it's such a beautiful, very humanist film about a very dark subject, but for some reason the film doesn't feel that dark, even though it's about suicide, but more about just this kind of exploration of humanity of this character and stuff. What a great movie.
There's a bit of hope sprinkled in toward the end there, potentially. In its own way. But I'll kind of give my bigger thoughts on it later because it's higher on my list. But okay, so the next one for me is actually by a colleague of Kiarostami's, Mohsen Makhmalbaf. This is Gabe from 1996. It's really good. It's really beautifully done. It's sort of, it can be seen as a critique of certain kind of conservative familial expectations about what a daughter means to the expectations of the father and the family at large. And there's definitely elements to it that can be taken politically, but really it's just a beautiful, artful film, really visually stunning, and I think worth a watch. It's also not very long, so no excuse not to try it.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson and Mihaela Peterson, but both are
okay,
both have been cured by air fryered steaks, but
of course.
Anyway, I really like the film. It's just like, again, in terms of the aesthetics, it's just so incredibly beautiful, and one that I'm actually planning to rewatch soon. I have the Arrow, like the trilogy set.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, that apparently didn't sell that well, which isn't very surprising. People rather just buy the awful horror movies and leave this type of stuff on board.
Yeah, I wonder if that's part of what contributed to the final nail in the coffin of Arrow Academy, and just kind of just Arrow video only. The slightly more schlocky stuff.
Yeah. Fuck Chisoji, fuck Yoshida, fuck Makhmalbaf. Let's just release Terry Gilliam's Time Bandits like a million times. But so the next one on my list is a big classic. It's Tarkovsky's Solaris, the first Tarkovsky film I ever watched, and this was probably the first slow cinema film I ever watched, unless we count like 2001: A Space Odyssey as a slow cinema film. But I actually was blown away by it, even though you could think that a young guy who's just gotten into art house cinema would probably find the film quite alienating, as it is so long and slow and different. But somehow I absolutely adored it, and I remember like how the ending blew me away the first time I watched it, and I was just, it was just on my mind for many days, the ending, after I had seen it, and the ending is still like one of the highlights of the film for me. I haven't read the book, which I've heard is really good too, but it's just a very enjoyable, very interesting film that goes into metaphysics, and it goes into memory, what is like human memory, and how we kind of can have these old memories, and how we kind of perceive our memories different than what the events and the people actually were, and things like that that are very important parts of the human psyche. And obviously, as all Tarkovsky films are, a very beautiful looking movie, absolutely perfect in every sense of the word, and great main actor as well. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to watching this for the third time, because this is definitely the type of film that I'm sure that every time you watch it, you will gain something new from it. So
Yeah, it's great. Although, Steven Soderbergh came along and saw that it was inferior, and so he said, "You know what this film needs? George Clooney." And so he showed him what was what. He showed him how to make a real Solaris adaptation.
Yeah, I'm refusing to watch that.
Yeah. But no, I mean, in all seriousness, I'm actually kind of shocked that it's so relatively low for you. Even though this is our short list, I would have assumed it would have been higher just because of how much you've I've heard you praise it in the past in your own talkings about it. But yeah, it is a bit higher for me, so I'll hold off until we get to it again on my list. But it's everything you said. It's very brilliant, it's beautiful, it's cerebral, it's abstract, it's multi-layered. Yeah, it's everything you want from a Tarkovsky film. It's one of I think in my top 3 favorites of his.
Yeah, I'm glad that we still have brain power 7 hours after to talk about Tarkovsky, but yeah. I guess the Peterson stuff really kind of gave us energy. But yeah, it's your turn to choose or say your pick.
All right, yeah. So my next pick, my 123, is Black Girl. And this is, it's another one of those situations where, like we talked about before, it's specifically it's Senegal and France, in terms of like the countries that funded it, but the African continent at large really needs to have more exposure, to the rest of the world in terms of the cinema that's there, because it just doesn't seem like too many films from that region in general get the kind of recognition that a film like this does, where luckily it's released in a mainstream way so that I can watch it, on the Criterion collection and everything. But it's a short film. I think it's only about an hour long. But it was inspired by an actual news article that the filmmaker read, and it was from a French colonialist perspective, this particular paper. And so he saw the title and the incident that occurred that the movie is based on. When it was reported in the newspaper, it identified the main focus of the story as Black Girl. It didn't even give her a name in the report, and so it was kind of an interest was piqued there, from what I understand, where there was a desire to sort of dive deeper and find out the backstory behind who this person really was, and where she came from, and what led to the circumstances that he read about in the paper. And so it's a really tender, empathetic portrait of someone who is sort of thrown into the employ of higher class white Europeans who kind of see her as maybe second class. And so there's a lot of obviously there's a lot of commentary on colonialism and stuff that's pretty on the nose, but either way, it's a very beautiful film, and it's not a very long film, so there's really no excuse not to watch it if you haven't seen it yet. So I highly recommend everyone give this one a watch.
Up yours, folk moralists. Why you totalitarian pieces of shit want representation in cinema? Yeah,
that's right.
But anyway, I think it's a really great movie. I remember it was in like the bottom end of the top 100 of the Sight and Sound list, and such a relevant movie still to this day. Again, I think whether it's on the nose or it isn't, but again, themes of colonialism, racism, even misogyny. I mean, these are still sadly very relevant today.
Yep.
So I don't really mind if it was on the nose or not, but I really like this film and I need to watch it again. I think it will probably make my favorites list after a rewatch too. So.
Yep.
But the next one on my list is another Bergman film. It's the TV version of Scenes from a Marriage.
All right. Yeah.
Possibly the best film about marriage ever. Again, starring the great Lee Woolman and then Erland Josephson, who is also a great actor who's been in many of the Bergman films, especially the mid-period and later period stuff. But the TV version, I think it's like 5 hours long. I haven't seen the shorter version, but I think the long version, I would cut nothing from it. So I would recommend everybody to watch the longer version. But 2 incredible performances. It really goes in depth with the idea of marriage and 2 people kind of drifting away from each other, and how there are so many of those complex emotions there, and how the relationship between men and women is so complicated and weird. And obviously Bergman is the best type of person to explore a story like this, as he had such a great understanding of everything relating to the human condition. But yeah, this to me is one of his best films, and but there are still a couple more that are higher than this, but yeah.
It didn't quite make my short list, but it is a favorite of mine, and it is an example of, a film not pulling its punches in terms of what it's choosing to depict. It simply depicts what is and what often can happen with real people in situations like this. And even when it gets extremely ugly, it doesn't shy away from that depiction. It goes all the way and shows you, so it's a really honest human look at what, a crumbling, marriage can look like, and probably has looked like for many, many people. So it's like you said, it's probably the best film depicting such a thing that I've seen, at least. So it's great. All right, so my 122 is actually Sancho the Bailiff. So yeah, we touched upon it a little bit because we were talking about Mizoguchi films, but it's kind of a rags to riches story set in medieval Japan, where there's still sort of lords presiding over different regions, and the title is actually a little deceptive in my opinion, but that's neither here nor there, I guess. But basically, it's sort of a quest of a child who's been separated from a parent in the midst of all this turmoil and feudal existence, to sort of eventually get back to that parent, and makes a lot of sacrifices along the way to get there. And so the riches, quote unquote, that are obtained by the end really are just they're tools. It's a means to an end. It's a necessity. It's not something that the protagonist can really enjoy or revel in, because it's only a means to ultimately what the real desire is, which is to find home, a real home, after all this time being away from it. It's a really heartbreaking movie, but it's powerful. And it's definitely, of the ones I've seen so far, it's my favorite Mizoguchi film by far. So
yeah, it's way higher for me, but I'll talk more about it in the second episode. But yeah, I'll just say one of the greatest films of all time and one of the bleakest films of all time, and absolutely adore it. But I'll get more deeply into it next time. But
I agree.
Yeah.
It being where it is on my list does not at all mean that I don't love it just as much. It's just that, again, when you're dealing with only so much room, where do you position everything, But
yeah, you have to have room for all the Nolan films and Fight Club.
And they're coming.
Yeah. But the next film is a kind of a modern Russian film called The Return by Andrei Zvyagintsev, who is kind of one of the fairly prominent Russian filmmakers of the 21st century. So this film is about this like a single mother and her 2 boys, and the father has kind of left their life long time ago, years and years ago, very ambiguously. We don't know where he went, but then the father suddenly comes back and he takes these boys to a road trip to this kind of forest and stuff. But we kind of notice from the guy that this guy is like a total piece of shit, like full of toxic masculinity and evil and violence and stuff like that. But the film keeps these characters like very ambiguous, so the viewer kind of gets to make the story themselves, that where is this guy from and what is he really like. But it's like a very slow film, but there's this constant tension with the relationship dynamics and stuff, and it's a very thrilling movie with a very thrilling ending that I'm not gonna spoil. It's quite dark, but it's all about these characters and their journeys and the viewer and what the viewer thinks of the characters, but very ambiguous, but great, dark, and even a haunting film in a way. But we'd highly recommend this one to everybody. I think it's maybe slightly underrated as it isn't talked about as much, but I think it won some awards and stuff when it came out. But yeah.
Cool. Well, my 121 is another Bergman, Cries and Whispers. It's a case of it's a later film for him. It's shot in really vibrant, beautiful color, and yet it depicts some of the grimmest stuff. There's actually a really affecting scene of a death of someone just slowly slipping away right before your eyes, and it's really powerful. But the story really is surrounding the relatives of this terminally ill person who have to sort of set aside various past experiences and different philosophies on life and so forth that have kind of taken them, ripped them apart over the years, so that they can all come and kind of be there for this loved one. And there's a lot of really awesome sequences where you kind of jump into the past of each of the sisters at certain moments, and a lot of fading to red rather than fading to black in this movie. And of course, the film is just covered in red. The carpet, the walls, the furniture. There's so much red in this movie. But yeah, it's really hard to watch at times, but it's also, again, it's just a really good character exploration on behalf of Bergman. And I think it's one that I don't personally see brought up as much in like the higher ranked Bergman stuff. And I'm not sure why that is. I think it deserves to be up there, but yeah, that's my take.
Yeah, it's quite a bit higher for me. So again, I'll save my thoughts, but I'll say this is one also that I saw on the cinema. But
oh wow, well that must have been amazing.
Yeah, it was the first time watched on the cinema. I've since rewatched it at home, but yeah, it was such a great viewing. But one of my absolute favorite Bergmans, and we will get to it in the second episode. But
yeah, I mean it's one of my favorites too. It's just that my Bergmans are a bit more spaced apart, perhaps, than yours are over the course of this whole thing. But yeah, it's great. I'm glad you agree.
And then next film is actually my favorite film from India. It's called Pyasa by Guru Dutt. So this is a musical, a big classic that can be watched on YouTube as well. But it's about this wannabe poet, but he cannot get his poems published. So he has to kind of come up with this plot, quite a way immoral plot, and to get his poems published. But then when he gets his poems published, he kind of regrets the aftermath, as he kind of got famous from a plot that he kind of started. But it's such a beautiful film about that kind of, again, artistic process and what it means to be artist, and all that kind of aching and pain that goes through the life of an artist, especially if you have struggles to kind of get your work published and out there. So it's like a very a film that really resonates with us art lovers a lot. It's just beautifully performed. The songs in it are really beautiful. It's visually beautiful. It's just a perfect film, and one of the great musicals as well, and one of the great films about artists. And so everybody go watch this on YouTube. big classic. It was also on the Sight and Sound list somewhere, I remember. Yeah.
Nice. Okay, my next one is Yojimbo. That's my number 120 on my list. Kurosawa classic. It's one that I think a lot of people probably start to, they jump to that pretty quickly when they start, sort of naming off the most well-known Kurosawa films. Really, really good. It obviously it was it's most infamously known in the States for a while as being the film that was ripped off to make Fistful of Dollars, Sergio Leone. But it does have that sort of solitary, sort of lone wanderer kind of feel to it. It feels very cowboy, and of course that's an inspiration from old American westerns that Kurosawa used, and then of course that inspiration came right back around and influenced Leone with his spaghetti westerns. So it kind of came full circle, this sort of cinematic conversation that these directors were having. But it's great, it's Toshiro Mifune's one of his best performances. I guess it's fairly typical for him because he plays a lot of samurai, especially in Kurosawa films, but he's really good as this sort of stoic, very together, very very careful, very thoughtful kind of, sort of Ronin warrior who is sort of being contracted or considering taking a contract to sort of defend this town against its warring neighbor. And of course, the heavy in it, the sort of main antagonist, is actually played by Tatsuya Nakadai, and he's great in this. He's this goofy guy with a gun. he likes whipping it out and showing it off and looking all tough. And yeah, it's good times. It's not among my very, very favorite Kurosawa films, but it's every bit the masterpiece that people say it is, and it definitely needed to be on this list for me somewhere. So here it is.
Yeah, I have seen all of Kurosawa's films, and I like this, and I would put it quite high if I ranked all of Kurosawa's films, but it's not on my list here. I don't like it quite that much, but I definitely like it more than the film that it inspired, Fistful of Dollars, even though I saw that one in the cinema too. But yeah.
Well, Leone would go on to do a lot more, like a lot better stuff after that, of his own. So
yeah, there are a couple of Leone films in the episode 2 for me. So
me too.
But yeah, really fun movie with a great Mifune performance, but I just don't think it quite reaches the heights of the absolute best Kurosawa films. But my next one is another Stanley Kubrick film. It's Barry Lyndon, like the film that is often cited to be the best looking film of all time, and it's hard to argue against that, as it is absolutely stunning, like painterly shot after painterly shot. This film was something that took me a couple of viewings to really appreciate it. First time I watched it, I didn't kind of see the humor in it, because this is actually quite a very funny film, kind of a tragic comedy, like it has tragedy and comedy. But yeah, the visuals are something that you notice immediately, but the story is something that maybe, at least for me, took a while to get into. But it's this kind of, I guess, typical rise and fall story. It could have been made by Scorsese, even though it wouldn't have looked as good if it was made by Scorsese. But yeah, great performance by the main actor. Lots of great scenes like the duel, and yeah, lots of beautiful shots and architecture and like nature shots and everything. But yeah, again, one of his best, and I'm kind of happy to see that people have gotten around to it like in more recent times, because it used to be like very underrated and stuff, but I'm not sure whether it is anymore.
It didn't quite make my short list, but I do love it as well, and it is arguably one of the most beautiful looking films ever shot. The cinematography is just amazing, and like you said, it's the blocking and the framing and the composition is all kind of meant to mimic like what paintings from that time looked like. And when the camera pans out and you see like the full landscapes. It very much is like you're looking at a painting. It's really incredible. So visually alone, it's worth watching. But as you said, it's kind of a comedy of errors that kind of, this guy kind of bumbles through life and kind of ends up being heroic and well-to-do for a while, but then, circumstances happen that sort of start to kind of cause him to start to have to reckon a bit more with, who he really is. And, it's definitely not like mind-blowingly cerebral like 2001 or something, nor is it as, I guess, culturally iconic as something like Clockwork Orange or The Shining, but it's definitely a great Stanley Kubrick film. And I am also happy to see more people talking about it than they were before. So
yeah, but Inception looks even more beautiful in terms of the aesthetics. But yeah,
how about that soundtrack?
fucking Hans Zimmer.
Right,
if you want to have a loud soundtrack, just hire Meshuggah.
That's right. There you go. That's the answer. Okay, so 119 for me is another cheat. It's the whole Three Colors trilogy by Krzysztof Kieslowski. I cannot, and I will not, separate these films in my ranking. I can't do it. I feel like they, especially with Three Colors Red, which if I'm forced to say which is my favorite, that one is my favorite of the three. But sort of with that film, all three narratives culminate in a really nice poetic way, and each film kind of offers its own value, to the topics and themes and stories being told. And I suppose if the trilogy has a weak element, a weaker element, it would be Three Colors White for me. I don't think it works quite as perfectly from end to end as Blue and Red do, but it's still, I can respect it for what it's sort of aiming for, what it's trying to do. And I think, again, as part of the collective, as part of the whole thing, the trilogy taken together is really a powerful viewing experience that I think everyone should watch. So
yeah, I was considering having like Red on my list, but as it has been such a insanely long time since I watched these films, I decided to not have it here. But I love Red a lot, and I like Blue and White too. But I have another Kieslowski film later on, but Red I again wanted to have, but I should have rewatched it before. But what a masterpiece that is, and great trilogy.
Yeah.
But then I have a Lee Chang-dong film here, a South Korean film from the early 2000s. It's called Oasis, another film that hasn't really been released on Blu-ray or even on streaming often, so can be hard to find, but what a great film. So it's about this kind of guy that has some sort of like mental deficiency, but we don't really know what it is, and he meets this girl with cerebral palsy, and they form this like very unconventional love story. And unconventional love stories are something that I love, even though there's certain like problematic elements to this relationship. Definitely how it starts, which I'm not gonna spoil, but other than that, the movie is such a powerhouse of a film that just says so much about humanity and human connection when you put these two very different people and two people that you don't ever really see in art together, and you explore their relationship and connection very deeply. This is the type of film that I would love to make myself if I was a filmmaker. I really love this type of slice of life film with a twist, the twist being like people that aren't really represented in films usually.
Yeah.
But a great movie. If people can find it, you should definitely watch it.
Good phrasing there. It's a movie that you would like to have made if you were a filmmaker. I think that's a really awesome way to put it. I think there are films like that for me too.
Yeah.
You can't help it. You don't just admire it; you almost envy it.
Yeah.
Yeah, for whatever reason. Cool. Well, my 118 is The Kid, Charlie Chaplin. It's really all there is to say about it. It's a really well-known film, Chaplin classic. Happens to be among my favorites, so it goes on this list.
Yeah, it's on my top 350 too, but it's not on top 200. But it's definitely might be his most kind of emotionally resonant film. It's just so beautiful and hard hitting, and one of his earlier films that it came out, I think was it 1921 maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, a masterpiece, one that I need to rewatch. I think I've only watched all the Chaplin films once. I never watched them again, but I have this box set that has all the kind of major ones. So yeah, should watch it again soon. But I think I only have like one Chaplin film here, which should come out quite soon. Yeah.
Well, then I know which one it is. If you only have one on the list.
Yeah. But my next one is a Sidney Lumet film. It's one of his most well-known films, Network. I'm mad as hell and I can't take it anymore. Love that line. Yeah.
It's another big gap in my knowledge. Everyone else but me has seen this movie, so one day I will close that gap.
But again, it was made in the mid-70s. It's all about kind of the influence of the television, the people, and again media. But again, television isn't as relevant these days. But if you just kind of replace the idea of television with the idea of internet, you can kind of still think of this film as something very relevant about the media and social media and the news and journalists and stuff. But it's a very entertaining film. It's a very deep film about those very important, relevant themes, but it's also just great satire and a great comedy. I mean, I guess only criticism I would have for it is that it's just a very bland looking film. There isn't really anything in the aesthetics, but that's kind of Sidney Lumet's style. He isn't really known for like beautiful camera work or anything like that. But
it was also like a common style in American films in the 70s, especially when sort of the indie guys were starting to take influence from other places, and the cinematography got a bit rougher. Okay, let's see. 117, Orpheus. Now, just full disclosure, I have not seen the complete Orphic trilogy, so I can't really speak to where this sits in terms of its relation to the other two, but it is Jean Cocteau. The only other film of his I've seen so far is his version of Beauty and the Beast, which I loved very much. It's in my longer list, but once again, it's not in the short list. It didn't quite make it for me, but this one did. I really like the modern interpretation of the story. I really like how the radio in the car kind of serves almost as like the voice of the chorus. Kind of moving the plot along. You hear these weird sort of soliloquies coming out of the radio. I like the approach they did to the visual effects. I think for what they had to work with at the time, it works pretty well. Like the liquid mirrors stuff and all those things. I can't really find much to complain about. It's a pretty awesome fantasy film for the time and place, especially that it was made.
Yeah, I like all the three films. I've seen all of them, but none of them are on my list. But again, wants to rewatch again, and beautiful films. But I would highly recommend the other two. But yeah, my next film is Gregg Araki's Mysterious Skin, which was a great first time watch, fairly recently. But it's all about childhood trauma and how that affects your personhood later on life. There's this one character who kind of has this loss of memory due to that trauma, and then there's this one character who becomes this kind of very rebellious and kind of sexually weird person due to that trauma. But it's such a interesting film. It's very dark film, but it's handled very tastefully, and it also has a beautiful soundtrack, as it has Slowdive. With Slowdive, I love Slowdives. Again, the shoegaze.
Yeah.
Good. And again, that's the type of music that I would probably use in films too if I were to make them. But yeah, it has Joseph Gordon-Levitt, which was one of the reasons I was kind of skeptical going into the film, because I didn't think that a film with Joseph Gordon-Levitt could be a 5-star film. But yeah, it ended up being a 5-star film, and he's actually really good as this gay guy who has these awful traumas and stuff. But and it also keeps you kind of guessing until the end, and then it has this kind of very big emotional climax in the end. It really wrecks you. Yeah,
I like how you're willing to admit your pretentious biases. It's Joseph Gordon-Levitt. He could never be in a 5-star movie. I'll tell you who surprised me on that front. Michael Cera. He knows a lot about movies, man. He knows a lot
Yeah,
about like really good cinema. Um,
yeah,
really
the
good shot
closet
making.
video.
Yeah, but anyhow, okay, my 116. Again, it's a cheat, but I think these thematically fit together so well. It's almost like a puzzle box. You kind of have no choice but to kind of watch them all together, or else the real sort of meta effect going on doesn't really work, or at least not as well. And that's the Coker trilogy by Bas Kiarostami. It's a brilliant piece of filmmaking, brilliant 3 pieces of filmmaking, and it's sort of it becomes more self-aware the deeper it goes. The first film is more of a simple depiction called "Where Is the Friend's House" or "Where Is My Friend's House," about how adults in children's lives will oftentimes tune out the children and kind of assume that they don't know what they're talking about, even if the child has something very relevant and important to say. And so it becomes like this quest for this school kid to take his school friend's binder back to him because he accidentally put it in his backpack. And so it's like this journey across the town, and along the way he meets the townspeople and has interesting interactions with them. And it's kind of like a little mini road movie from a kid's perspective. It's a really cute movie. Then you get to the next one, which is even deeper, and it's like a depiction of Kiarostami returning to the town where he shot the first movie after a disaster happened. So he's there to rebuild the town, and the same people play themselves now as the actors. And then the third film, Through the Olive Trees, it's another layer being added to the meta awareness of the project, where something that happened during the shooting of the second film is now reenacted with the real people again in the third film. And so it's just layer upon layer upon layer of film, sort of self-aware filmmaking that's kind of unmatched in terms of the way it blew my mind at the time. So it's always going to be pretty high up for me.
Yeah, I love the Coker trilogy as well. All of them are all-time favorites, but they just missed out on my top 200, but they were very close to getting in, and I was considering to put them here, and maybe I should have, but I really love those films.
Yeah.
I think the first one is probably my favorite one, but
yeah, I think the last one is mine simply because that's when it's like the most meta and weird.
Yeah. But so next one on my list we can kind of skip, as we already have talked about this director quite a bit, and you also mentioned this film already. So it's L'Avventura.
Oh, okay, yeah,
that's fine. But so you can go to your next pick.
Okay, well, the next one for me is M. Fritz Lang. It's this one and Metropolis oftentimes will switch places in my head. They're very close for me in terms of which one I prefer more than the other. They're 2 completely different kinds of animals. I mean, this is like an early talkie where sound is used as a storytelling element in a really clever way, whereas Metropolis is like the most epic of epic silent productions, and it sort of has its notoriety built upon the technical prowess at play. And both films are masterpieces in different ways. But I think Metropolis edges out M slightly for me right now, although M is still absolutely masterful in the way it's done. It's funny, you can contrast this with the early talkies that were having that were being made over in Hollywood at the time, where it's like they're trying to be as bombastic as possible, like big musicals already, and they're trying to kind of like really show off what they can do with sound. And yet here we have with M, it's a very quiet film, and the sound is very sparsely used, very intentionally and meticulously. And like I said, there's a plot element that actually moves the story along, involving a whistling of a tune, and it's in the Hall of the Mountain King. And of course, Peter Lorre's performance in it is a tour de force for him. I don't think he's ever been better. He's fantastic in it. So yeah, good stuff all around.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in ages, but it might be my favorite Fritz Lang film. It's between that and Metropolis. It's hard to choose, like you said.
Yeah.
And I would need to watch both of them again, as it's been many years. Yeah. But my next pick is kind of a Criterion darling film. It's Edward Yang's Yi Yi, one of the great slice of life films from Edward Yang, his most famous film, his last film before he died. and it's just a perfect slice of life film. It kind of explores this family through, like, again, the different generations of that family, and it's this very slow film where really nothing happens, but somehow it's just incredibly beautiful. Like, this just has like my type of cinematography, those beautiful like wide still shots that look really beautiful, and there many of them are like very sunny and bright, that look great, and how it shoots Taipei, it looks very beautiful. I think like Sean Baker talked about that a bit in his Criterion Closet video, which I have watched quite a few times. Yeah, but this to me is my favorite Edward Yang film. There are a couple of his films that I haven't seen yet, but I think for most people it's between this one and A Brighter Summer Day. But at least at this moment, this is my favorite, although I need to rewatch A Brighter Summer Day. But this one I have watched a couple of times, and each time it was just utter perfection.
Cool. Yeah, I haven't jumped into Yang's work yet. For some reason, I feel kind of intimidated too, and I don't really know why. I always come up really close to watching one, and then I just decide not to, and I watch something else instead. I don't know what's stopping me, but one of these days I'll take the full jump. 114 for me, Gaslight. Really powerful character drama examining how manipulation and power dynamics can be used for great evil. And the villain in it is very deliciously played by Charles Boyer, and then of course Ingrid Bergman is great as always. And Joseph Cotton shows up now and then, but he's not really the main focus. But I think he got top billing with the other two actors anyway. But I mean, he's good in it, but he just doesn't do a whole lot. Angela Lansbury is actually really great in it. She plays this sort of manipulative, spoiled, maid for the household that sort of conspires with the villain. But yeah, great stuff. And obviously the origin of the term gaslight in the English vernacular. But
yeah, I haven't seen it, but I want to watch it. But yeah,
it's great stuff.
Yeah, so my next pick is like a sight and sound staple. So it's Sean Eustace film, The Mother and the Whore, La Maman et la Putane. So this film has been poorly available for a very long time. You have to kind of watch it in like bad prints online, but it has been restored in 4K fairly recently, and apparently it's gonna come out on Criterion in a Sean Eustace box set sometime in the near future. It hasn't been announced yet, but it should be announced. But it's one of those kind of French intellectual films about just these characters and their lives, and the main character is this kind of pseudo intellectual guy who spouts this nonsense like all the time, and I kind of love his character a lot because I like this type of like funny, kind of all over the place intellectual type of people who just spout whatever, but they are just all about making themselves sound really pretentious and smart, even though they maybe aren't. Yeah. But at the same time, it again explores his relationship with these different women, and we can see kind of a changing culture around young people and sex in this film that came out in the 70s, and that's very interestingly portrayed in this film. Again, it's another film that I haven't seen in years, and I've only watched it once, and I think I'm gonna wait a little bit before I watch it for the next time, because I want to watch the new restoration when I watch it for the next time. But I'm really excited to watch it again, and it's a very long movie as well, so it can be hard to get through for some people, but I just found it funny and interesting. Yeah,
I guess I'll be watching it then too. I'll wait for it to come out in the official restored capacity. My next movie is The Thin Man. It's another one of those early pre-code, really smart comedies that really, again, just kind of make me sad for what they would become shortly after and for a while since. But I love the dynamic between the two main characters, the detective and his wife. You can tell that they really love each other, and their chemistry is great. Their character dynamics are great. They get into some kind of funny farcical scrapes, but they never once accuse the other one of anything like infidelity or any kind of nonsense like what you might typically see in a film today with scenarios like that. They are clearly very in love and very trusting of each other, and I actually really like that. I think it's really charming about their relationship, and there's actually a legitimate mystery to be solved, and it kind of unfolds as the detective character sort of figures it out. So we don't really know the full answer until he does at the very end. But it's actually really, really well done. Really one of my personal favorite comedies.
Yeah, it's another one that I haven't seen, so I can't comment. That I don't know much about it beyond what you just said. So, but yeah, sounds interesting, and I'll give it a go, just like these other ones that I haven't seen. But my next one is a Italian film called Le Notti Bianche by Luchino Visconti. One of his maybe slightly lesser known films, although it's fairly well known. It's based on the Dostoevsky, like a fairly short book, White Nights, I think it's called. But it's about these two people, man and a woman, and the woman has been, again, she's in love with someone who isn't in her life anymore, but the man that she meets in this film falls in love with her, but then she doesn't really fall in love with him that much, and there's a very kind of a brutal nature to their relationship due to the fact that one of them really loves the other, but then the other one doesn't kind of show that love back or give that love back. But it's kind of a artificial looking movie because it has these kind of sets, and you can really tell that it's artificial, but I think it kind of adds to the film and that kind of relationship that in a way is very artificial. And I think the sets look really beautiful, and there's lots of visual symbolism there, like a bridge, for example, when the other character walks towards the other end of the bridge and the other character walks towards the another end of the bridge, and how that kind of shows the divide between the characters. So there's so much to analyze in this film, and the ending is just one of the most brutal endings ever, but a great Marcello Mastroianni performance, one of his more vulnerable performances, just like the performance in A Special Day. But this is actually my favorite Visconti film, and it's on Criterion DVD, but it has never been re-released on Blu-ray or 4K, but hopefully it will. But yeah, I would highly recommend this one.
My number 112 is The Godfather. Okay. Everyone knows The Godfather. Moving on.
Yeah, it's on my favorites list, but not on my top 200. But moving on. So my next pick is Shinua Tsukamoto's Kotoko. So just like Sion Sono, Tsukamoto is someone who's also definitely got a lot of inspiration from Shuji Terayama and all those new wave guys. But this is about a young woman who is mentally disturbed. She has lots of hallucinations, and she has to hurt herself to feel alive. So it's a very sad film, and it's kind of shot in that kind of very intense, kind of lots of camera movement going, and in that kind of fragmentary way to kind of add to the feelings of the character, and the visual style is kind of like the feelings of the character. But absolutely incredible film, very sad film, very brutal film mentally, and even physically, as it has that kind of masochistic behavior in it. But this one I would highly recommend to everybody, one of the great modern Japanese films that not that many people talk about.
My 111 is Playtime. This is actually my first Jacques Tati film, and I know that you've interestingly haven't really rated it that high from what I saw. But I was blown away by it. I feel like with pretty much no dialogue, very minimal dialogue, so much commentary is being made, so much comedy is happening. It's like a statement on modernity's continually accelerating movement forward, whether we like it or not, whether we always understand it or not. And of course the character that Tati himself plays, Monsieur Hulot, is basically bumbling around the office rooms, and there's like a sequence where he's like pressing down on the back of a chair, and like the fabric slowly like rises on its own and then pops back into place, and it's just I don't know. The timing of that stuff just absolutely had me rolling with laughter. I mean, it really did. I thought it was ingenious. It's one of the best mixtures of high and low comedy I think I've ever seen in my life. And I was just absolutely charmed and delighted by it. So yeah.
Yeah, I watched a few Tati films like years and years ago, but they didn't really connect with me. But Playtime is definitely my favorite out of them, and I absolutely love the visual aesthetic of it, but I didn't really find it like funny, at least back then. But I again need to watch this again as I'm completely different person now. But yeah, I know how highly people rate it, but it just didn't blow me away, at least back then. But yeah. But then the next film I'm gonna mention is the film that I was kind of referring to when I talked about 8.5. So it's Jacques Rivet's La Belle Noiseuse, all about the artistic process. It's about this painter who paints this beautiful woman played by Emmanuelle Berth, who is just absolutely stunning and a great actress. And it's this very long 4-hour movie that I believe is also on YouTube that you can watch. And it's basically the whole movie is about the artistic process and what goes into it and all the obsessions and stuff like that. But it's just a beautiful portrait of an artistic portrait. Yeah. But anyway, what a masterpiece, but still not my favorite Rivet.
So it is on YouTube.
Yeah, at least it used to be. I don't know if it is anymore.
Okay. I've been dying to see this movie, and I've been looking everywhere for it. I guess I just didn't think to check YouTube for it. I guess it seemed too relatively modern, to be on there. But
yeah, but in America, it's like the Cohen Media Group or whatever has also released on Blu-ray. So yeah.
All right. 110 for me is Cleo from 5 to 7. It's basically just a handful of hours in the life of a person who we follow around. And through the conversations she has with people and the people that she meets and the experiences that she has, we learn a little bit about her and her philosophy on life and what she wants to do with her life moving forward. And it's a charming film that has a lot of depth to it and sort of character exploration the more you think about it. But the way it's presented is very straightforward, like, this is what happened this time of the day, this is what happened this time of the day, she went and did this and then this. So far it is the only Agnes Varda film I've seen, I am ashamed to say, but absolutely loved it. Can't wait to watch more of them. So yeah,
I will talk about that in the episode 2 because it's on my top 100. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, it's very close for me, so
yeah. But my next movie is another Aki Kaurismäki movie, so I'm not going to really get into it as I've kind of explained my thoughts about him so many times already on this chat. But it's one of his later movies called The Other Side of Hope, which is about kind of the immigrant experience in Europe and in Finland and all the horrible things that goes with that. Like, again, there are racist people here in Finland just like there are everywhere. And so it's very kind of timely movie as it explores migration and racism, but also human connection and how there are like good humanist people out there too that are willing to help these migrants as well. And yeah, but a great movie.
109 for me is The Sacrifice by Andrei Tarkovsky. This was one of his later, was it his last or his second to last?
Last.
Right, because didn't he die like before it fully released everywhere?
Yeah, I think he died again due to the cancer that he got when he shot the Stalker.
Yeah, so that's unfortunate. But again, I think it's a brilliant study of, I guess the power of religious belief versus charlatanism, and how far you're willing to go to be pious towards this thing that you believe in. And there's this really funny character in it who is sort of, I guess, seen as kind of the more charlatan-esque of the group, and he claims to be in touch with spirits, and at one point he just kind of like face plants on the floor in the house, and so it's got some darkly funny amusing moments in it, but it also ends with a real bang and a really awesome visual. So yeah, pretty good stuff.
Yeah, it's not on my list, but I think it's a great movie, and I believe it might go to my list after a rewatch, but I've only seen it once years ago. So Yeah. But my next one is actually my favorite Wong Kar-wai film. I don't rate Wong Kar-wai as highly as many other people do, but this film I really love, especially after I rewatched it fairly recently. So it's Happy Together. So it's Wong Kar-wai's gay movie. So it's about these two gay guys who move to Argentina, but then their relationship is very rocky and they kind of separate at a point in the film, but then they kind of get back together, but they kind of are in this on and off relationship, and it's a fairly dark movie due to that how it shows this very broken kind of alienating relationship, even though these two men really love each other. And again, a very bold movie in the 90s to make this, especially considering like what part of the world Wong Kar-wai is coming from. But this is to me like one of the best gay films and one of the best, like again, gay relationship films, and one of the deeper ones that we have ever seen. Even though Wong Kar-wai is kind of style over substance, but I think there's lots of substance here about human relationships as well, and love, and yeah. But yeah, what a beautiful movie. What a beautiful movie. But I need to rewatch Chungking Express and In the Mood for Love too.
Yeah, you're one of the few other people that I know who agrees with me on Wong Kar-wai, at least as of right now. I still haven't really watched the film that helped him really truly click with me. Across the board, just in terms of like his filmmaking style in general, I think a lot of his films tend to be kind of underwhelming, especially with the reputation that tends to precede them. Chungking Express, I watched first, and I wasn't really impressed much with that at all. And I'm gonna have to rewatch it to see if I feel different. But In the Mood for Love is so far my favorite of his, but it didn't quite hit my short list. But I'll keep revisiting him. Maybe one day it'll click for me.
Yeah.
108 Maltese Falcon. Again, it's a classic that everyone knows. We don't have to really unpack it, but there it is, Maltese Falcon.
Yeah, I like it a lot, but it's not on my list. Yeah. But another great Bogey performance, but Bogey was always great, so yeah. But anyway, my next one is the Chaplin film that I mentioned, so it's The Great Dictator. So my favorite Chaplin isn't one of his silent films, but it's one of his sound films, and to me, while it's about these very big political things, and it has that beautiful speech in the film, but this also is like extremely funny film, like especially with the two dictators, how we see their egos clashing. Like I found that stuff like really hilarious, but a film that everybody should watch at least once, and something that is still to this day very, very timely.
Yeah, it's way higher for me, so I'll be talking about it in episode 2.
Yeah.
My next one is one we've already talked about again, so I'll skip that as well, but it's Metropolis. We already kind of talked about the comparisons between it and M, so yeah.
So my next film is another Nobuhiko Obayashi film. I obviously started the chat with Hausu like 8 hours ago. But yeah, this is called His Motorbike, Her Island. So it's kind of all about young love. It's all about romance. It's all about the beauty of that, but also the tragedy of that when that ends, and how it can be such a short-term thing, but so beautiful, even when it's very short-term, but very stylistic movie. But I think, again, you don't like Hausu that much, but I think you could like this one. It's very different. Very different.
I'm going to give Hausu a few more watches before I give a final verdict on it,
Yeah. But this is on the rare film side and good quality. So.
Oh, okay. I could probably watch it right away then.
Yeah.
Next one's another one that everyone knows, so I'm not going to really talk about it, but Singing in the Rain. It's my personal favorite musical. It's, a classic for a reason, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it's not on my top 200, but it's one of my favorites. But quick funny story about that back when I did some like tier lists on like IMDb 250 films and stuff like that on YouTube, there was some people in the comment section saying that how can you have Singing in the Rain in the S tier and Fight Club in the B or C tier? Then they say that I'm not the true cinephile because I like Singing in the Rain, but I don't like Fight Club.
That's pretty funny on many levels.
Yeah, but my next one again is a very big classic. I know it's should be on your list too. It's Rear Window by Hitchcock.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
it's much higher for me though.
yeah. Yeah, I could have put it higher too, but I fucking love Grace Kelly. She's one of my kind of crushes.
Oh, she's
In
great.
terms of this era. She's a great actress too, but very beautiful.
Yeah.
And I think Jimmy Stewart, this is one of his great performances. And I was kind of worried to rewatch this a couple of years ago, as I hadn't seen it in many years. And I thought that, will I love this as much as I did back when I first time I watched it? But then I ended up just absolutely adoring it all over again.
Yeah, and it definitely holds up.
And even though these kind of suspense films, like they aren't that much for me in general, but for some reason I just always love Hitchcock when I go back to these films. Yeah, there's just something so special about his filmmaking. Yeah.
All right, my 105 is Jean Delmont 23, Kitty Commerce, Neil Catovan Bussen, which I know that you kind of jabbed me a little bit when you looked at my list before, because you were like, isn't it interesting how everyone suddenly has seen this film after the Sight and Sound list came out? But I just want to say I knew about this film a long time ago. I just hadn't watched it yet, and I think that the placement that it got in the Sight and Sound poll, of course, finally gave me the oomph that I needed to go ahead and sit down and actually watch it. And I think that's probably the case for a lot of people. I don't necessarily know if it's that no one heard of it ever. It's more about like people have heard of it, but they haven't really sat down to watch it because of how daunting it seems of a task for people to do, you know. I don't know if I want to say anything about it, because I feel like this is another one of those films where you just kind of have to watch it and kind of experience it to the end to kind of know why people say it's as great as it is, you know.
You fucking woke piece of shit for having it on your list.
Right. Yeah. Not number one though, so yeah.
No, I'm sure you will have some cash grab female directed cinema there, or some stuff made by black directors, you fucking woke cunt. Yeah. But anyway, my next one is my second favorite Akira Kurosawa film, although it could be my number one favorite actually after a rewatch, but it's Dersu Usala. So it's a very interesting film. It's about, again, that kind of whether it would be better for humans to kind of go back to nature and kind of forget the modernity and city life, or whether the city life is better. But I think this kind of showcases through this main character who loves the nature and loves living in nature, that he finds the city life very alienating and wrong for him, even when he gets like really old and he cannot survive in the nature anymore. But those are, of course, very interesting and very important themes, even though they are kind of on your nose in this film, and it's very hard to miss the point when you watch the film, as it has fairly simplistic portrayal of those themes, but it's such a great movie. And it's also about human connection. It's a very humanist film, because we see these people from different backgrounds really connecting with each other, so that's very beautiful. But a great masterpiece that more people should watch. I really think that it's one of Kurosawa's greatest films, even though many people don't seem to agree with me, maybe.
Well, I can't have a say on it yet, because I have yet to watch any of Kurosawa's later color films. I'm kind of doing this thing for myself where I've almost hit 100 Japanese films in my favorites of all time list. And I kind of want to wait until I cross that threshold, and then kind of as a celebration dive into the later Kurosawa stuff, which I expect I will enjoy quite a bit. But yeah. 104 for me, you're going to love this, is The Social Network.
Yeah.
So listen, this is a good time as any to kind of briefly bring up, and we can talk about it more next episode. But there are times when my taste happens to cross over with what we might call movie bro culture. This does not mean that I fell in love with the films in question for movie bro reasons. It just means that there happens to be a crossover. So in my case, the thing about Aaron Sorkin's writing, and I know that this is kind of a mystery to you and other people too, not everyone really gets it, and I understand, but I like that Aaron Sorkin's characters are always intelligent, capable, witty people who are very, very quick thinking, smart, and funny in their dialogue and the way they interact with each other. That's really what it is for me. And if the subject matter of the story happens to lend itself well to that, and it's a really good marriage, then it doesn't even feel all that forced. I think sometimes he can do that kind of dialogue in settings where it doesn't really feel as natural. But he's talking about a bunch of, snotty kids that go to rich schools and perceive themselves all to be geniuses. And so I think that kind of dialogue in this case fits extremely well with the setting. And I'm really, really, really in love with this script. I just think it's one of the cleanest, most entertaining, dialogue heavy movies I've ever seen. But that's just my opinion. I know that you don't share it, but that's my case.
Yeah, well, I'll watch it again sometime and see. Maybe I like it more. Yeah.
Yeah, well, one day.
And again, I like the film. I just don't get why it's like a masterpiece. But yeah.
Yeah.
But
no,
again, it's interesting to hear your perspective on it. But yeah, few more films to go. So I should be in bed already. But yeah,
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. I thought that we would go for like maybe 3 or 4 hours, not 8 hours. But
Yeah, this is crazy. We'll start earlier or figure out a different format next time. We'll do something.
Yeah. But I mean, it's good that we are like really going through these films and not just say the names.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed the conversation.
Yeah, even the Jordan Peterson parts. I think it's gonna be fun to look at those when I edit this thing.
Yeah.
But anyway, my next one is another Hitchcock film that I really love. So it's Rope.
Wow, you got these low on your list, man.
No, yeah, I could have had it even higher, but there are so many great films out there. So.
I respect it.
But this has kind of that Nietzschean Superman thing in it, which is very interesting, and kind of that gay subtext very early on in the 40s, which is like very great to see, I guess. Again, it's just I don't know, like my brain doesn't work anymore. But
it wasn't the first time Hitchcock did that either. There's a gay coded couple in The Lady Vanishes also. The one that takes place on the train. It's a really good film too. But
well, I love the gays, so I love the gay subtext. Yeah.
When I get around to it on my list in episode 2, I'll kind of unpack what I really love about that film. But the Nietzschean stuff is definitely part of it. So I'm glad that you sort of touched on it a bit. 103 for me is The Apartment. It's currently my favorite Billy Wilder film. I just adore it. It's one of my favorite comedies of all time. It's very smart, very witty, but it's also very human, progressive for its day. Really examines the human condition within the environments that these characters exist in, where they're trying to kind of better themselves in, like, office worker, pencil pusher kind of environments, and what you're willing to do to sort of get ahead and get favor from your bosses and everything, and then how it kind of veers into this subplot about how the female perspective on that same kind of idea of, like, putting your trust in someone who you think can, like, be there for you and look out for you, and how that can sometimes go very sour when power dynamics like that are involved. And it's just, I don't know, it's a beautiful, brilliant movie.
Yeah, I remember having a blast with it, but it's another one that I haven't seen in such a long time, so I don't really have a current view on it due to that. But again, I have it on my shelf, so I can watch it whenever. But the next film we already both kind of talked about when you mentioned it, so it's Ivan's Childhood by Tarkovsky. Yeah. So we can skip that.
Okay. My 102 is Blind Chance, and I know it's going to be higher on your list. At least I think it is.
No, it's not. It's not
really?
On my list. I like the film, but it's not on my list. Yeah.
Oh no. Well, I guess I'm going to have to talk about it a bit. It's a great experiment in, like, what if scenarios, and, like, all of them kind of becoming realized and visualized in really interesting ways, and then seeing how much do our choices really matter versus our circumstance that we find ourselves in within these systems that we inhabit. And the film kind of has its own thesis on it, but it doesn't have to be one that we necessarily agree with. But it is interesting to see how it all kind of comes to a head in the very final shot of the film. Really, really powerful stuff. There's also political subtext about anarchist socialists kind of rising up against more statist socialists, but I don't feel like unpacking that tonight at this point. But
yeah, I really don't remember that stuff. So
yeah, it's cool though. It's a good aspect of the story. So
Yeah, so the only Kieslowski film I have will be in the second episode, very early
Wow.
on that episode. So in
That
the top
surprised me. I
100.
thought you'd have more on the short list. But
No, well, like I said, I thought about having Three Colors Red, but I haven't seen it in such a long time.
okay.
But it probably would be in terms of like the quality of the film. But anyway, my next film is a Kurosawa film, which is actually my favorite Kurosawa film, which is a very controversial pick. So it's The Hidden Fortress.
Love that one.
The one that inspired Star Wars. The one that is about the two peasants that are hilarious as fuck. Like their relationship is just like these two like brain dead like peasants just figuring about money and wanting to be rich even though they don't have any skills and no good qualities in them, no kindness in them, but they just have this greed, just like people have. And again, Toshiro Mifune is great as this general in it, such a badass, full of that great masculinity. And then the female character, the princess, I like her as well. And there's this fun duel scene between the Mifune character and another general that I like. And it has a fun ending. Okay, the peasants stay together, but they don't really get anything ever. And that's kind of a true message that people like this never really get anything, no matter how much they want it. But
right,
yeah.
And then my 101 is one that you said that you haven't watched, if I remember correctly, which is Paranoia Agent by
I haven't.
So I'm actually going to refrain from talking about that because I'd rather you watch it sometime and sort of let it unfold for yourself. So
yeah, I'm really looking forward to it as I like everything else by Satoshi Kon. So.
Yeah, it's great.
So my final pick is Robert Bresson's Four Nights of a Dreamer, one of his later films, which is about this guy who finds this woman who wants to commit a suicide, but then they form this relationship. So it's this kind of a weird relationship film, like many of these films have been on my list. And this just I just remember being completely blown away by this one. I think this one is also on YouTube. At least it was back like years ago when I watched it. And I don't remember it well enough to really give any interesting comments about it. But to me, this might be even like very, very like top tier Bresson, like top 3, top 2 even.
Nice. Okay. Well, I'll give it a watch.
Yeah.
All right. So well, that was a talk and a half.
8 hours and plus, like a work day. Yeah, I've never sit on a chair for 8 hours straight.
I know, but hey, look, I really genuinely did enjoy the conversation, and I look forward to the next one. So
maybe we could have the next one like next week or something.
Yeah, I was thinking that.